Chapter 431. The strange phenomenon in space is gradually disappearing. Chang-Chi felt a burning sensation in his chest. He looked down and saw that the gap in his chest left by his previous fight with the strong fishman was being restored by a strange force. It was an unknown material reorganization force that was beyond his cognition. Originally, Chang-Chi also planned to find a hot planetary core to try to absorb energy and complete his silicon-based body. Now it seems that Big Fishman has given him a gift. Narrowness was broken. Chang-Chi opened up a kind of cognition. For 0.5 billion, function value is not some kind of strong muscle man, nor will it be a fight of punches and kicks. This level is already in existence beyond the entity. Big Fish Man then delivered some information to Chang-Chi separately. Your silicon-based body is very precious. Once it is lost, it is not as easy to make up as you think. Please use it with caution in the future. I also found that you can have today's function value because you took a potion called God's Right Path. It comes from a certain level 6 technological civilization. I kindly remind you that level 6 civilization does not have the ability to create gods. The so-called God's Right Path is at most a false god. If taken in excess, there will still be terrible consequences. I have made a simple deduction. If nothing unexpected happens, the level 6 civilization that made this medicine has now become a living hell. As for me, my short-lived humanity will soon disappear, and I will soon become a part of this universe. Mr. Gambler, Chang-Chi. See you again if we are lucky. When the voice fell, this universe, this small nebula, became calm. Although this place is strange, the vast universe is full of strange things. It seems that the only word left to describe this place is strange. Of course, in Chang-Chi's heart, there is a legend hidden here. On the lust fighting field. Chang-Chi slowly turned around. Countless lizardmen knelt on the ground, fearfully and trembling, and the lizardman leader in a red cloak was at the front, constantly bowing his head slightly towards Chang-Chi. Respected Master Quasar. We are willing to dedicate our nails to make a necklace for you. I am willing to dedicate my egg sac to make a pot of soup for you. Chang-Chi paused slightly. The taste is so strong. Do I look like someone who would drink someone else's egg sac soup? Big Fishman's actions just now obviously left a huge shadow in the hearts of these lizardmen. The most important thing is, Big Fishman's words you win, which directly confused these lizardmen. Or, Big Fishman deliberately left this sentence out of gratitude, in order to pave the way for Chang-Chi and ensure that he would no longer be harassed by these lizardmen. And these lizardmen did cause a lot of trouble for Chang-Chi, and wanted to kill Chang-Chi more than once. But everything has its cause and effect. What Chang-Chi wanted to know more was what kind of intersection he had with these guys before, whether it was related to his life experience, and whether he could reveal the truth about the serious criminal. Just now, Chang-Chi also captured the key information. These lizardmen called themselves Quasars? What does this mean? Chang-Chi turned around and glanced at his elder brotherly Bolong in the distance. He could now sit up and lean against the lust wall. His complexion had recovered a lot, and he gave him a thumbs up from a distance, meaning that he was doing very well now. Chang-Chi saw a tall alien beauty with a mechanical arm standing next to his brother. The beauty was actually supporting his brother. And the little green fish was blowing bubbles next to him. Boo boo boo. Chang-Chi tilted his head, and suddenly felt that the picture looked like a family of 3. This guy, my brother, has hooked up with an alien beauty in such a short time. It seems that he is living well here. I am a little worried. Chang-Chi looked up again, and saw that the Link-style starship and Amma in the distance had found the correct route, and were slowly approaching. The crisis has passed. Everything is okay. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and looked at the lizardmen kneeling in front of him. Next, it was time to control them. Okay, let me taste what your egg sac soup tastes like. Master Quasar, we are just trying to express our high respect and awe from the bottom of our hearts. You are not really that cruel, are you? Oh. Chang-Chi nodded. It's good to have this attitude. The lizardman leader had no sweat glands, but he wiped his sweat. Master Quasar, you scared me to death, Master. Chang-Chi raised his head and said in a loud voice. As you guessed, I lost my memory, but I became stronger. The lizardman nodded like pounding garlic. Yes, yes, you are indeed stronger than before, even, Big Fish Man. But they immediately stopped talking, fearing that Big Fish Man would hear them and misunderstand their words as derogatory. In fact, in their hearts, Chang-Chi and Big Fish Man were both on another level, and no one could afford to offend them. At this moment, Chang-Chi had already made a rough judgment. He once guessed that he had an intersection with these lizard men. Of course, it was not him, but Mute Killer. Now, it is certain that the intersection exists, but it is not Mute Killer, but Quazarin, mentioned by the lizards. A brand new quintile personality. Chang-Chi couldn't help but wonder. His appearance was simulated by the scavenger Chang-Chi, and it seems that other personalities also have such faces. This is a bit confusing. Have they all met Chang-Chi? As for that, Quasar, the name is very special. What kind of person is he? Chang-Chi pondered for a moment. What happened between you and me? Sir, we were originally uncivilized creatures. It was your arrival that taught us language and the concept of civilization. The lizardman leader blinked his horizontal eyelids. Didn't you notice that I have been using the same language as you? Chang-Chi paused. I originally thought that the lizardman used some kind of language translation device. Quasar is so great, like a preacher in the universe, leading the barbaric races to civilization. Chapter 432. That was a long time ago. At that time, my tribe was in an awkward situation. That is, our female creatures could not lay eggs. Our fertility rate is extremely low, and the entire tribe has entered a precarious situation, and is on the verge of extinction. The lizardman leader recalled the past. It was your arrival that made more than 100,000 female creatures in the tribe successfully pregnant. Chang-Chi paused and stretched out a finger. Continue. Then. The male creatures in our tribe are grateful and follow your lead. They even obey your orders, and go to distant galaxies to dig treasures for you. The lizardman leader stretched out his sharp claws. We have a talent for digging. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Treasure. We did dig up some things, but that's not the point. The lizardman leader said. Later we found that our female creatures were not pregnant at all, but you injected them with a drug that formed a structure similar to an egg sac in their bodies, which was filled with expanding gas. Ah? Chang-Chi was a little stunned. No wonder your female creatures hate me so much. No, it's me in the past. But later you explained that there was an error in the asexual reproduction potion, which did not meet your expectations and caused a false pregnancy. The lizardman leader said. After that, you took out a new reproduction aiding potion. As long as it is taken, the creatures in the tribe will have a strong desire to reproduce. So we followed your instructions, and put this potion in 14,000 nests, and locked pairs of our own kind in them. Chang-Chi's eyes twitched. After that, the rest of us will continue to obey your orders, follow your footsteps, and keep digging in the stars. The lizardman blinked. I don't know why you know so many places where treasures are buried, as if they were prepared in advance, just for us to play our value. Chang-Chi's eyes twitched, and he had a bad premonition. What about those lizardmen mating in the cave? Half a year later. We opened those caves. The lizardman leader gritted his teeth. According to the physique of our people, living in the cave for half a year will not affect health at all, but we found that they all died of excessive mating. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled again. The whole tribe is angry. The lizardman leader clenched his fists. We only realized that you did in the past. Why does it call itself Quasar? Quasar is a special celestial body in the universe. It is extremely bright, and can easily be mistaken for a star, but in fact its core is a massive black hole, an insatiable black hole. It is always devouring the surrounding matter, and releasing huge energy and radiation. Brightness and greatness are all illusions. It has a clear purpose. Anyone who approaches it will be devoured by it mercilessly. It uses its appearance to hide its inner heart. Its existence is highly deceptive. It is a liar. It has been stalling for time, and using us. The lizardman leader clenched his fists, and his emotions were somewhat out of control. My people rose up and began to hunt it down. I didn't expect that its fighting power was so strong that it killed our 3 arenas. And we also found that the couples of tribesmen locked in the cave actually laid 30,000 healthy eggs. But before we opened the cave blockade, Quasar stole those eggs without anyone noticing. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. That guy really has no bottom line. But the anger of the lizardman leader was inexplicably reduced. That day, Quasar boarded his starship and could have escaped immediately, but he told us one thing. It admitted that it had indeed deceived us and used us. Because we were its ideal tools, it set up the whole scam. But in the process of digging for interstellar treasures, it had actually been paying attention to ways to increase our fertility rate. It actually found a solution, which was a treasure, and it left the treasure in one of our caves. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Quasar has a complicated personality. Then, Chang-Chi looked around again. The fighting field was the habitat of these lizardmen. At this time, all the lizardmen gathered around, and the number did not seem to exceed 10,000. We really found the treasure it left behind. But the treasure was locked by a strange device. Quasar said at the time that at the right time, the right place, and when meeting the right person, this device would naturally be able to open, so we should be patient. The Lizardman leader had a complicated look on his face. But, after so many years, we still haven't opened that device. Oh! Chang-Chi touched his chin and said slowly, "Is the device there? Let me see." The Lizardman leader glanced at Chang-Chi, gritted his teeth, and then waved his claws at his men. "Hey! Hey!" 10 lizardmen with functional values exceeding 1 million slowly carried a huge metal egg with mysterious patterns out of the cave and placed it in the center of the fighting field. Chang-Chi circled this very precise and mysterious egg 3 times. It feels like a high-tech safe. Those strange patterns are like a code disk. If you master the corresponding method, you should be able to open this egg. The right time, the right place, the right person? Chang-Chi is not only curious about the treasure inside. He is also more curious about what kind of personality Quasar has. Beep. Chang-Chi suddenly heard a very faint electronic sound and stopped immediately. Beep, beep. The lizards watching suddenly widened their eyes. It has never made a sound in so many years. Beep, beep, beep. Chang-Chi looked up and heard the rapid prompt sound from the metal egg. The strange patterns on the surface began to light up one by one. The lizards blinked nervously. The right time, the right place, the right person. At this time, the surface of the metal giant egg began to split inch by inch. It was a very precise mechanical device, and the collision sound between the parts was sonorous and powerful. In just a few seconds, the metal giant egg shrank into a metal base. The hidden items were completely exposed. It was also a metal machine, shaped like an 8-cylinder engine in human civilization, with 8 tubes filled with gray liquid standing on the surface, just like the 8 pistons of the engine. The lizards looked at each other and showed a grateful look. "It seems that we have misunderstood Lord Quasar." TSK. The unknown liquid in the tube began to boil. Chang-Chi frowned, and his energy-sensitive gene suddenly recognized abnormal energy fluctuations. It was a superposition reaction of chemical elements, which was about to produce uncontrollable instantaneous energy. At this moment, Chang-Chi's pupil shrank suddenly. "Quasar, you are really a complete liar." Boom! A small mushroom cloud slowly rose. Chapter 433. After a loud bang that shook the world, gun smoke rolled and filled the air. Chang-Chi was at the closest point to the explosion, and he did not move. Instead, his body was in a blurry state, as if the whole world was a high-definition picture, except for himself, which was distorted. The heat that had not completely spread out condensed into a small fire tornado, and was absorbed by Chang-Chi's body. He used his ability to absorb nearly 80% of the heat in an instant, and the destructive power of the bomb decreased sharply. The 8-cylinder engine in front of me has disappeared. The delicate metal base has also been burned and melted, like a burnt candle, melting into an ugly shape. Looking around, the lizardmen actually have habits similar to pangolins. Their bodies curled into a circle, using the strongest scales to resist the shock wave of the explosion. I don't know whether they are dead or alive now, but there is a faint white smoke coming out of their bodies. This bomb seems to be an ancient product with limited power. But no matter what, the setting of this bomb is to attract people to watch closely, and then suddenly detonate. Chang-Chi was able to confirm that before the explosion, the metal dome had not released any facial recognition or biological scanning signals. The bomb was not aimed at him. The so-called right time, right place, and right person was just a false concept. It was a pure time bomb. The lizardmen began to wake up. They stretched their bodies and stood on the ground. Their scales were more or less damaged, and red blood oozed out of their bodies, but they had no intention of dealing with it. Their faces were dull, and their pupils were trembling violently. It was just a bomb. Why? As an intelligent creature, why can it be so unscrupulous? It deceives us again and again, gives us hope again and again, and turns hope into despair again and again. It is a liar. It has clearly achieved its goal, and taken what it wanted. But it still left us a treasure chest, claiming that it contains the hope of the continuation of the race. Then, after a long time, it suddenly opened and blew up a group of hopeful onlookers. It got nothing. Is it just to hide in the unknown darkness and smile sinisterly? Does it simply like to deceive, just to fool others? The roller coaster-like mood even made the lizards feel disappointed with the whole world, and their inner world became dead. Chang-Chi looked back. In the eyes of the lizards, his image gradually overlapped with Quasar. The lizards' eyes widened a little, and they subconsciously stepped back half a step. When they saw Chang-Chi at this time, the anger in their hearts was extinguished by fear. They were afraid that this guy would use some insidious means again. They also realized it late. Did this guy really lose his memory? Chung-Chi's mind was also extremely confused. Silent Killer is a being who will kill everything if he disagrees with someone. Quasar is a liar with no moral bottom line. And they are all part of my personality. I am becoming more and more like a serious criminal with full talent points. But what I think of myself is just an optimistic scavenger who wants to see the scenery of the universe. He exhaled slowly. Chung-Chi said calmly, I can let go of what you did to me, but this universe fighting arena must be disbanded. The lizardmen looked at each other. The lizardman leader said, some gladiators came here voluntarily. They are either fugitives or outliers in the tribe. If the fighting arena is disbanded, they will have nowhere to go. Chung-Chi frowned. Send all the kidnapped people back. If someone voluntarily stays, then you can run the fighting arena as a viewing project. Fighting is fine, but don't involve life and death. The lizardman leader nodded. There was an invisible feeling telling it that the guy in front of it was indeed not a quasar. Above the sky, the engine of the spirit-style starship roared. Chung-Chi stood in the cabin, looking at the fighting field under his feet, which was like an isolated island in the universe. Thousands of lizardmen looked up and watched him go. The gladiators in the cell were also released, and the unknown, plant civilization, Prophet Little Bingo and his father were also watching Chung-Chi go. Although the ability restriction circle on them will not be lifted until they are teleported back to their homeland, they know that it is the human on the starship that gave them a new life. The strong fishman who lost his heart still sat in his cell like a wooden sculpture, and everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. Executioner Wu Bai once said that everything Chung-Chi did was to atone for the sins of the serious criminal. Chung-Chi did not pursue the lizardman on purpose. Maybe he could atone for his sins, maybe not. He could only do so much. In the future, if he encounters Quasar, Chung-Chi must confront him face to face. Is deception the meaning of your existence? Actually, there is a seed sprouting in Chung-Chi's heart. I am who I am, and I have been reborn. If I have committed a serious sin, why should I be given a second chance? I have not done it, but why should I atone for it? Who made this rule? Alma's ability is chaotic, but there is a comforting place. It only needs to drill through the hole once, and then the second time, it can return the same way. Countless millipedes bite out a gap in the space. The spirit-style starship enters it, and disappears from everyone's view. The lizardman leader was in a state of panic. It really has become a different person. Is it really the intervention of a higher civilization? It actually gave me a sense of being upright and broad-minded. There is one less scourge in the universe. Leader. A lizardman stepped forward, a little anxious. We just found out that 20 sets of ability restriction circles and 2 Rainbow Bridge transmission transmitters are missing from our warehouse. The lizardman leader was slightly stunned. How is it possible? Is there a thief in our group? But the gladiators are all here. Without lifting the restrictions, who can? Wait. The lizardman leader suddenly looked up at the sky, and the wormhole that Chung-Chi left behind also completely dissipated at this moment. A familiar feeling came. The corners of the lizardman's eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 434. Brother. Let me introduce you. Brother Li Belong's injuries have been treated and bandaged, and he is full of energy. This is a friend I met in prison. Her name is DK. Jilin. Chung-Chi looked at the alien beauty in front of him. She was silent, with a pair of cold and alert eyes. She was able to be in the spirit starship at this time, because she volunteered to leave with Brother Li Belong. He. Li Belong scratched his head. Brother, can you give me an evaluation? Evaluation. Chung-Chi blinked his eyes. If he simply wanted to introduce his friend to others, would he use the word evaluation? It seems that the brother is not trying to change his taste, but is here for real. Beautiful. Chung-Chi smiled and said, unique beauty? The alien woman with light green skin is indeed beautiful, and her body is hot. Chung-Chi said again, brother, I want to talk to her alone. Ha. Li Belong laughed. Okay, you should improve your family relationship. The front of the bridge. Chung-Chi looked at the colorful wormhole tunnel outside the observation window, which gave people a hazy and dreamy feeling. DK Jilin stood beside Chung-Chi, his eyes flickering. Chung-Chi suddenly turned his head. What's the purpose? DK Jilin frowned, still not intending to speak. It seems that you can understand my language. Chung-Chi said again, I don't want to cause trouble, especially inexplicable trouble. My brother lost his family when he was young, so once he meets someone he recognizes, such as me, such as my sister Xiaoqiang, he will give the most sincere, even all emotions. This is probably his only weakness. You are using my brother. You are already on my starship. You must tell me your purpose clearly. Changqi paused for a moment, otherwise, I will have to end my brother's happiness myself. M31 Andromeda Galaxy, RR055 Star Field, 1.6 Level Technological Civilization, Transfiguration Star Civilization, 1st Guard Army, 1st Suppression Corps, 1st Reconnaissance Commando, Captain, DK Machine Blue, Military Number 562K22W1. The alien beauty in a black tight vest straightened her proud chest. She did not speak, but the translation device on her arm spoke human language. Soldier. Changqi opened his eyes. The woman's pants did look like a combat uniform, but they were stained with dirt and cracks. A deserter. DK Jilan looked ahead, her beautiful eyes trembling a little. My team and I were ordered to enter the rebel army's territory to carry out a secret mission, but we were ambushed and all the team members died. The enemy had already known our actions because there was a traitor among the top military officials. I finally understood why my first 5 husbands, officers, all died accidentally. Wait a minute. Changqi paused. 5 previous husbands? DK Jilan still looked ahead quietly. Yes, I have been married 5 times. Changqi pursed his lips. Continue. Our internal structure has long been rotten. The enemy is planning to completely eliminate the 1st Reconnaissance Commando, because we are not only a sharp sword, but also because each of us holds a lot of intelligence. Even my husbands, including the families of the team members, have been listed as targets for elimination. Only my less than 1-month-old child survived because he was completely non-threatening. DK Jilan frowned, with a flash of pain and forbearance on his face. At the moment when the team was wiped out, I was selected by the fighting field, and the teleportation beam took me away. The rebels must have thought that I was dead, or even my body was gone. If I return to the battlefield, it will not be as simple as being attacked from all sides. My child will definitely encounter an accident, or become a hostage. I don't want her to be implicated by her biological mother, like my 7 children before her. Changqi paused again. The 7 before me? I need to hide first, the farther the better. DK Jilan frowned and clenched his fists. I need to accumulate as much strength as possible and strengthen myself. I can only take action after I am fully prepared. DK Jilan looked at Changqi. Everything I said is true. I have no other choice. Changqi retrieved the V-Bank ring. Searching the shape-shifting star civilization, he found that it was consistent with what DK Jilan said. On that planet, which was at a similar technological level to humans, the war had lasted for 20 years, with the civilized government and the increasingly powerful rebel army on both sides. Changqi also scanned DK Jilan and confirmed that she was indeed a creature of the shape-shifting star civilization, and one of the few elite warriors who had undergone prosthetic transformation. Changqi tooted his lips. My brother's vision is really sharp. 5 marriages and 8 children. I did use your brother. But I know what he wants, and I will repay him with my body. DK Jilan was very humble, staring at Changqi. Then, please allow me to collect supplies in your civilization. When I am fully prepared, I will leave quietly, and you will not feel any trouble. Changqi rubbed his temple and exhaled slowly. I will keep an eye on you. Pop, pop, pop. A series of bubbles bursting suddenly came from the back of the console. A small fishman with green scales suddenly showed half of his head and looked at Changqi with watery eyes. Then you must have discovered me, right? Of course. Changqi turned around. This is my starship. Oh. I'm sorry. The small fishman walked out slowly and lowered his head and said, You told me before that you were born on the garbage earth. In the past 18 years of your life, you have been trapped in a world that looks like a ruin. Your biggest wish is to go into the universe and see all kinds of beautiful scenery. Me too. I've lived there since the fighting arena was still a scale. I want to see the beautiful scenery too. I won't cause you any trouble either. The little green fish lowered its head, and its 2 webbed index fingers kept touching its chest. Changqi just smiled. You're fine. I know you're pure at heart. Little fish man. How did you get in here? Li Boong also came to the bridge, and was so happy to see the little fish man that he picked him up and put him on his shoulders. Li Boong, I want to live in your house, okay? Sure, my house is big. Li Boong looked at DK Jilan again. Everyone can live there. I don't know why. I suddenly felt hot all over and had a strong desire. In the fighting arena, the lizardman leader's eyes were a little red, staring at the busy female counterparts, and he couldn't control his saliva. It touched its scales, and a layer of inconspicuous gray powder was stuck on its claws. I thought about it carefully. The bomb left by the bottomless, Quasar, had 8 piston-like things on the surface, and some gray liquid was inside. It was also at this time. In the fighting field, the base that was melted by the explosion actually had some kind of voice message device hidden inside, and it made intermittent sounds. Little geckos, after so many years, do you still remember my voice? I am the quasar you admire. Your reproduction has always been a headache for me. I found the crux of the problem a long time ago. Your decline is the survival of the fittest in the universe, and the selection in the history of evolution. After you found a comfortable cave, you began to live a life of lying down, so your entire body function is continuously declining, including the weakening of your reproductive ability. The little geckos in the 13,000 caves did not die because of me, but they had to sacrifice their lives if they wanted to reproduce. This is just the beginning of the decline of the race. The eggs they lay are also full of flaws. If they fall into your tribe, it will only start a vicious cycle. The giant metal egg I left for you is actually a rare radioactive substance. It can improve your physical condition, but it will take a long time, bit by bit, for you to transform. When the time comes, the giant egg will lose its activity, and will automatically open. The device inside will also explode. According to my design, the bomb will not kill you. At the same time, the super refreshing powder in the bomb, which was developed by me personally and tailored for you, will spread all over your body. I wish you to reach the peak of bliss and start the prelude to the reproduction of your race. I, Quasar, am a liar, and I did use you. But there are ways to steal, and there are ways to cheat. If nothing unexpected happens, we will never meet again in this life. But you can be grateful, and in the days ahead, sing praises to your civilization leader, wise enlightener, and the first contributor to the continuation of your race over and over again. That is me, the great Quasar. No lizardmen listened to him. All the lizardmen were impatient, and even drove the gladiators out of the cave. There was one female and one male, and it was not known how many females and how many males there were. It was possible that all the males were males. In short, all the lizardmen had already entered the dark cave. It was as if spring had arrived. Strange cries resounded through the sky. Chapter 435. The scenery in the wormhole is dreamy and gorgeous. Countless millipedes are biting in front, and the Ling-style starship is sailing silently in the back. It seems that it will take some time to reach the destination. Chang-Chi and Ling are standing on the bridge. It has been a long time since the last time they entered the Qi civilization continent. It is a continent that appeared in the void because of the twin flowers. When Chang-Chi entered there for the first time, he synthesized 200 giant civilization guard robots that stood like mountains, 100 angel wing robots with handsome wings, and 402 original people whose essence was fire intelligent life. When they entered again, they formed a small society and built a stone city. When they entered for the third time, they regarded Chang-Chi as a belief and built a huge sculpture for Chang-Chi. But at this time, the Qi civilization was always 3 continents of 100 square kilometers, at most a large city, and lacked resources. When they entered again, because of the peculiar ability of the twin flowers, the dust that Chang-Chi brought from the microcosm of the higher people was magnified into 4 celestial bodies. One is a dark red planet full of metal minerals, which can provide rich mineral resources for the Qi civilization. One is a planet wrapped in a thick layer of ice, which can provide water resources for the Qi civilization. There is also a comet, which revolves around the Qi civilization continent, just like Halley's Comet passing by the Earth. It may throw some special substances, which may be water, biological genes, or single-cell organisms, or ancient viruses. An A-Soul Star. Among the high-level people headed by the King of All, there is a blue crystal in their foreheads. After their people die, the crystal will be immortal. Over time, a huge planet is formed. This planet is related to the soul and the fourth wall, so it was brought into the Qi civilization continent by Chang-Chi. The other 3 celestial bodies also entered the Qi civilization continent by mistake because of its influence. So far, Chang-Chi has not mastered the ability to bring Qi civilization into reality, nor can he bring other items into Qi civilization. Only Chang-Chi and Ling can travel subjectively. And the crystal dropped from the Soul Star can actually transform some unknown energy in the Qi civilization continent. The people of the Qi civilization made crystal into arrows, which could actually melt rocks. This thing is very likely a scarce resource, and a unique attribute of the Qi civilization continent. At that time, the fire life headed by Adam and Eve already had the concept of gender and class. They even had conflicts, but they were resolved by Chang-Chi. There is another interesting point. For some reason and at what time, a very tiny creature appeared in the Qi civilization continent. They lived in a brazier, and could regenerate and split. Eve cultivated them carefully. The last time Chang-Chi entered the Qi civilization, he found that the little bugs had evolved into a kind of red-skinned animal with 8 sturdy legs and a body shaped like a giant salamander. They would wheeze, and were very well behaved. Chang-Chi also checked the mouths of these creatures and found that they actually had the characteristics of silicon-based creatures. According to Ling's research, the Qi civilization continent is in an uncertain, superposition state, which is completely different from the time scale of the outside world. Some things will appear inexplicably, but when Chang-Chi enters it, a kind of abnormal synchronization will appear. Just like Schrödinger's cat, only the observer can know what state it has become by seeing it with his own eyes. In short, the future of the beggar civilization is full of uncertainty. What has my beggar civilization become now? Chang-Chi showed a hint of expectation. Ling, let's go and see. The process of shuttling is silent, like a layer of mist gradually dissipating. Only the two parties know best that this is an incredible world transformation. The continent of beggar civilization. Chang-Chi's body froze slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. First, every time he arrived here before, he could hear the sound similar to hymns. A certain year in the first era of Qi civilization, the great creator god came with a messenger named Ling. But this time, the surroundings were quiet and silent. Second, the Qi civilization continent always gives people a desolate feeling, because the ecology here is very imperfect and there is a serious lack of plants. When I came here last time, there was already a prosperous town, but all the buildings were carved out of gray stone. At this moment, Chang-Chi is in a lush forest. There are tall and ancient trees around, grass and moss growing on the ground, some unknown flowers, and even strange fruits. Looking up, between the trees, you can actually see the blue sky. There is an ecosystem and an atmosphere here. Where do such rich seeds come from? Chang-Chi opened his eyes. Before, this was 3 continents floating in the black void. Respected founder. The spirit beside him was a blue skeleton with ghost lights in its eyes. It was always humble in front of Chang-Chi, and always insisted on calling Chang-Chi founder. Unconsciously, Chang-Chi had various names: Chang-Chi, Mr. Chung, Chung-Shitsi, Sigu, founder, creator god, Go-Chi. In the past, I would observe this place whenever I had a little free time. The spirit said, the celestial body wrapped in ice will drop large pieces of ice, forming lakes on the Qi civilization continent, and the comets surrounding the Qi civilization continent will occasionally scatter some debris or dust, which really has some life. They are some single-cell organisms and some algae. And these algae, falling into the lake, began to revive. They can photosynthesize, converting carbon dioxide and water into organic matter and releasing oxygen. Over time, these algae continue to adapt to environmental changes and gradually evolve into more complex structures. Then, they slowly transition from aquatic to terrestrial, and some structural features continue to change and differentiate, gradually developing early plant forms with roots, stems, and leaf rudiments. This is the starting point for the development of many plants on the Qi civilization continent. Chang-Chi nodded. I have read some ancient books, which is also a speculation about the origin of plants on Earth, but it is only one of them, namely comet seeding theory. But Chang-Chi was a little surprised. But this will take tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of millions of years. Adam and Eve, are they okay? Dear Creator, it is the same as you understand. For the Qi civilization continent, it is now the second era of Qi civilization, the 132nd year. The spirit is like a professional guide. I just observed here about 2 hours ago. Adam and Eve are still healthy. Moreover, the technological level here has surpassed agricultural civilization and industrial civilization. Now, it is close to 0.9 level technological civilization. You will definitely feel relieved. Although there are many uncertainties here, based on my frequent observations, it is always on the same steady development path, and there will not be too shocking deviations. Ling looked around again. I think our current location should be a city park or a biodiversity nature reserve. My civilization. It has parks? Or more advanced, it has nature reserves? Chang-Chi was a little excited. Although these were nothing, he felt a sense of relief, like an old father. And our civilization has actually reached level 0.9. For external time, it was only a dozen days. What is the concept of 0.9 level? Before humans invented the directional stargate, around 2025, humans were at 0.9 level, with initial achievements in aerospace, the internet taking shape, mass production of nanochips, artificial intelligence, AI models, etc., all entering a period of rapid development. Chang-Chi nodded slowly, his eyes flickering. My people, I am looking forward to meeting them. Chapter 436. Monsters ahead, tell me your names quickly. What exactly do you want to do by appearing in my Chinyan sex foodie? A man in a white robe standing with his hands behind his back appeared on the treetops in the distance. His face was stern, and his thick eyebrows were raised. I am the chief disciple of Chinyan sect, Hong Qing, and I have reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Don't force me to take action. Chang-Chi was stunned. What did you say? Say it again. You are dressed in strange clothes, and you are carrying an undead monster with you. Most likely it's a crooked way. The man in white robes seemed to hate evil. It seems that I can only eliminate the evil for the people, so that you won't cause trouble. Hiss. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. This can't be my people. Why are they cultivating immortals? Respected creator, what are you talking about? I mean, this worldview is wrong. Chang-Chi looked at Ling. Isn't this a 0.9 level technological civilization? Isn't this a park? Where are my Adam and Eve? Where is my intelligent life spark? What is that creature that looks like the protagonist of a novel? Respected creator, I am actually confused too. Ling was also a little confused, with ghost lights flickering in his eyes. When I observed this place 2 hours ago, it was indeed a real society, and it was indeed dominated by technology, and it was also developing steadily. Chang-Chi was also stunned. Ling suddenly realized something. Could it be that because of your intervention, the observer changed from 1 to 2, and the quantum properties changed dramatically, resulting in some more chaotic uncertainty? Demon die. The cultivator named Hong Qing narrowed his eyes, his handsome eyes blooming with a sharp gaze. Looking at the two strange things in the distance, he clenched his fists slightly. The spiritual energy in the Dantian circulated, reaching his limbs and bones, and then took shape from his hands, like floating water vapor, and suddenly more than a dozen fine steel swords floated out from behind his body. Then, Hong Qing pointed with one hand, and more than a dozen flying swords, with the sound of breaking through the air, shot out like a startled wild goose, and the target was Chang-Chi and Ling. Spiritual energy and flying swords? The stage is open. Chang-Chi's body stiffened, but he didn't have much time to think. How could a child have thought that he would be hunted down by a famous and upright cultivator when he came to inspect his own civilization? Super speed burst out, and Chang-Chi's body turned from a residual image into a blurred black line. In another relative speed, the flying sword seemed to be still in the air, and a dead leaf that fell from the sky was cut into 2 halves by the sharp sword energy. The 2 halves of the leaf and the tiny debris also stopped in the air. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, tapped the tips of more than a dozen flying swords one by one, and then ran forward, jumped up, and stood on a tree branch as tall as the man in white robe. Clang! Boom boom boom! The flow of time returned to normal, and all the flying swords suddenly touched the ground with their tips, and the entire sword body was nailed into the soil. The white-robed man's pupils shrank suddenly, and the corners of his eyes trembled violently. In an instant, his body skills burst out, and his spiritual energy circulation was completely hidden, and he was able to push his body to complete the shocking speed. Moreover, this kind of body skills must be assisted by a strong spiritual consciousness. He is probably a strong man in the spiritualization realm. Chang-Chi was also looking at the man in white robes from a close distance. He was about 30 years old. Whether it was his body shape or facial features, he was completely a human being. He was also very consistent with the identity of a cultivator. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was handsome and sharp. He also had a bit of fairy spirit. How could this be? Why did humans and such a system appear in my beggar civilization? It was also at this moment that Chang-Chi discovered a key point. The man in white robes walked forward a few steps from the shade of the tree along the tree branch. The true color of his skin was revealed. Everything was the same as that of humans, except that the color of his skin was a light dark red. And there is a more obvious dark red vertical line on his forehead, showing the difference from human nature. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Those little bugs in the fire basin. According to the timeline here, tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of years ago, Eve was in distress because her own structure could not reproduce. But she unexpectedly found some little bugs that can survive in the fire and continue to split and evolve. The last time Chang-Chi came, he found that those little bugs had evolved into a kind of red-skinned giant salamander. Eve once said that if they were carefully cultivated, they would create life that could reproduce for the Qi Civilization continent one day in the future. Qi Civilization continent is an absolutely unique existence, and it is impossible for foreign creatures to enter here. So, those little bugs have evolved into people? Chang-Chi's thoughts trembled. But why did they cultivate immortality again? Junior is blind. The man in white robe suddenly bowed humbly, and clasped his hands together. One of the secluded elders of the hidden sect, the Phantom Sect, broke out of seclusion recently and reappeared in the human world. His body skills are unmatched in the world. I am fortunate to have opened my eyes today. Since I have given you my identity, let's just go with the flow. Chang-Chi took a deep breath. I have indeed been in seclusion for a long time, and I even feel unfamiliar with this world. You are a junior, so please explain the origin of this world to me. The white-robed man trembled. Hongqing's qualifications are too low, and I am really not qualified to explain it to you. My sect's main hall is not far from here. Please move, senior. I will ask the sect master to talk to you. Chang-Chi felt strange, but also interesting. This secret must be revealed. He and Ling followed the man named Hongqing and walked in the forest. After a while, they came to a wide open space. Chang-Chi looked up at the sky and was quite shocked. Countless flying swords flew across the sky. The white robes were ancient, and the sleeves were flying. The men were handsome, and the women were heroic. The fairy swords they stepped on were only 2 fingers wide, and were made of ordinary metal. Is there really spiritual energy in this world? Otherwise, how to explain this anti-gravity phenomenon? Chang-Chi glanced at Ling. The ghost fire in his eyes flickered, and he stared at the sky in a dull manner. Welcome, fellow Taoist Chung. Our Qingyun sect is flattered. Inside the hall, the leader of the Qingyun sect was named Hong Lai. He and the 8 elders of the Qingyun sect all appeared. They looked like standard immortal cultivators. Although they were old, they were energetic, with rosy faces, white robes and white beards, and they looked like immortals. They were also polite. Of course. Chang-Chi's inference was further confirmed. Their skin was slightly dark red, and there was a signature dark red vertical line on their foreheads. It is rumored that fellow Taoist Chung, an elder of the Illusion sect, is close to the Mahayana realm and is only 1 step away from attaining enlightenment and ascending to heaven. Therefore, your spiritual consciousness is ethereal and connected to the divine realm, but you have also forgotten many things in the mortal world. The leader of the Qingyun sect, Hong Lai, said, Then I, an old man, will tell you about these mortal things. Chang-Chi nodded slowly. That's great. There is no need to waste words. People can give reasonable explanations by themselves. In ancient times, the world was just created. The ancestors were born on this continent, but they were endlessly confused and could not find a way to survive. There are few resources here, and the ancestors are weak, born and die quickly, and the generations are replaced. Finally one day, an ancestor with great enlightenment felt that there was a mighty energy in the world, and he named this energy, spiritual energy. And the source of spiritual energy is actually a spiritual star, outside the sky. The ancestor felt that he had glimpsed the secret of heaven, so he forgot to eat and sleep and studied the use of spiritual energy. From then on, the road to immortal cultivation for our kind slowly unfolded. The leader of the Honglai sect looked far away and spoke in a low voice. In our generation, the cultivation of immortals has become a system, divided into 9 grades and 6 realms, and the first realm is called the Qi-drawing realm, which is to draw the Qi into the body. Excuse me. Chang-Chi suddenly raised his hand. There is no need to explain this setting. I have read several books, and they are similar. That's right. The leader of the Honglai sect looked in awe. Fellow Taoist Chun comes from a hidden sect, so he must have read countless secret books and unique skills. Chang-Chi smiled yes. Speaking of that, Spirit Star, it seems to be made up of countless crystals, emitting a blue halo, but we humans cannot touch it, and endless, spiritual energy diffuses from it, nourishing our path to immortality. Every few years, strange crystals will fall from the Spirit Star, which contain amazing spiritual energy. Countless sects compete to grab them, and there are occasional scenes of blood flowing into rivers. When the leader of the Honglai sect said this, he frowned slightly. Chang-Chi and Ling looked at each other. Found the root. It was the Soul Star, obtained from the universe of the higher beings, that is, the dead ancestors of the higher beings. Soul, fourth wall, twins, uncertainty of quantum physics, these have been entangled together, always giving birth to unexpected effects. But I didn't expect that the ancestors of the higher beings could release some kind of energy to support a set of immortal cultivation system. Chang-Chi remembered. The former fire life also got the crystals dropped from the Soul Star, and grinded the crystals into arrows, which was considered their initial application. It was originally thought that some unique energy, or special weapons would be developed. Unexpectedly, this thing, temporarily called soul energy, is used for cultivating immortals. Chang-Chi thought carefully. After the little bug evolved into a human form, it must choose a development path. This may depend on the first enlightened person. However, the door to science and technology was not opened, but the abstract road to cultivating immortals was opened. This is a bit like the evolution of human beings on Earth. In a difficult era, due to the harsh environment, humans could not rely on hunting or agriculture to feed themselves, so they began to look for other ways out, such as believing in God and pinning their hopes for survival on illusory fantasies. Many ancient altars, such as rain-praying temples, and various strange sculptures of gods all came from this. Many humans also began to practice some self-created skills, magic, etc., trying to become gods or be accepted by gods. Of course, humans failed to succeed in cultivating immortals. But their own beggar civilization seems to have done it. When Ling was an observer before, beggar civilization was a normal technological development route. When Changqi, the observer, was added, everything was refreshed, and this bifurcation point appeared in the application method of Soul Star. Back to the point. Why didn't Adam and Eve fix all this? What is cultivation? It's not about fighting and killing, or bullying the weak. Hong Lai, who had an air of immortality, looked up with awe. The essence of cultivation is to follow the footsteps of the gods. There are not only spirit stars in the sky. There is also a space temple. The earliest creatures in our world, the 402 Chaos Ancestor gods, live there. But they have not entered the human world for tens of thousands of years. Instead, they have been at a height that humans cannot reach, meditating and cultivating their hearts, because even the 402 Chaos Ancestral gods still have infinite yearning for existence. Changqi paused when he heard this. 402. That is the number of life-fire robots he synthesized. The so-called Chaos Ancestral gods should be Adam and Eve. Even our Chaos Ancestral gods still have infinite yearning for another supreme existence. He is our primordial god. Some people also call him the Creator God. Hong Lai, with white hair and beard, was now in tears, staring into the void. He created this place, laid out the continent, and moved the stars here. With a wave of his hand, he created 402 Chaos Ancestor gods. He is the most supreme being. But the last time primordial God descended was 10,000 years ago. Our generation no longer knows what he looks like, and cannot imagine his glory. Hong Lai burst into tears and trembled. I have heard a sacred chant from the ancestors of the sect. In the first year of the first era of Qi civilization, the great creator God came with a messenger named Ling. He passed through the endless darkness, brought the fire of hope, and led us to awaken in confusion. Everyone in the hall, not only Hong Lai, but also several other elders of Qingyan sect, all had trembling faces and wet eyes. Oh, look at me, I am busy expressing my emotions. I am neglecting you. Hong Lai slapped his forehead and shouted, Come on, please invite fellow Taoist Cheng and his pet to take a seat. Chapter 437. Green Trees and Fairy Air. In the mountains and forests, inside the Qingyan sect's main hall that looks like a magnificent ancient temple, Changqi and Ling sat in a huge chair similar to a throne. Changqi felt strange, but it made sense. Ling clenched his fists and hesitated for a long time, but still said, Master Hong Lai, I am not actually the pet of fellow Taoist Cheng. Forgive me for being blind. Are you a mount? Hong Lai opened his eyes and observed Ling carefully. Ling's face froze. It usually doesn't like to express itself, but only likes to study and think quietly. It finally mustered up the courage to defend itself, but it didn't expect that its extroversion would lead to a lifetime of introversion. Oh, I'm stupid. Hong Lai finally realized something and looked at Ling and said, Are you a weapon spirit? Rumor has it that there are top cultivators who accompany their flying swords all day long. The material of the flying sword is not ordinary. After a long time, it will be contaminated with spiritual energy, thus giving birth to a weapon spirit with wisdom and the ability to talk to people. As long as it accompanies the flying sword, it will be more handy, and its power will increase dramatically. The ghost fire in the spiritual eye socket flashed. You are right, I am indeed the weapon spirit in fellow Taoist Cheng's flying ship. There were sounds of people sucking in air in the hall. An elder of Qingyan sect clasped his fists and said, I am amazed by the heavens and opened my eyes. Weapon spirits are what we dream of, but unfortunately we are dull and have practiced for dozens or hundreds of years, but still cannot feel the existence of weapon spirits. Sect Master Hong Lai also nodded in shock. Fellow Taoist Cheng is humble, but in fact he is not in the same realm as us. Your weapon spirit can actually turn into a physical entity, so your sword controlling skills must be able to crush us. The gap is too big, and the entire Qingyun sect is far behind. Changqi laughed dryly and nodded. There are many paths to growth. They are not comparable. They are not the same thing. The people of Qingyun sect were very serious. Of course, we can't be compared with you. At this moment, Changqi could just see the training ground of Qingyun sect through the side window of the hall. There were at least dozens of young disciples, who were full of vigor and vitality, and were learning how to fly with swords under the guidance of their master. But unfortunately, in the world view of cultivation, flying with swords is a huge threshold. Some disciples with mediocre qualifications may never be able to step on a flying sword and soar into the sky in their entire lives. Hong Qing, the senior disciple of Qingyun sect whom Changqi had met by chance before, could already fly with a sword and became the one that millions of people looked up to. Whenever that elegant figure passed through the sky, countless people would be fascinated. Plop, plop, outside the window, 7 or 8 young disciples fell from the 2-finger-wide single-plank bridge. Stupid! Stupid! The older master, holding a wooden stick, knocked on their heads one by one. You can't even stand for 4 hours, not to mention that this is not a real flying sword. One day, you can mobilize the flying sword through spiritual energy, but you don't even have the ability to control it. Stupid! Changqi tilted his head, and couldn't help thinking. Suppose that the Qi civilization continent will not change in the future, but continue this cultivation civilization, and give them thousands or tens of thousands of years to develop. Suddenly one day, the Qi civilization came into reality for some reason. So, which is stronger, the cultivation civilization or the technological civilization? What kind of scene would that be? A cultivator flying on a sword against a drone of a higher civilization? A pet monster against a space mecha? A huge sword formation or formation against a space battleship of a higher civilization? Changqi shook his head. According to his imagination of higher civilizations, this confrontation is not valid. Just like his own gene level, although it will become stronger and stronger, it is completely unequal to science, technology, and those behemoths that countless workers have spent countless hours to build. How strong can a cultivator be? Can he withstand a star-destroying cannon? How fast can he be? Can he be faster than a directional stargate and long-distance transmission? How intelligent can they be? Can they be higher than cognitive logic bomb and causal bomb? Changqi exhaled slightly. Although the future of Xianxiu civilization is also worth looking forward to. But we still need to find a way to get Qi civilization back on the right track and return to technology, because technology has no so-called upper limit. Fellow Taoist Chung. At this moment, the leader of Qingyun sect, Han Lai, looked reserved and hesitated to say, "To be honest, I invited you here and treated you as a guest of honor for a purpose." Changqi turned his head, be more direct, so as not to be annoying. Fellow Taoist Chung has an admirable heart. Then I will speak frankly. Han Lai stood up and looked at the sky outside the hall, frowning slightly. No world can be peaceful. Although we humans have been devoted to studying the use of spiritual energy, we have no selfish motives and are only devoted to God, but some aliens have been born among us. They spread rumors to confuse the people and waste natural resources. They blaspheme the gods and bring disaster to the world. As a reputable and upright sect, and as supporters of the ancestral God and the God of the beginning, we cannot sit idly by. The fight between us and them has lasted for hundreds of years. Changqi frowned slightly upon hearing this. There was another conflict between the people of Qi civilization. This seemed to be inevitable. Everyone was an independent individual with independent thinking. It was understandable that there were conflicts in concepts. It was nothing more than that some contradictions were not handled properly, and were infinitely magnified, eventually forming a large-scale confrontation. The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh. Changqi showed a tolerant look and decided to take responsibility and deal with these conflicts. Fellow Taoist Chung, do you know how they slandered the God of the beginning? Han Lai gritted his teeth. They said that the God of the beginning was wrong, that his brain was a piece of tofu, but it was full of maggots, and those maggots fought in his brain, eating and defecating at the same time, and finally the brain of the God of the beginning became a pool of paste mixed with shit. Changqi was stunned on the spot, blinking his eyes. Ling was stunned when he heard the words, and turned his head inch by inch, facing away from Changqi, trying hard to hold back a smile, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. And the God of the beginning? The messenger named Ling. Han Lai was even more angry. They said that the brain of the messenger Ling was not as good as a pool of paste mixed with shit. Its brain was completely a frog's egg, half of which hatched into tadpoles, drilled out of its nose and ears, and abandoned it, and the other half failed to hatch and rotted into smelling mucus. When the messenger Ling walked, His brain could make a sound of liquid splashing, accompanied by a foul smell. Ling froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched. It was Chung Chi's turn to hold back his laughter. He tried hard to restrain himself and said, I have to say that these guys are also talented. This way of scolding people is really unique. Chapter 438. We are not good at talking, and cannot beat them at scolding. Han Lai bowed his head and said in shame, but this is just a quick talk. In recent years, we have fought hundreds of battles with them, big and small, and they have never gained any benefits. But I will not be able to sleep or eat until they are completely eradicated. He questioned the gods, questioned the right way to cultivate immortals, studied unconventional techniques all day long, and bewitched a large number of civilians. He is a cult. The god of the beginning designed the natural landscape here, brought spiritual stars and spiritual energy, and has pointed out the direction for us. The most terrifying thing is that they sneer at the god of the beginning and deceive the people to deviate from the right path. However, there are many powerful monsters in this world. If you don't cultivate immortality, and have no ability to protect yourself, everyone will sooner or later go to the dead end. So, Han Lai looked back at Chung Chi. I invited fellow Daoist Chung here, because I hope that fellow Daoist Chung can help me wipe out those evil ways at once, and return this place to a clear and bright world. Chung Chi tilted his head. Evil ways. Aren't they cultivators? Yes. Moreover, they are the ones who are dull, and cannot feel the existence of spiritual energy. They are locked out of the gate of the righteous path of cultivation, but are unwilling to become civilians. They are resentful and constantly sow discord. Han Lai was indignant. I wonder if Brother Chung has heard of the organization, Tiangong Mansion, before he went into seclusion. Chung Chi shook his head. It seems that Brother Chung has been in seclusion for more than 100 years. Han Lai clenched his fist. Now, Tiangong Mansion is the head organization of that group of evil demons. They have mastered an evil technique called Dian Divine Art, which is giving us a headache. Chung Chi frowned. Tiangong Mansion, Dian Divine Art. What are these, at this moment? Han Qing, the chief disciple of Qingyun sect, strode into the hall and bowed to Han Lai, saying, Sect Master, we have caught a traitor in the sect. He was secretly using Dian Divine Art in the sect and was discovered by other disciples. After interrogation, we learned that he had secretly joined Tiangong Mansion 3 years ago. Han Lai was furious when he heard this. The other 8 elders of the sect also stood up and said angrily, How could such a thing happen? What a shame! What a shame! Chung Chi and Ling exchanged a glance. Then, they slowly stood up, and Chung Chi said loudly, You're just in time, let me get to know this world. Thump, thump! A young man in his early 20s with patches on his Taoist robe had his hands tied behind his back, and was pushed from the door of the hall, staggering and falling in front of everyone. Dang! A crisp sound of metal falling to the bottom was heard, and the boy's unusually large, rusty sword was also thrown aside. But the young man was neither humble nor arrogant. He raised his head, and looked directly at the leader of Qingyun sect and the 8 elders. He struggled to stand up at the same time, and refused to kneel. Traitor! Han Lai's face flushed with anger. As a disciple of my Qingyun sect, you actually lost your mind and joined a cult. I will clean up the sect. Han Lai raised his hand, and called for his flying sword, but the hand holding the sword was shaking violently because of the anger. Chung Chi could see that the leader Han Lai was really angry and furious. Fortunately, he was a cultivator, otherwise at his age, he would have a myocardial infarction plus cerebral thrombosis on the spot, and he might even die of anger. How can I be worthy of being your disciple? I am just an outside disciple, and a third-class disciple. My daily work is to clean and empty the manure bucket. I am just a handyman. The young man raised his head. I am also the kind of fool you say has no talent, and cannot feel a trace of spiritual energy. I didn't expect that the first time I stepped into the Qingyun sect's dream hall, I was tied up by 5 flowers. You? Han Lai stared at him with his eyes wide open. If you have no talent, then just be a handyman. This is also a contribution to the right path. Why do you betray the sect and join the evil cult? The young man straightened his body. Because Tiangong Mansion taught me Dian magic, I, who you call a fool, can now fly on a sword. The whole place was silent. Han Lai was so angry that his lips turned pale, and his body kept shaking. Dang. Chung Chi squatted on the ground on one side of the hall, gently turned over the boy's large sword, and then raised it with his eyes wide open. At this moment, he understood what Tiangong Mansion and Dian magic were. I saw that under this broad sword, there were 8 microjet turbines built in. This is the structure and function of the medium turbine. just like the turbojet shoes that Chang-Chi had synthesized on the garbage earth. It is small in size and powerful, and the function it can achieve is flying. The so-called Tiangong Mansion should be a scientific research institution born in the era of cultivating immortals. And divine art. Is technology. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. My Chi civilization continent is really full of surprises. Cultivating immortals is a path of development. But what about those of us who don't have the talent for cultivating immortals? The young man stared at everyone with his eyes wide open. The great divine art of the Palace Master is applicable to everyone. Because of its existence, our bleak future has been lit up with light, and we have found our own path. Traitor! How dare you spread these evil thoughts in front of me? Hong Lai was extremely angry, and raised the slender sword in his hand high, emitting the cold light of a cold weapon. Our master-disciple relationship is ended. From now on, there is another evil cult soul under my sword. Chang-Chi was about to stop him. But he saw a beautiful figure in white rushing into the hall, and protecting the errand boy. She turned around and saw a beautiful girl. Father, if you want to kill me too. Chang-Chi paused. It's okay to make a bold guess about what will happen next. Although the errand boy was at the bottom, he was tenacious and studied hard. He lived a romantic life. He didn't expect that the Lord's daughter would fall in love with him. Now that her father and her lover were on opposite sides, she could only stand up and protect her lover with her own life. Row are you? Hong Lai's long sword froze in the air, with a look of shock. Father, I got a strange disease 2 years ago. Many immortal masters in this sect were helpless. The girl rower's eyes were filled with tears. Do you know why I, who was dying, suddenly recovered? Hong Lai's pupils trembled. Isn't it because of the huge amount of spiritual energy we injected into your body? Rower shook her head. It's because Xiaofeng gave me a pill, just one pill, and my disease that made countless Cyclone Masters helpless was cured. What? Hong Lai took a step back. The errand boy named Xiaofeng straightened his chest and said, the name of the medicine is penicillin. Chang-Chi was stunned. In the history of human development, the discovery of penicillin was like God's mercy. Now it seems that it is just an ordinary antibiotic. But in the old days, before the outbreak of World War II on Earth, a small wound infection was almost equivalent to an invitation to death, not to mention pneumonia, meningitis, sepsis, etc., which can be easily cured now. It is the widespread use of penicillin that inhibits those invisible bacteria and germs. It makes humans no longer vulnerable, and even from a certain perspective, makes humans braver. I didn't expect that the research of Tiangong Mansion also involved medical treatment. Just a piece of penicillin, but it crushed the 100 years of cultivation of the immortal cultivator. Chang-Chi nodded secretly. He guessed the plot wrong, but he was relieved. What a mess. Hong Lai widened his eyes. Hong Ro, do you know what you are doing? The boy you are protecting, he blasphemed God, he violated God's will, and he went astray. As a descendant of a famous family, how can you be so confused? Father, I think Tiangong Mansion has its merits. And Xiaofeng saved my life. Hong's eyes were filled with tears. Anyway, if you want to kill him, kill me first. Hong Lai's body was shaking more and more. For some reason, he suddenly burst into tears and looked extremely sad. Rower, I am the head of the first famous and upright sect of immortal cultivators. I can ignore my identity, but I must not blaspheme the God of the beginning. What you are guarding today is not my opposite. It is the opposite of the God of the beginning. He wants us to cultivate immortality, so we should cultivate immortality. I firmly believe that it is the only right way for our kind. Hong Lai slowly closed her eyes. 2 lines of turbid tears flowed down her cheeks, and at the same time raised the sword in her hand high. I, Hong Lai, must support the God of the beginning, without reservation, and must also set an example. Rower, my sword will be chopped down without any hindrance. If you don't want your father to be heartbroken, then dodge when the sword falls. If you insist on not hiding. Hong Lai's mouth trembled. After I wipe out Tiangong Mansion, I will go to your mother and your tombstone and die to apologize. Swish, a cold light flashed. The light reflected on Rower's face. Her eyes were determined, and she did not hide. Zheng, a black light flashed. The long sword in Hong Lai's hand was suddenly knocked away, rolled backwards, and nailed on the plaque of the Qingyun sect's main hall. Ha ha ha. Stubborn old guy. You don't even care about your own daughter's life? Outside the hall, there was a crazy laugh. Hong Lai suddenly opened her eyes, and looked at the sky outside through the tall porch. But she saw in the distance. There were countless figures flying on swords. At a glance, there were at least 5,000 people. The scene was grand and shocking. The leader was an old man wearing a black robe, with long hair flying in the wind. He was completely careless, and under his feet, he was stepping on a large flying sword that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. Black Demon Ancestor. Han Lai was furious. How dare you come to my house and shout at me? Ha ha. Han Lai, you stubborn old man, today I will lead all the disciples of Tiangong Mansion to challenge you. The black-robed old man on the large flying sword was extremely arrogant. Don't make things difficult for the young ones. You can also lead all the disciples of Qingyan sect to compete with me. If I lose, from now on, I will disband Tiangong Mansion and destroy all the Yan divine art, and I can also commit suicide in public. Zhang Qi, who had been observing the development of the situation, moved sideways and looked up at the Black Demon Ancestor in the distance. All the flying swords of the disciples behind him were equipped with turbojet engines. But the large flying sword of the Black Demon Ancestor himself was completely different. On Zhang Qi's arm, the two symbols of plus and minus flashed slightly due to the energy-sensitive gene of the race. He felt several forms of energy from the flying sword of the Black Demon Ancestor. Neutron radiation during nuclear fission. When neutrons hit fissile nuclides such as uranium-235, the nucleus fissions, releasing huge energy and producing 2 or 3 new neutrons. Electromagnetic radiation. Some physical processes in nuclear power plants will produce specific radiation. Thermal radiation. Part of the energy generated by nuclear fission will be released in the form of heat energy, and then diffused to the surrounding environment in the form of thermal radiation. At this moment, Zhang Qi's eyes slightly opened. Oh my! Nuclear-powered sword fairy? Bang! It was Han Lai who smashed the armchair beside him. His flying sword, driven by spiritual energy, also flipped out from the plaque. He stepped on his flying sword and led the 8 elders of Qingyan sect to take off. At the same time, Han Lai's voice was like a loud bell, and the sound resounded through the mountains and fields. Qingyan sect disciples listened to the order. Fly the sword into the air. Today, we will fight to the death with Tiangong Mansion. Chapter 439. Above the bright and clear sky, there was a strong fighting spirit. The name of the Black Demon Ancestor had a strong flavor of a fantasy villain, but the immortal sword under his feet was a technological creation powered by nuclear energy. At this time, he was hovering in the sky with 5,000 disciples. And the leader of the Qingyan sect, Han Lai, led the 8 elders, like a long sword pointing diagonally to the sky. Behind him, there were disciples of the Qingyan sect who kept appearing and flying into the sky with swords, like a group of white birds suddenly startled in the mountains and forests. Han Lai was furious. His heart was boiling with anger. He urged his spiritual energy, releasing a speed far beyond everyone else, riding away in a cloud of dust. He wanted to kill the other party's leader directly with the force of thunder, and the fight would not stop until he died. Qingyan sword control, 9 swords in a row. Han Lai stood on his flying sword with 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He stretched out 2 fingers, and his spiritual energy took shape, forming a slender long sword with mist spreading. He danced in the air. His sword skills were coherent and smooth, one sword after another, and the power of each sword would increase on the basis of the previous sword, like waves stacked layer by layer. By the 9th sword, the power reached its peak, forming a huge sword blade that could destroy the world, as if it could cut through time and space. Han Lai's speed increased again, as if he was carrying a huge crescent sword blade, rushing towards the Black Demon Ancestor. The Black Demon Ancestor frowned. Knowing that this guy wanted to fight for his life alone, he wanted to decide the winner directly, which was also a righteous act, and he didn't want to implicate too many innocent disciples. However, the Black Demon Ancestor tapped the broad nuclear-powered flying sword with his toes, and a blue control panel was ejected in front of him. His fingers flew quickly, clicking on the panel, obviously editing some kind of command. Zhang Qi saw it correctly from the ground. This guy's technology level is not low. Buzz! A spherical plasma shield suddenly popped out from the giant sword under the feet of the Black Demon Ancestor, completely covering his body and the flying sword. Zhang Qi finally understood why he was called the Black Demon Ancestor. The plasma shield will show different colors according to different energy forms and the surrounding light conditions. The Black Demon Ancestor's shield is about 50% transparent and has a faint black color. Tiangong Mansion, Heavy Fission Flying Star. The Black Demon Ancestor shouted, and the shape of the plasma defense shield actually changed. Black spikes appeared on the spherical surface, and from a distance, it looked like a huge meteor hammer. Then, the Black Demon Ancestor also charged forward. When Han Lai and the Black Demon Ancestor collided, the whole sky seemed to fall into a brief silence, followed by a devastating explosion. The light was like a surging tsunami, with the collision point as the center, sweeping in all directions. Wherever it went, the disciples' bodies tilted, the ground was windy, the trees shook wildly, and the dead leaves were blown away. The scene was so shocking that the whole land was shaking. When the smoke cleared, Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. In midair, two figures stepped on their flying swords, about 100 meters apart, standing still like clay sculptures or wooden sculptures. But in fact, the arm under Hong Lai's sleeve was trembling slightly, and blood had seeped out of the palm lines. The black demon ancestor was not hurt, and his eyes glanced at the control panel, and the data on the panel showed that the plasma shield generator was damaged and unusable. 5,000 disciples of Qingyun sect, listen up, help me perform the light-splitting technique. Hong Lai shouted angrily, and the flying swords under his feet vibrated. The 5,000 disciples behind him instantly raised their eyebrows, and their own spiritual energy gathered on the immortal swords under their feet, and then released it towards Hong Lai in a majestic and gentle way. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered crazily, and was all absorbed by Hong Lai's flying sword named Immortal Leaf. Hong Lai raised his hand, and the light at his fingertips was as strong as a small sun. This is a coordinated attack technique, with all the power of the sect. In front of Hong Lai, 12 huge light and shadows holding long swords suddenly condensed. They slashed the long swords in their hands together. The 12 huge sword blades merged in flight, forming an ultra-large sword blade like a huge crescent moon. It contained terrifying spiritual energy. As it moved forward, it seemed to disturb time and space, causing waves of distortion. The whole world seemed to be cut off by this sword. In the pupils of the black demon ancestor, the powerful sword blade was reflected. He opened his eyes. My attack will be much more plain and simple. Tiangong Mansion, disciples, listen to my order, shoot all the arrows. The so-called shooting all the arrows does not have any moves. As useless people in the world of immortal cultivation, they do not know any moves. The broad flying swords under the feet of the 5,000 disciples of Tiangong Mansion, the sword tips have mechanical flips, and the barrels of beam pistols have emerged. Swish, 5,000 dark beam attacks, like black silk threads suddenly appearing between heaven and earth, gorgeous, and with visual impact, all shot at the huge sword blade of light. Chang-Chi frowned. Hong Lai's attack method using spiritual energy was gorgeous and shocking. After seeing it with his own eyes, his cognition was refreshed. The technological level of the black demon ancestor has exceeded that of level 1 civilization, and he has already mastered beam weapons. But their thinking is indeed somewhat limited. Although they cannot cultivate immortals, they are restricted to the framework of cultivating immortals. For example, those flying swords only need some upgrades to be completely turned into combat starships. The black beam attack, like a steel needle, penetrated the huge spiritual sword light. The two different forms of energy silently intersected, and were weakened at the same time. The brightness of the beam attack suddenly decreased, and the spiritual sword light was like a crescent moon gnawed by moths. But they also shot into the opponent's formation. The disciples of Qingyun sect had some kind of spiritual energy protection skills. After being hit by the beam, they all groaned and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Some disciples with lower realms had their spiritual energy consumed in large quantities, lost control of the flying sword, and landed crookedly on the ground. The disciples of Tiangong Mansion used the shield of the flying sword to resist the huge sword light, and their energy was consumed in an instant. Some disciples suffered serious consequences, and the flying sword sparked and crashed directly to the ground. But fortunately, there was an emergency landing device in the flying sword, which first released a buffer airflow and finally opened the emergency landing device similar to a parachute. Both sides suffered losses. This kind of confrontation between technology and spiritual energy is really rare. At this moment, above the sky, there were only a few hundred disciples left on both sides, and more than 9,000 people fell after this battle. Hong Lai could no longer suppress his internal injuries. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, staining his white clothes red. The black demon ancestor was even worse. His defense shield could not be activated, and he was saved by the protection of his disciples. But one side of his cheek and right shoulder were cut open, and the muscles were turned upside down. The entire right arm was stained with blood and could not move at all. It hung weakly to one side, and a large amount of blood dripped down his arm onto the flying sword. The eyes of the two people had changed. In the deepest part of his pupils, there was a trace of fear, but the most direct emotion was anger and hatred. Today, someone must die here, and one force must disappear. Honglai, I don't want to reach this point today. The black demon ancestor stared with blood vessels in his eyes, but I'm afraid there is no turning back. I don't want to see the lives of the people and the death of my disciples. Honglai gritted his teeth and said, but you blasphemed and questioned God. Hack the God of the beginning. The black demon ancestor looked up. What did it give us? What kind of bullshit development path is this? Spiritual stars and spiritual energy. I understand that if we want to survive, we must have a foundation, but why should we draw a line at the beginning of each person's birth? And why should we, who have no talent, become menials? The God of the beginning is a moron. The spirit messenger is also. The black demon ancestor shouted angrily. One has a brain full of maggots, and the other has a brain full of frog eggs. Ling looked at Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi looked at Ling. Ling said, Dear founder, he is an inventor. He invented those curse words without dirty words. Chang-Chi scratched his head. Ling said again, Dear founder, I know you have been observing for so long because you have a plan in mind, but I have an immature suggestion. Chang-Chi tilted his head. What? Ling hesitated for a moment. Destroy it, at worst, re-evolve, and start all over again. Chapter 440. It is impossible to reconcile the contradiction between us. No one can reconcile our contradiction. Immortal cultivation and the great evolution divine art cannot exist at the same time. Only one of them can remain. The black demon ancestor slowed down his speech, revealing a sense of determination. Honglai, I will use this last blow to choose an answer for the people of the world. Honglai covered his chest with one hand, and his feet on the flying sword moved slightly, squinting his eyes. The black demon ancestor's voice became low and resounded. When the world was first created, countless mysteries were brewing. In the world that you immortal cultivators have never seen, there are two kinds of extremely strong and young spiritual objects that are incompatible with each other. One is like the condensed state of true fire, masculine and domineering, and the other is like the extreme form of the true water of the moon. If the two meet in a small space, they can stimulate endless hot power, burn all things in the world, and bloom the power to destroy the world. As he spoke, he touched the control panel that flickered slightly due to insufficient energy. The tail of the huge flying sword began to flip layer by layer, and an object like a black gyroscope slowly rose. Honglai frowned and gritted his teeth and said, What a mess you are talking about. Do you understand the world? You don't understand. The black demon ancestor had a calm face, but his heart seemed to suppress a violent storm. In order to make you understand, I can simplify the name of this weapon and summarize it into 2 words. It is called a nuclear bomb. Honglai's eyes trembled inexplicably, and then he shouted angrily. Side door, mysterious, Qingyan sect disciples listened to the order, set up a mountain protection formation. The disciples behind him were only a few hundred people, and they were all seriously injured. After hearing the order from the sect master, they could only grit their teeth, change positions, and set up a shabby formation like a dying crossbow. Well, it's almost done. If we fight again, we will really go back to the pre-liberation era. Chang-Chi exhaled slowly, looked at his palms and shoes, and didn't know why the twin flowers recognized Ling and himself. Perhaps they regarded themselves as a unitized module. The pioneer shoes and gloves on his body were still there. The ice blue field bloomed, and Chang-Chi soared into the air. During the ascent, Chang-Chi was a little surprised. His own Chi civilization continent was 3 pieces of land with an area of 100 square kilometers, which was almost equivalent to a large city. Now from a high point, it seemed that this place had obviously expanded and was unexpectedly huge, with mountains rising one after another and lush greenery. At the current height, there was no end in sight. At this moment, Chang-Chi hovered between Honglai and the black demon ancestor. Honglai was surprised. How profound his fellow Taoist Cheng. The flying sword is already invisible, but it can help him fly. The pupils of the black demon ancestor shrank slightly. My levitation is just the use of aerodynamics, but his levitation is completely different. His force field can actually interfere with gravity. Who is he? Chang-Chi paused and was about to speak, but he found that the surrounding air pressure dropped instantly, and the pure atmosphere began to move abnormally. Unknown violent airflow suddenly tore a hole in the atmosphere. From afar, a comet with a long tail flame was seen passing through outer space. This is the comet that was flying around the Chi civilization continent. It was periodically passing through the perigee orbit at this time. Incredibly, the comet that looked small, but was actually extremely huge, actually peeled off a huge piece of debris. The debris entered the atmosphere, and the terrifying friction formed a huge white smoke. Boom! This time, the tremor of the earth was extremely clear, and the sky produced a thunderous echo. The huge comet fragments fell dozens of kilometers away, and the impact force formed a huge airflow. The Honglai Mountain Protection Formation was toppled and collapsed. Some disciples could not bear the burden and fell into the mountains and forests. The disciples of Tiangong Mansion were not much better off, and a large number of them were forced to land on the ground. Roar. The next second, a beast roar that shook the world came from the comet fragments. It was a sense of oppression like a peerless monster. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Suddenly he recalled a passage from Han Lai, who said that there were terrifying monsters on this continent. If you don't cultivate immortality, you will be powerless to fight against the monsters, and the people will have no way to survive. So this so-called monster came from that comet? This makes sense. There are signs of life in the comet. The plants on the land of Qi civilization are from its seeds. Now that the Qi civilization continent has been multiplying for 10,000 years, the creatures on the comet have naturally evolved for 10,000 years. There are also huge fragments that have fallen off from the comet. The reason why the area of the Qi civilization continent has been expanded should be due to the aggregation of countless fragments. Roar. The roar of the monster is like a terrifying wave, sweeping along the air. The huge comet fragment suddenly broke, and an ugly and huge strange creature jumped out of it. Its size can reach 200 meters, and it is pitch black. It looks like the alien in the old movies. Its strong and powerful thighs can make it jump hundreds of meters. It bounced out of the ruins and landed on a tall and slender green mountain. The moment it landed, the mountain suffered a huge impact and was covered with cracks. Then, the monster howled to the sky, and the terrifying scene made everyone's scalp numb. Heaven-level monster. Hong Lai was shocked. His face turned pale in an instant. Monsters have no reason, they only know how to kill. He felt a little guilty. If he hadn't fought with the Black Demon, he should have been able to suppress this level of monster and protect the peace of the area with his Qingyun sect. But now? It's too late. I do it. Chang-Chi stood in the void and spoke lightly, his eyes full of anger. Fellow Taoist Cheng, how can you defeat a monster of that level by yourself? Hong Lai looked anxious, looked behind him, and then looked at the hillside below him. But most of the disciples of Qingyun sect were seriously injured and unable to get up, and the flying swords also fell to the side. The scene can be described as a complete loss of armor. A sense of despair immediately filled Han Lai's heart. The Black Demon ancestor pressed the bloody wound on his shoulder with one hand, glanced at the nuclear bomb behind the flying sword, and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, where is the god of the beginning? Has it ever cared about us in the slightest? Just a moron." Those who believe that the god of the beginning, the bullshit spirit messenger, and the 402 ancestor god really exist are even more moron. At the critical moment, you can only rely on me. Chang-Chi slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his body shone brightly, and he had completed full siliconization. After becoming a level 2 silicon-based life, his electronic resonance was also strengthened. All the flying swords of the Black Demon ancestors' disciples had primary artificial intelligence programs. The sky was full of blue ribbons floating out of Chang-Chi's body, and connected to each technological flying sword. The reason why more than 4,000 technological flying swords fell was because of insufficient energy. Chang-Chi tilted his head slightly, and the silicon-based, energy conversion, and energy-sensitive genes were activated at the same time. The heat stored in the body was released and converted into electrical energy to charge the technological flying swords scattered on the ground. Buzz buzz, under the shocked eyes of the Tiangong Mansion disciples, the technological flying swords scattered on the side or inserted into the soil suddenly started up and burst into a light with sufficient energy. Then the sword body trembled, the turbojet engine hummed, and more than 4,000 flying swords rose from the ground. The paths were unified to form a gorgeous route, and finally hovered on the right side of Chang-Chi, like a huge sword formation. When the Black Demon ancestor saw this scene, his mind was full of question marks, and he was shocked and his body trembled violently. How did he do it? Chang-Chi turned his head again, and looked at the direction where the Qingyun sect disciples fell. Their flying swords are essentially alloys made of metals fused with the crystals of the ancestors of the higher people. If the king of all knew that his ancestors had been tempered after their death, he would be very pleased. These spiritual flying swords cannot be controlled by silicon-based resonance without technological devices. But Chang-Chi's hand slightly stretched out his 5 fingers. The Pioneer Gravitational Weapon System gloves have a large enough range of gravity field control. The ice blue halo is released, and those dull spiritual flying swords suddenly vibrate together. Buzz, buzz, the flying swords reflect the silver-white luster and soar into the sky, as if the world is reversed and the drizzle flows upstream. the huge sword rain spreads and gathers to form the second sword formation, floating on the left side of Chang-Chi. Hong Lai's pupils are like a magnitude 10 earthquake, fellow Daoist Chung. He can control 4,000 flying swords by himself. How vast is the spiritual energy? And how is this possible? How is this possible? Why can he call upon the spiritual energy and control the great evolution divine art alone? At this moment, behind Chang-Chi, nearly 10,000 flying swords floated silently, pointing directly at the heaven-level monsters, with an aura against the sky, and the scene was shocking. Hong Lai's facial muscles trembled. Is this the 10,000 swords returning to the origin that countless ancestors have always admired, but have never achieved? Chang-Chi raised his hand and pointed at the huge monster that was rushing towards him fiercely. More than 4,000 flying swords of Qin Sect flashed a blue light, and thousands of arrows were fired at the same time. These swords were just sharp enough to cause cutting and penetration damage. Under the control of the gravitational field, the flying swords pierced the monster's skin, leaving only the hilt. But for the huge monster, it was just a feeling of being pierced by countless thorns, and the damage caused was not worth mentioning. It was also at this moment. The beam barrel of the technological flying sword of Tiangong Mansion was flipped out again, and the target was set at the same time. One beam after another was fired simultaneously, and the target was the countless flying swords of Qin Sect. Chang-Chi recalled a scene in his mind. That time, he came to the Qi civilization continent and brought the Soul Star of the advanced people. The Soul Star, suspended in the sky, occasionally dropped the blue crystal of the advanced people. The fire-seeking intelligent life picked up the crystal, trapped it on an arrow, and shot an arrow at a rock in the distance. The crystal actually released amazing heat at the moment it hit the rock, melting the rock into a big hole. The crystal contains unique energy. The upper limit is unknown, but one thing is certain, it can be activated. The flying sword of Qin Sect was fused with crystals, but the purity was insufficient. If it was matched with the bombardment of beam weapons, it should also be able to achieve the effect of activation. Sure enough, in the next second, the moment the beam hit the flying sword, on the body of the giant monster, there appeared a group of closely connected explosion marks. Although the range was not large, after the explosion, a high-temperature area was formed instantly. On the hard body of the monster, dark red melt holes appeared one after another. The flesh and blood were like rocks, melted into a liquid similar to magma, emitting billowing hot steam and dripping continuously. The monster howled wildly, and its body was riddled with holes in an instant. Moreover, the holes caused by the burning were extremely deep, and eventually burned through its body. Boom! At the last moment, the monster took a few steps forward with difficulty, and fell down with a bang more than 10 kilometers away from everyone, completely dead. Everyone's mind was swept by the shocking wave. This scene was too shocking. 10,000 swords returned to their roots, and with just one move, they killed the heaven-level monster. Moreover, the young man in the air seemed to be proficient in the secret art of cultivating immortals, and the great divine art, integrating the two and releasing even more amazing power. Who are you? Hong Lai and the Red Demon ancestor spoke almost at the same time, staring at Chang-Chi with trembling voices. It was also at this time. The towering mountain that was previously trampled by the heavenly monster as a foothold, causing the mountain to crack, suddenly could not bear the weight, and the mountain fell off, and large pieces of rock rolled down. No one had ever thought that there was a relic with a history of 10,000 years in the mountain. As the dust settled, the true appearance of the relic slowly emerged, and was revealed to the world. It was a sculpture. It was a young man wearing a strange cloak, standing and looking into the distance. Although the surface of the stone was mottled, the wear and tear of the years could not hide its former greatness. Chang-Chi paused. It turned out to be it. The 12th year of the first era of Qi civilization. The intelligent fire life, led by Adam and Eve, was still in the 0.1 level agricultural civilization period. They regarded Chang-Chi as their only belief in their hearts, and spent several years collecting stones in the years when Chang-Chi left, and built a 50-meter high sculpture for Chang-Chi. After the sculpture was completed, they worshipped on time every day, and even wore deep dents on the stone square in front of the sculpture. As time passed, the world changed. The landform of the Qi civilization continent has undergone earth-shaking changes, but they did not expect that the sculpture of the god of creation was covered by layers of rubble and wrapped by the ecology, forming a mountain in front of the Qin sect. At this moment, Hong Lai and Hei Mo both recalled the ancient legend. A long time ago, the god of the beginning came, and the first people witnessed his dignity with their own eyes. In order to let future generations remember, They built a towering sculpture for the god of the beginning with a pious heart. In that era, it was the tallest building and was worshipped by thousands of people. Hong Lai and He Mo's eyes moved back and forth between Chang Chi and the sculpture. Gradually, their eyes became more and more shocked, and their bodies trembled more and more. The frequency of He Mo's body shaking had reached an exaggerated state, and even the blood spilling from the wounds seemed to be boiling and splashing continuously. You are? He Mo tried many times, but he only felt his throat dry and his muscles spasmed, and he couldn't even say a complete sentence. At this moment, the atmosphere, which was like a white glowing dome, was disturbed again, and a gap slowly emerged. But it was not a monster attack, but they witnessed a legend again. The Void Temple really exists. This world has no sun, but the light comes from a twin flower that looks like ceramic. In the gap in the atmosphere, the twin flowers are shining brightly, and below the twin flowers is a strange continent floating in the air. The continent is very small, with only an apple tree growing in the middle. Chang Chi recognized this continent, which is one of the 3 earliest continents of Qi civilization. It was still the same as before. The 402 intelligent life forms, led by Adam and Eve, were still the same as before. They knelt on the ground in a posture that was almost like crawling. Their voices were like divine sounds from outer space. Welcome the great creator god, and the messenger named Ling to come again. The Ling on the ground finally straightened his back slightly, with ghost fire in his eyes, and nodded slowly towards the sky. The black demon only felt that all the muscles in his body began to spasm. Not to mention speaking, he couldn't even raise his hand. It turns out that the god of the beginning really exists. The spirit messenger really exists. The 402 ancestral gods really exist. Chang Chi slowly turned his head and looked at the black demon. You cursed me very badly before. The black demon still couldn't suppress the spasm of his body. At this time, he also suffered a huge psychological shock. His legs softened, and he knelt on the flying sword. He stared at the flying sword with his eyes wide open, not daring to look up. I suddenly remembered a line. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. Now the mountain in the distance is cracked, and you have finally seen your own prejudice with your own eyes. Chang Chi looked at the black demon, and then looked at the other side, who was also kneeling on the flying sword, not daring to look up. Why can't you two merge and learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses? Chang Chi's voice was calm and long. Hong Lai, the black demon's great evolution divine art has another name. It is called technology, and the intelligent control system in its technological flying sword is not the spirit of the instrument that you have been thinking about and have always been seeking? Hong Lai thought back to the blue panel that black demon used to control the flying sword, and her pupils suddenly shrank. You only need to accept the great reproduction technique, and you don't need to practice or have talent at all, and you can directly control the spirit of the weapon, and take your sword controlling skills to the next level. And black demon. Chang Chi looked down at him. You are a genius. You can actually develop technology close to level 1.5 civilization under such conditions, but you should also have some insights. If you want to improve the level of technology again, the focus is on the use of energy. At least, this is the case below level 5 civilization. And Spirit Star is obviously an extraordinary form of energy with great potential. Whether it is cultivation or spiritual energy, Hong Lai obviously has a deeper understanding of this energy. Why can't you cooperate with Hong Lai to develop this energy to the extreme? The black demon ancestor's eyes suddenly opened. You always call yourself our kind. I'm telling you now, this is the beggar civilization. You are not our kind, but the second generation of the beggar civilization. I need your cooperation. Chang Chi took a deep breath and raised his head and said, make Qi civilization the most unique civilization in the universe. Embrace all rivers, bring forth new ideas, and create a path that no one has ever walked. In the future, it will become the most dazzling, the most unrepeatable, and even surpass the limit, ranking at the god level, or even above the god level. Hong Lai and He Mo's bodies shook violently, and their hearts seemed to be injected with invisible power, surging. They knelt on the ground like thousands of disciples, their foreheads touching the ground, and everyone said in unison, yes. Above the void, Adam and Eve slowly stood up, and the electronic neurons in their brains grew again. They spoke together, their voices were mighty. The second era of the Qi civilization, the 132nd year. The great creator god has come with a messenger named Ling. It is like light in the darkness, breaking through the barriers between the people. The Qi civilization has been unified again. And under the protection of the creator god, it is moving towards a more powerful path. Chapter 441. Everything is related. The earliest origin of the Qi civilization continent came from the LBW competition. The mastermind behind the scenes at that time, the advanced person number 4, took advantage of a mysterious fragment that he accidentally obtained and set the venue of the third stage of the competition into a superposition state. This satisfied number 4's desire to peak and control, and also greatly increased the fun of the competition. The players were in the same venue, but the scenes and their perspectives were completely different. Mu Chen saw an oasis. On the hill in the center of the oasis, there grew a lush apple tree with bright red apples. What Lu Lian saw was a barren land. The apple trees had died, and the apples were rotting and smelling. At that time, Cheng Qi saw a land full of gray rocks. Later, the twin flowers appeared and brought these 3 continents into the fourth wall, becoming the initial plate of the Qi civilization. Now, the stone continent that Cheng Qi once saw has developed into a world where Hong Lai and Heimo live. At this time, Cheng Qi is on another continent of the Qi civilization, which is the Void Temple, in the mouths of the second generation of people. It was like a sky island, covered with green grass, and on the hill in the middle was a lush apple tree. 402 intelligent life species stood respectfully behind Cheng Qi. When Cheng Qi saw them, he felt like he was meeting old friends. Adam, Eve, why have you stayed here all these years? Why don't you participate in the development of civilization? Eve took a step forward. Since she had clarified the concept of gender last time, her feminine posture had become more and more obvious. She folded her hands in front of her and bent down slightly, replying to the great creator God, "We have always devoted all our time to the development of beggar civilization." "Oh!" Cheng Qi looked up slightly. "How did you do it?" "We have been creating rules." Eve stretched out her hand and pointed at her translucent head. "As time goes by, our electronic brain nerves are becoming more and more developed. Gradually, we find that we have a certain control and interference ability over this world." Adam also added, "We can apply the rules we have made to the Qi civilization continent." "Rules?" Cheng Qi frowned slightly, and what he constructed in his mind was something he didn't like, such as class, political power, false destiny, or food chain. Through the knowledge passed to us by the spirit messenger, we discovered a truth. The outside world, that is, human society. All inventions are essentially discoveries. Eve looked at Cheng Qi. Humans themselves seem to have created nothing. They are just trying to make the most of the rules of the universe. Dong. Gulyalu. On the apple tree behind Cheng Qi, a bright red apple fell from the branch and rolled on the grass. Universal gravity is not invented by anyone, but has always existed. Anthropologists discovered it, and then more and more people studied it, which led to a series of scientific breakthroughs. People began to use universal gravity to fight against universal gravity, from architecture to aerospace. Humans can walk into the universe, which is directly related to the apple back then. And the falling of the apple was just an opportunity for discovery. Eve slowly narrated, people discovered that lightning could ignite trees to form fire. So humans began to use fire and greatly extended their lifespan by eating roasted food, laying the foundation for civilization. And the ability of fire to cook food is based on the second law of thermodynamics, which has always existed. People think they invented the compass. But in essence, it is because of the existence of the Earth's magnetic poles, and behind it are the basic laws of magnetism. People think they invented the electric light. In fact, this is a law of conservation of energy. In the outside world, there must be one or more gods, who established countless rules at the beginning of the universe. And the thousands of creatures that evolved in the universe are all using and utilizing these rules. Whoever discovers more and uses more fully will be more powerful, and have a higher level of civilization. But the new civilization lacks rules, and even many things are chaotic. So, we took on the responsibility of creating rules. Eve said, in the past, we sat under the apple tree and constantly made rules, such as the law of spiritual energy transmission, the law of spiritual energy action and reaction, and the law of conservation of momentum brought from reality, Einstein's mass energy equation, etc. Adam said, different fields will have different, enlightened people. In the past, some enlightened people used the laws related to spiritual energy to form the immortal cultivation faction, and some enlightened people used the laws similar to reality to create the scientific faction. Eve looked down at her feet. Respected Creator God, you have just experienced it yourself. The representatives of these two factions are Hong Lai and Heimo. Cheng Qi was shocked and felt amazed. In just a few words, it seemed that a truth of the universe was revealed. There is no real invention in this world, only the discovery and use of established rules. As Eve said, the more you discover and the more you use, the stronger you will be. Then in the universe. Who created the countless rules? There have been human scientists who have expressed similar views. They believe that there is definitely a creator God in this world, otherwise there would be too many coincidences and connections that cannot be explained at all. In human history, there are too many great scientists who plunged into the study of theology in their later years. That's because they summed up an amazing truth, but they can't confirm it. It's not very accurate to say that they are desperate to try any possible means, but it's basically the same meaning. Looking at the 402 intelligent life sparks, Chang-Chi realized that although they seemed not to participate in the development of Chi civilization, they actually participated in everything and played a vital role. Apple tree lawn. This scene is so similar to the amazing discovery in human history, as if it hides some metaphor. That time, sitting under the apple tree was a young man, with a brain full of fantasy and curiosity. And here, there is a group of intelligent robots with electronic brain nerves that can grow. If the rules used by the beggar civilization are original, then one day, when the beggar civilization enters reality, will it be a subversive existence, or will it not be accepted by the real universe at all? Chang-Chi pondered and talked to himself. At the same time, he also recalled a detail. When he used the V-Library ring to scan other civilizations before, almost all civilizations below level 5 had a common weakness. This prompt appeared more than once. That is, highly dependent on existing rules. Respected Creator God. We have also thought about this problem, even for hundreds of years. What kind of collision will civilizations under different rule systems produce? Adam said, we have made a response and a conclusion for this. About the measures. Eve said, you have witnessed that we have integrated a large number of real rules into the beggar civilization, which is used to prevent us from being accepted by reality and avoid rejection. And about the part about innovation. We have come to a conclusion. Adam said, we believe that it is a necessary factor to become a top civilization. Chapter 442. Chang-Chi left the Chi civilization continent. That little world of his own can always create surprises again and again. This time, it has even opened up a very mysterious state, expanding the pattern in Chang-Chi's mind from a strange angle. Although Chang-Chi is called the Creator God by his people. But Chang-Chi knows very well that he only provides them with some necessary basic conditions. The real creator and evolver of all things is a complex system called civilization, in which diversity, multiple thoughts, and even contradictions and conflicts are the cradle of everything. My beggar civilization. I look forward to meeting you next time. At this time, the Ling-style starship is still sailing in the wormhole. The distance between the fighting field and Tingzhou is too far. Even a shortcut like a wormhole requires several hours of sailing. Because of the wonderful connection with the spirit, plus the assistance of silicon-based genes, Chang-Chi can see every corner of the Ling-style starship. At this moment, he saw a picture that is not suitable for children. The Ling-style starship has many crew lounges, which are as comfortable as a king-size bedroom in a 5-star hotel. Brotherly Bolong was slightly injured, so he took a short rest in one of the lounges. Ding ding ding. Someone knocked on his door from outside. Inside the room, the holographic projection screen had already displayed the image of the visitor. DK Jilan stood at the door, slightly raised her head, and looked at the visual detection head. Her cheeks looked small, and her facial features were already beautiful, and now they were even more charming. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and the black tight vest on her upper body had no ability to cover her. At this moment, the perspective is looking down from above, and the upturned peaks and rounded ravines on her chest are clearer. The brother saw the shape in the image, and there were dewdrops on the surface left by the bath, and was slightly stunned. Is it Jilan? What's the matter? The door of the lounge was opened, and DK Jilan walked into the room, pressed the password lock on the wall with his backhand, and directly closed the door. Then, DK Jilan dimmed the lights in the room, making the light ambiguous and dim. Li Bolong pursed his lips. Jilan you. DK Jilan did not speak, but stood about 3 meters away and slowly turned around, with her back to Li Bolong. After the air was quiet for 3 seconds, DK Jilan suddenly crossed her hands, pinched the bottom edge of her vest, and then slowly pulled it up, taking off the vest directly. Her curvy back, without a trace of fat, was exposed in the hazy light. On both sides of her body, the firm and rounded sides showed curved edges, and because of the vest, it trembled like jelly. Gurgle. Li Bolong's eyes widened, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Jilan you. Boom boom boom. The sound of bubbles came from under the bed, and a little green guy was about to crawl out from under the bed. Not suitable for children. Li Bolong stretched out his feet, and pushed the little guy back under the bed. You continue to sleep. In the dim light, the moving outline was between blurry and clear, fragrant and confusing. DK Lan removed the string from her hair again, and then shook her head. Her long hair spread out and scattered on her smooth back, extremely attractive and charming. Li Bolong, you brought me out of the fighting arena and gave me a chance for revenge. I have nothing to repay you. I only have this body now. DK Lan really kept her promise to Chung Chi. Her voice came slowly. Today, I am yours. No. But the elder brother's face turned red. You may have misunderstood. I have something in mind for you. This is true, but I really want you to become my family. Although there will be such a step in the future, it's too soon. We can get to know each other better first. No difference. DK Lan's voice was low. Today I am your family, your woman. But we should at least chat. Li Bolong laughed. Jilan, I didn't expect you to have tattoos. Are the 5 heads on your back your gods? Those are my 5 previous husbands. Oh. What? I have been married 5 times, but they all died. Oh my god, what so much? My chest, and the portraits of my 7 children, do you want to see them? Li Bolong was stunned. I never thought that I have such a sharp eye. DK Lan lowered his head slightly. Do you dislike me? There was a moment of silence. Li Bolong spoke calmly. I have longed for a family since I was a child. Now I have found Bao Bao, and I have a younger brother and a younger sister. I feel surrounded by happiness, but there is only one thing missing, that is, I lack a favorite partner, and you just gather all the points I like. I am afraid that I will never find another person like you. Am I too greedy? But I'm thinking about more than just the things between men and women. What I want most is my family. Li Bolong raised his head. Jilan, what do you mean by revenge? Do you need any help? You don't need to know this. I don't want to implicate you. Now, I must fulfill my promise and repay you. After the words fell, DK Lan slowly turned around, and at the moment when the endless spring light was about to appear, Li Bolong picked up his shirt and covered DK Lan's body. The tall Li Bolong just smiled calmly. To be honest with you, I have played with many girls before, so I can see clearly which one is willing and which one is not. Besides, I am looking for family, not a one-night stand. DK Lan's body paused, and his crystal-clear eyes trembled a little. Jilan, tell me what happened to you. Li Bolong looked up and smiled. Let me see if I can help. DK Lan was somewhat moved. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she suddenly took a step forward. The clothes covering her body fell to the ground, and at that moment, she hugged Li Bolong. Then, DK Lan opened her mouth, and her red tongue stretched longer and longer, flexibly circling Li Bolong's neck again and again. Her body also jumped, and her legs were wrapped around Li Bolong's waist, and then her legs became soft and flexible, like a green python, constantly stretching, and wrapping Li Bolong's waist again and again. In addition to the mechanical arms on his body, DK Lan's body can achieve some amazing softening and extension. Li Bolong, who was entangled by the beauty, was startled, his eyes wide open, and looked forward blankly. From a distance, Li Bolong seemed to be kidnapped by a green tentacle monster, and the 5 male portraits on DK Lan's back were also stretched and elongated, as if there were 7 people hugging each other tightly. Chung Chi witnessed everything, but he did not take any action. With a click, he took a bite of the green apple in his hand. I have checked before that the mother civilization of DK Lan is called Shape-Shifting Star Civilization. Chung Chi collected a lot of information at that time, but did not publicize it, just secretly memorized it in his heart. The bodies of creatures of Shape-Shifting Star Civilization have a unique ability. It is shape-shifting. Their bodies can complete various incredible changes under subjective consciousness. Extending the tongue, softening the limbs, and splits are all small operations. They can even turn into any species they have seen. Do you remember the VIP user who ranked 2nd on the V-Library ring-sharing list? Her name is Sister's Waist is not a waste, it can turn into a deadly demon. The beautiful woman who specializes in changing her appearance and shooting short videos with various alien creatures. Her wish is to let everyone find the right one. She and DK Lan are from the same civilization. At this time, DK Lan did not hurt her brother, but was completing an efficient communication. She was attached to Li Bolong's body, and at the same time, she was telling her brother about her past, her civilization, her situation, her child whose life and death was unknown, etc. Seeing that her brother Li Bolong's expression was getting more and more angry, Chung Chi could guess that his brother would not stand idly by. If he had to, he would also help. After all, this was related to his brother's future sexual happiness. Chapter 443. The wormhole is gorgeous and magical. It is like being in a dazzling kaleidoscope. After sailing here for a long time, it is inevitable that you will feel confused in time and space. Finally, Chang-Chi saw the gap emitting light in the distance. He exhaled slowly and showed a relaxed smile. I am back to Tingzhou. It's going well. In the silent starry sky, it seemed as if a door appeared out of thin air. The Ling-style starship slowly drove out of the wormhole. But when Chang-Chi looked at the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank slightly and his eyes narrowed. Ahead was a smaller planet, wrapped in a thin atmosphere. Through the misty atmosphere, one could see that it was a green planet, but it was not covered with vegetation like Tingzhou, but its soil, mountains, and even buildings on the surface were all light green. Amma. Chang-Chi frowned and called out. The hatch of the starship slowly opened a gap, and countless millipedes entered from the outside, crawling along the ground like a black river, and gathered into a human shape beside Chang-Chi. Sigu, I'm here. Amma had a very proud look on his face, as if he was waiting for Chang-Chi's approval. Amma, where is this? The planet in front of Chang-Chi was not Tingzhou, but a planet he had never seen before. Sigu, this is our destination. The millipede in Amma's eye sockets was spinning. Didn't you communicate with me before and change the route temporarily, and not return to Tingzhou? Chang-Chi paused. When did I communicate with you? Amma was also a little confused. About an hour ago, when I was digging a hole outside. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. At that time, he was in the Qi civilization continent. What did I communicate with you? You gave me new needs. The new destination needs to meet several conditions. Infinite infernal affairs, everyone is suspicious, wars continue, everyone is himself, but not completely himself, green skin, big trouble. I feel good this time. It feels right. Amma blinked, but... Lord Sigu, why do you look like this? It's like I lost my memory. Chang-Chi took a step forward. Amma, are you sure it was me? Amma was a little uneasy. Lord Sigu, I was sure. But when I saw your performance now, to be honest, I was a little panicked. Chang-Chi frowned slightly. His mind was turning rapidly. Suddenly, Chang-Chi's eyes opened. Amma, before I went to the fighting field, we agreed that you would follow closely behind me and take the spirit starship to pick me up, and the target point at that time was to find Chang-Chi, right? Amma nodded. Yes, I am Lord Sigu. Chang-Chi continued. Did anything go wrong? Amma also nodded. Indeed, there was an insignificant accident. I followed the order to find Chang-Chi, and during the first excavation, I arrived at a deserted ice and snow planet. There was nothing there except snow. But Amma, who recently changed his life motto to "It will be better next time," continued the second excavation. Amma clenched his fist. Hard work pays off. I successfully met Lord Sigu in the fighting arena. Chang-Chi's eyes narrowed into a narrow slit when he heard this. He slowly turned around and scanned the interior of the Ling-style starship. There were few members on the starship, and it was extremely quiet. Ling. Chang-Chi tilted his head. Will there be stowaways in the starship, such as... Another me? The starship has complete monitoring facilities. I can see every corner. Ling said seriously. So far, there has been no abnormality, but... When we landed on the ice planet, the electromagnetic detection device in the starship found a slight disturbance, which was very short, only 1/100th of a second. I thought it was interfered with by the natural environment. Chang-Chi's eyes turned slowly, and the starship was strangely calm. He turned his head slowly again, looking through the observation window at the strange green planet. His heart was filled with doubt. Duh. Footsteps suddenly came from the distance of the bridge. Chang-Chi turned his head suddenly, and looked at the entrance of the bridge. A strange figure appeared in the shadows in the distance, and was getting closer. It was very tall, like a human, but the proportions of its head were completely wrong, like a huge head deformity. Swish! The lighting system in the distance turned on. The figure was actually the elder brotherly Bolong, and the reason why the head was deformed was because Xiao Qingyu sat on his shoulders, holding Li Bolong's head, while blowing bubbles into the air. DKG Lan also followed behind Li Bolong. As the distance to the bridge got closer and closer, DKG Lan's eyes gradually widened, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She walked forward quickly, stood in front of the observation window, and her body froze. In her beautiful eyes, the pale green planet in front was reflected, and she trembled a little and said, "This is my home, the deformation planet." Chang-Chi was also paused. This is her home planet, the shape-shifting star civilization that has been in a long-term civil war? Chang-Chi suddenly turned his head and whispered to Ling, "She can change her appearance. Master Maker, if someone really pretended to be you to pass on orders for Amma, then it would not be DK Jilin, because she was active in the starship the whole time, and mainly in Li Belong's room. She has never been out of surveillance. Ling understood Chang-Chi's intention and explained immediately. At this time, DK Jilin turned around, tears in his eyes, and suddenly bowed to Chang-Chi. Are you going to help me solve the problem? On behalf of my child in danger, I express my gratitude to you. Brother Li Belong also came back to his senses, sorted out his thoughts, strode towards Chang-Chi, and hugged Chang-Chi in his arms with his broad arms. He patted Chang-Chi on the back and said with emotion, "Brother, you are thoughtful." Chang-Chi hesitated slightly. Although he didn't mind doing some things for his brother, the current situation was very strange, and it was not his intention. What is going on? Who impersonated me? Why did you give such an order to Amma? Amma's ability is similar to Concept God. Could it be that it received another me? To be precise, is it another me divided into 5 parts just like Dumb Killer? Who is he? Why did he do this? Is it with good intentions or bad intentions? At this time, the Spirit Starship was very close to Deformation Star, and the city buildings could be clearly seen. In the sky below, there was a light airship floating slowly, dragging an electronic banner behind it. It should be some kind of propaganda method, harmless to people and animals, but it cannot be ignored. On the green earth, only the electronic banner was red. The more Chang-Chi looked at it, the more dazzling it became. However, the red electronic banner was written in the language of the deformed star civilization, and he couldn't understand what it meant. Chang-Chi tilted his head and asked, "DK, what does that banner say?" "It seems to be an advertisement for a video game." "I translate it for you." DK Jilin narrowed his eyes, and the language translation device on his body slowly spoke. "Hey, do you dare to play a game with me? Why, you don't dare to land? Do you want to turn around on the spot? Okay. The great Quasar, Lord, you can tolerate your cowardice. You stupid groundhog." Chapter 444. The shoes crushed the light green soil. Chang-Chi, Li Belong, who was sitting on the shoulders of the little fish man, and DK Jilin slowly walked out of the Lingshire starship and looked at the green city in the distance. "That is our capital, Ouching." DK Jilin slowly exhaled, his eyes flashing. "Thank you for choosing to help me. The residents of this planet prefer green, the land is green, the rocks are green, and even the tall buildings in the distance are also green." Li Belong stretched his arms, help Jilin find the lost baby, so that her family can be reunited. DK Jilin stared at the familiar yet strange city. "I have contacted the childcare agency anonymously. The child was taken away by an unknown person a year ago. It should be a traitor in the main government. They did not find my body on the battlefield, and they did not rule out the possibility that I was still alive, so they took the child away immediately." Li Belong gritted his teeth and nodded, "Then find the traitor Guyer first." Chang-Chi looked calm. He had another action goal. Before, he learned the last message of Quasar. The content of the game is to expose my scam. For ordinary people, life is a process of constantly facing oneself, and Chang-Chi, as a special existence, seems to be even more so. He knew very well that sooner or later, he would have to face the real him. The landing had nothing to do with the provocation of Quasar. Chang-Chi did not intend to escape from this matter. Even a painting can't avoid a few mistakes, and so does life. It's better to know it, and face it than to be a fool who knows nothing. A game. The way to win is to expose the scam. But for Chang-Chi, it's more about uncovering the mask of Quasar. That guy led himself to deformed star civilization, so this is the game venue. It means that Quasar is full of scams here. It is likely to be related to DK Jilin, or entangled with each other. Chang-Chi took a deep breath. Very interesting game. Then, let me see what level and means the part of me that I once was has. On the Greenland, a group of people slowly walked into the city. Just approaching the edge of the city, Chang-Chi saw from a distance several tall green-skinned local residents, who were wearing some kind of uniforms, and should be similar to the role of the police, performing official duties. They randomly stopped passers-by, took out an instrument that looked like a metal bar, and then touched the necks of passers-by, as if collecting samples. DK Jilin said, "They are patrol teams, collecting the residents to form cell debris, and the device can trace the residents' changes in form within 12 hours. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and nodded slowly. Specific tools, under specific civilizations. Interesting. The police in the distance pressed the equipment in their hands, and a series of human images were immediately projected in the air. The object of their collection was a short girl, who looked about 18 or 19 years old, with some freckles on her green skin. The cultural environment and biological appearance here are very similar to humans, and this girl is a very mediocre one, giving people the feeling of being a house girl among humans. There are 4 shadows projected by the instrument. The first 3 shadows are all top beauties, and both their faces and figures are completely different from the freckled girl, and they are completely 2 different people. Each of them is tall, hot, and curvy, and the clothes on their bodies are less and less, wearing white silk nurse uniforms, black silk police uniforms, and bikinis. The 4th shadow was the true face of the freckled girl, which was 10 times uglier than she was now. The freckled girl blushed a little. But the local patrol team was used to it, and let the girl go without asking too many questions. Chung-Chi took a breath. Is the girl trying to please her boyfriend? It may also be a job requirement. DK Ji-lan said, there has been a war between the civilized government and the rebels. The purpose of the patrol team is to confirm whether she is a member of the rebels. They will not interfere too much in other matters. Chung-Chi nodded. How to confirm whether she is a rebel? DK Ji-lan said, there is no direct way. We can only compare it with the rebel database, and the rebel database is like a criminal file, and anyone who has shown his face and engaged in rebel activities will be recorded in it. Chung-Chi nodded. In other words, there is no very effective way, because there is no perfect database in this world. Thinking of the instructions that Amma received. Infinite infernal affairs, everyone is suspicious, everyone is himself, but not completely himself. At this moment, Chung-Chi has a clearer understanding of these definitions. The characteristic of shape-shifting star civilization is to change its appearance. Under such a premise, it is extremely difficult to find traitors in the civilized government. The current situation is that Chung-Chi seems to see 2 invisible hemp ropes tangled together. One is this world that hides a deception. The other is that all the residents of this world live under disguise. At this moment, the patrol team in the distance stared at Chung-Chi and his men. They shouted from a distance and then approached. Before, DK Ji-lan took out several miniature communication headsets from the mechanical arm and gave them to Li Bolong and Chung-Chi. These headsets can connect to the translation system in her arm and translate the local language into human language simultaneously. Chung-Chi was very confused at that time. DK Ji-lan had never set foot in human civilization, so why did he have a corresponding language information database? DK Ji-lan gave a reasonable explanation, which needed to be traced back to the lizard man in the fighting field. The language of the lizardmen comes from the teaching of Quazarin. For some reason, Quazarin uses human language, so the lizardmen also inherit it. During DK Ji-lan's time in the fighting field, the lizardmen entered the corresponding language library for her to facilitate communication. Stop, accept inspection. The patrol team stopped a few people. They looked at Li Bolong and Xiao Yuran in surprise, and then looked at Chung-Chi, who was a yellow man, and said contemptuously, what a bad taste. Then, the patrol team took out a long metal device. However, Chung-Chi, Li Bolong, and Xiao Yuran were alien creatures at this time. Once they were inspected, their identities would be exposed, attracting attention and resulting in restricted movements. And DK Ji-lan could not accept the investigation. The verification system used by the patrol team had a background information database, similar to a blockchain system. Verification was equivalent to uploading. It would not take long for everyone to know about her return, including the traitors in the civilized government. Yes, no problem. Li Bolong smiled and stepped forward, knocked out all the patrolmen, and then tore the ground apart, threw them all into the cesspool, and then closed the ground again. However, Li Bolong did not want to kill them all, so he left some ventilation holes for them. Chung-Chi got 4 pieces of equipment. It was the deformed cell debris verifier in the patrolman's hands. Chapter 445. This young man's face is 9.9 points similar to Chung-Chi's. The difference is that, in addition to a few more obvious laziness in his expression, there is a small teardrop mole under his right eye, and the shape of this teardrop mole is like a small 5-pointed star. He was holding a large popsicle, and sitting on a bench in an amusement park. The weather was a bit hot, and the popsicle melted into sugar water, which flowed on his hand. He stuck out his tongue and licked all the sugar water, unwilling to waste any of it. Then, he began to lick the large popsicle bit by bit. In front of him was a horror house, similar to the haunted house in the amusement park in human civilization, in which there were some monsters disguised by staff or mechanically disguised to scare children. At this time, a puffy green-skinned boy walked out of the horror house. The average height of the boy's race was twice that of humans. Even though he was only 7 years old, his height was nearly 1.8 meters. The boy came in front of him and looked at the boy eating the popsicle. You are a liar. The boy licked the sugar water on his hand and said casually, "Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. You told me that this horror house ranks first in the horror index. There are dolls with their stomachs ripped open and their heads completely burned to charcoal. All children who enter will be scared crazy and scream within 20 seconds. You said that as long as I can walk through the horror house quietly, you will buy me 3 Loma fruit-flavored ice creams. And you will wait for me at the door with ice cream in advance. I believed you, so I gave the popsicle to you for safekeeping. Now, I walked through the monster house without saying a word." The little boy stared at the half-licked popsicle in the boy's hand. "In the end, I found out that you did all this just to cheat me out of the popsicle." Slurp. The boy was still licking the popsicle. "I am a person who has principles in doing things. First of all, I want to tell you that you calling me a liar is pure slander. You should call me a fraud artist, and as a fraud artist, I have 10 principles." The boy suddenly tilted his head and licked a drop of sugar juice that was about to fall on the ground. "And the first one is called, action does not waste natural resources. I know you don't understand, so I translate it for you. That is, all the action plans I customize will have a premise, that is, resources must not be wasted in vain." The green-skinned boy frowned. "I still don't understand what you are talking about." "So stupid." The boy was a little annoyed and pointed to the top of his head. "Look at this day, it's so hot. If I don't eat it quickly, the popsicle will melt." The green-skinned boy bit his lips. Tears began to brew in his eyes, and his black pupils looked like balloons floating on the sea. The grievance in his heart finally burst out, and he cried out with a wow, shouting heartbreakingly, "Mom, Mom, there's a liar here. He cheated me of the popsicle. Come and catch him." "Hey, hey, hey. Don't shout." The boy looked around in panic. He didn't know the boy, but he knew that the boy's parents were nearby. He also knew that the boy's parents had undergone special training and were not easy to mess with. "I'm just thirsty and want to eat a popsicle." The boy drew his hand across his chest, and like a magic trick, 4 long and exquisite packages appeared in his hand. "Look what this is." The boy's crying stopped with a click, and his wet eyes widened. "Loma fruit-flavored ice cream. For sticks?" "That's right." The boy chuckled. "For sticks, enough for you to jump up and down." The green-skinned boy's eyes widened, and he licked his lips. "But there is a condition to get them." The boy looked up and pointed to the horror house number 2 in the distance with his chin. "Walk through that house without saying a word, and the 4 ice creams will belong to you." The green-skinned boy hesitated. "Will you lie to me again?" The boy looked sincere. "I will definitely take these 4 ice creams and wait for you outside." The boy gritted his teeth, turned around, and entered the horror house number 2. The boy stayed where he was, and ate the popsicle completely with the last few bites, leaving only a wooden stick. 300 meters away, the 2 rebels, a man and a woman, were discovered by the government army and shot dead on the spot. The creatures of the Transfiguration Star civilization have strong self-healing abilities, so if you want to kill them completely, you need to cut open their stomachs, destroy their internal organs, and completely burn their brains. The 2 rebels are a couple. After their identities were discovered, they begged the government army to take them away instead of executing them on the spot. They didn't want their 7-year-old child to see their tragic death, which would leave a lifelong shadow on the child. But the government army never compromised. Killing on the spot was their standard of action. They had to use tough measures to deter other residents with rebellious hearts. The bodies of the rebel couple were put into 2 large body bags. Blood mixed with coke ash flowed out of the bags and dripped onto the ground. It was sticky and slow, but extremely dazzling. The green-skinned little boy walked out of the horror house number 2 with a smile on his face. He overcame the fear in his heart. "Hey, what happened in the distance? So many people gathered together. Is it a balloon sale?" The little boy also saw a scene that made him even happier. The liar did not run away. He really stood there quietly with 4 Loma fruit-flavored ice creams. The boy with a 5-pointed teardrop mole raised his head and smiled. "Those are your parents. They were killed on the spot by the government army. If you enter the horror house, you don't have to witness their tragic death with your own eyes." The body of the green-skinned boy froze. The next moment, his tears welled up, and he ran towards the crowd desperately. "Hey, have you thought about it?" The boy stood up. "The government army is also merciless to the families of the rebels." The green-skinned boy stopped abruptly, his body trembling a little. Fear and great pain appeared on his face. Looking at the crowded crowd in the distance, his father and mother's faces appeared in his mind. "You are smart." The boy shook the ice cream in his hand. "Why don't we find a place to eat ice cream?" "A rooftop terrace." The green-skinned boy looked at the 2 bloody body bags in the crowd below. being carried onto the transporter. His tears were like beads that had broken off the string, sliding down his cheeks continuously. "Thank you." The boy with a 5-pointed star teardrop mole said nothing, just stood there quietly. The green-skinned boy opened the ice cream package inch by inch. The bitterness in his heart was about to overwhelm him. He stared at the transporter going away, put the unpacked ice cream into his mouth, and then was stunned to find that inside the package was a square piece of soil. The boy shrugged. Loma fruit-flavored ice cream, very expensive. Whoa. The little boy cried even more sadly. "Hey, this kid." The boy shook his head. "I'm just teasing you. Why don't you open the next one?" The little boy was stunned for a moment, and continued to open the package, and found that the next package still contained lumps of soil. Whoa. The boy raised a finger. "The third one is definitely not a lump of soil." The little boy sniffed and opened the third package. There was a stone inside, and it was frozen. Whoa. Didn't I tell you, Loma fruit-flavored ice cream is very expensive? Whoa. But do you admit that after my torment, your pain has been alleviated a lot, and a lot of trouble has been avoided? The young man raised his hand and patted the child's shoulder. "Don't worry, I have been observing you for a long time. In the future, I will not care about you, so find a way out for yourself. Don't look at me so pitifully, as if I will adopt you. You are taller than me." The second rule of the fraud artist is, emotions turn into sharp scissors, cut when it is necessary, and cut off all the chaos after the goal is achieved. The little boy lowered his head, sobbing into silence. In this vast world, he lost his parents, and had to face the search of the civilized government. He was full of despair. At this time, he found that the fourth ice cream in his hand was leaking juice with a strong aroma. He slowly opened the package, and found that it was a slightly melted pony fruit ice cream. His eyes widened. At this moment, the boy next to him smiled and said, "Plunder the desires of the greedy, use the power of the desperate, but never touch the bottom line of the dying. If possible, whether during or after the fraud, try to leave him a glimmer of hope." This is the third rule of fraud artists. Don't steal the candle of hope. Chapter 446. It's very hot here. Chung-Chi was walking in the city of Ao in the deformed star civilization. He just entered an alley alone. A moment later, he had a pair of ultra-thin sunglasses on his face. "Yes, our home planet is very special. The heat does not come from the stars in space, but from the core of the Earth, like a big stove from the inside out," DK Jilan said, looking into the distance. "We have a fruit called Loma fruit here. It has multiple levels of sweetness, and is even more delicious when made into ice cream." Then, DK Jilan opened the storage compartment of the mechanical arm, and found a small ring. "I can't use the trading system, but I can use items to exchange for Loma fruit ice cream for everyone. I will treat everyone to it. It's a bit shabby, but it's also a bit of a hospitality." After a moment, DK Jilan returned and took out a long strip of ice cream and distributed it to everyone. "So sweet." The little fishman sat on Li Belong's shoulder and licked the ice cream very cutely. His big watery eyes instantly widened to the extreme. "Haha, I've never had such delicious ice cream, it's so delicious." Li Belong was a little resistant to this kind of children's food, but after licking it, he was instantly conquered by the deliciousness. Chung-Chi hesitated for half a second, but finally smiled and took a bite of the ice cream. He closed his eyes to experience it. The sweetness of Loma fruit is like a layered tower. Every few tenths of a second, the sweetness will change. Coupled with the rare coolness in the hot weather, it is really perfect. But Chung-Chi has a different experience. The taste of Loma fruit ranks second in his mind. The first place is the wind chime juice that executioner Wu Bai invited him and the duo to taste in the Triangle Galaxy. At this moment, Chung-Chi adjusted his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. "DK, you civilized people can change your appearance at will, so I have always been curious about what your true face looks like." DK Jilan was stunned. "What you see is always my true face. From the fighting field of the lizard men, I have always shown my true face. You may not know that the maximum change limit of our race is 12 hours, which comes from the limitation of the deformation cells." "Oh, that's how it is." Chung-Chi nodded. "I've decided to do my best to help you find your missing child." DK Jilan was slightly stunned again. Chung-Chi had not made a clear statement before, but in just a short moment, for some reason, his attitude suddenly became so clear. "Let me sort it out," Chung-Chi said slowly. "Once, you led a team to the rebel hinterland to perform a mission, but you were ambushed and wiped out because one of your immediate superiors was an undercover agent of the rebels. Later, he kidnapped your child because he couldn't find your body. In this case, even if you were still alive, You didn't dare to expose him easily. DKG Lan frowned and nodded. Changqi said again, it's very simple. Since we don't know who the undercover is, we have to tie them up and interrogate them one by one. DKG Lan was still a little hesitant. Although I don't have many superiors, they are all in high positions. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The level of civilization is completely within my cognition. We have entered the civilization as individuals. At this time, the advantage of function value will become very great. Changqi said calmly, to put it bluntly, me, my brother, and Xiao Yuren, none of them can be stopped by those guards. The government of the deformed star civilization. The director of the Special Service Department suddenly looked up and looked at the empty office. Who? The next moment, he suddenly saw the gas gel bulletproof vest inside his suit, which had an exaggerated expansion. Bang! Inexplicably, the bulletproof vest exploded. The director of the Special Service Department was hit by the violent explosion, and his eyes went black, and he fainted directly. In a private bunker. The head of the intelligence department of the morphing star civilization was sweating profusely, and the blue light from the computer screen illuminated his panicked face. He actually knew that he didn't need to panic, because the safe bunker was built at a huge cost, and even if a light fusion nuclear bomb exploded at the door, the bunker would not be damaged. Pop! He suddenly heard a strange sound, like a soap bubble bursting in the air. He raised his head suddenly, and glanced around. It must be an illusion. Boom! A beam of energy that looked like a transparent glass tube directly penetrated the wall of the bunker. The eyes of the head of the Ming Intelligence Department were full of disbelief. He vaguely saw a very short green figure in the dust and smoke. But the next moment, he was hit on the head by the flying gravel, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted directly. Luxury mansion. The pot-bellied director of the equipment department swam slowly in his private swimming pool, enjoying a comfortable and luxurious life. Under the water, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, and saw a short boy wearing strange clothes, with light yellow skin and sunglasses. Surprisingly, he stood calmly on the water, without any support under his feet, but his feet were in a blurry state, and the water surface was spreading delicate ripples. The equipment director was a little terrified and retreated in a panic. Puppet. The boy wearing sunglasses gave up the director directly, and his body almost teleported, and he caught up with the maid who was running away frantically in the distance, and knocked the maid unconscious with a knife. All under cover. In an abandoned house, Changqi looked up at the three directors hanging in the air, their bodies slowly spinning. Of course, the third director used the transformation feature to transform into a maid. DKG Lan was a little surprised. How did you judge that? Changqi said calmly, there are countless scams hidden in your civilization, such as the upper limit of the transformation time. DKG Lan's body trembled. No. Isn't it 12 hours? Changqi didn't explain, but just adjusted the strange sunglasses on his nose that he didn't know where he got them from. Then, Changqi looked at Li Bolong. Brother, I need you to use some means to interrogate these three people. They must know the whereabouts of DK's child. Li Bolong was convinced of Changqi's judgment, but he still paused. But I don't know how to interrogate people. I have never done this before. I have always done it without any process. Just think of them as violating your rules. Changqi smiled and said, then restrain the punishment process a little. Oh, I see. Li Bolong glanced at the ground. There should be a sewage pipe here? At the door of the house. Changqi stood side by side with DKG Lan. Changqi looked at the empty streets around him, and said slowly, there has been a civil war here for decades, and many houses are empty. The so-called 1.6 level technology is in name only, and does not have the corresponding level at all. I guess there won't be too many workers in energy factories, vehicle factories and other places. The only place with enough workers should be the weapons factory. Yes, why did the rebels rise up? What do they want? And why did the civilized government start a war? Many people don't know, even I don't know. DKG Lan's face was gloomy. This feeling is too strange. We devote our whole lives, even our lives, to one thing, but it seems like we are lost. We don't even know why. Changqi's eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, and his eyes could not be seen clearly. He said, I don't know either, but I will know soon. At this moment, Li Bolong shook his hands and walked out of the dilapidated house, looking excited. Everything has been explained. These three guys hid G Lan's child together. I already know the location. DKG Lan's eyes widened. In the night, Changqi and his group searched in a desolate wilderness. The sun here clearly fell into the horizon, but the temperature was frighteningly high. The temperature came from the surface of the ground, and even through the shoes, the heat transfer could be felt. Finally, Several people found DKG Lan's child in a cave. Because of his race, he was very tall. Judging from his appearance and body, he was only a child of about 7 or 8 years old. DKG Lan screamed in extreme pain, holding his head with both hands, and slowly knelt on the ground. The skin on the child's body was completely peeled off inch by inch. He was like a blood child, curled up on the ground. Because there was no skin, the light green muscles and fascia were still twitching from time to time. Chapter 447. Mom. The skinned child finally opened his eyes, and called out when he saw DKG Lan. But the child seemed to be seriously frightened. While he was calling for his mother, his body was trembling with fear. Even though the friction between his flesh and blood would bring him great pain, he still subconsciously curled up his body. Pop. The little fishman spit out bubbles, which broke in the air and turned into liquid and fell on the child's body. The little fishman's bubbles had a miraculous effect, bringing a hint of coolness to the child and greatly reducing the pain. This is the special ability of the fish people, and it is also the reason why the rice fish civilization was hunted down a long time ago. Crack. Li Bolong stood in the cave, looking at the skinned child, clenching his fists. The sound from the bones represented the anger in his heart, and his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Jilan, you and my brother go out and wait for us, the little fish man and I will take care of this place. Outside the cave. This is a silent wilderness. There is no moon here, so the night is even darker. Large pieces of gravel are scattered on the ground around, and it is now a dark color, like ink. The ground still had a clear heat, as if stepping on pebbles that had been exposed to the sun all day. DKG Lan stared at the ground with horrified eyes, crying silently. Chung Chi stood beside her and suddenly asked, "What kind of existence is the rebel army?" DKG Lan glanced at Chung Chi, exhaled tremblingly, and then raised his mechanical arm and quickly moved it. A palm-sized virtual screen bloomed inside the mechanical arm. The screen showed a 3D image of a person, who turned out to be a girl, who looked only 18 or 19 years old. She had the iconic green skin, twin ponytails, a blue pleated skirt, a slightly dirty white t-shirt, the iconic blue armband of the rebels, a beam gun on her shoulder, and black eyeshadow, like a rebellious girl next door. DK Jilan's tone was trembling with anger. Her name is Eugene, the leader of the rebels. Chung Chi narrowed his eyes. I never thought that the leader of the rebel army would look like this. What does the leader of the civilized government look like? Chung Chi suddenly asked. DK Jilan hesitated for half a second, then touched the virtual screen. Another 3D figure appeared on the screen. He was wearing a camouflage uniform, with the same green skin, tall and burly figure, and a face similar to that of a human man between 35 and 40, with a fierce face. He looks a bit like a villain. Chung Chi still squinted. What's his name? DK Jilan was about to speak when several bright beams of light appeared in the wilderness in the distance, like a high-speed transporter, approaching Chung Chi's location. DK Jilan paused. It's the ground troop carrier of the civilized government. Several beams of light had already locked onto Chung Chi, and the other two from a distance. Unexpectedly, those troop carriers suddenly stopped 100 meters away. 7 or 8 green-skinned men in suits walked out of the car, their faces full of guilt, and bowed 90 degrees to DK Jilan from a distance. I'm sorry, Captain Jilan. We have found out the truth, and know that you were framed by an undercover agent. Before that, we had already listed the Minister of Intelligence and others as suspects. After they disappeared, we tracked the location of the Minister of Intelligence and others, found them, and interrogated them. Only then did we learn the truth and your location. We are late. I hope your child is not harmed. These people are high-level officials of the Deformation Star Civilization government. They are sincere and cannot bow. One of them said, we want to ask Captain Jilan to return to the civilized government. Our leader, Mr. Quinlan, will personally meet you and your friends. You are our hero. DK Jilan's eyes trembled and tears flowed. At this moment, Li Bolong walked out of the cave holding the skinned child. He had wrapped the child's body with his coat. The bubbles spit out by the little herring were very effective. The child had closed his eyes and fell asleep. Li Bolong's body was as tall as a black tower, and his eyes were full of anger. If anyone dares to do this to my family, I will definitely pay it back tenfold. Jilan, whether you recognize me or not, I will take care of this matter. I will join the government army and dig up those rebels by the roots and leave nothing behind. DK Jilan tilted his head and looked at Li Bolong's tall figure. Perhaps it was illuminated by the lights in the distance. DK Jilan's eyes trembled and flashed. The transporter was moving at high speed. It was a suspension principle, only about 2 meters away from the ground. Occasionally, there were some boulders on the road, and the transporter could only detour, which was very inefficient. A group of people sat in the transporter. Chang-Chi looked outside through the small observation window. It had gradually entered the city, and it was a residential area with dense buildings. It wasn't too late at night, but this place was like a ghost town. There were hundreds of windows, and hundreds of families on the buildings that looked like residential buildings, but there was not a single house with lights on. Ao's city was huge, and 80% of the doors of the buildings were locked and sealed. Almost all the people were killed. DK Jilon said absent-mindedly, "It's been 20 years of civil war. Either the rebels or the government army, no matter which side, they are all the people here." Chang-Chi nodded silently, and then suddenly said, "You must have something precious." DK Jilon was stunned, not knowing what Chang-Chi was referring to. At this moment, the floating transport vehicle actually passed through the city, and came to the barren land on the other side. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ground in front of it was split in two from the middle. Two huge secret doors made of heavy alloy slowly opened. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. The floating transport vehicle went along the ramp in front, and directly entered the secret door. The huge alloy door also closed. The place became quiet and silent again, returning to the deserted wilderness. White lights streaked across the ground. As he went deeper, Chang-Chi saw a spectacular scene in the huge underground base. It was a small city, made of some kind of silver alloy. The tall buildings, houses, and streets were all made of metal, and were equipped with integrated energy supply devices, water purification devices, simulated atmosphere devices, artificial suns, weapon defense systems, etc. Chang-Chi saw many green-skinned staff members, who were testing this artificial city skillfully. It seemed that it had been built for a long time. There is reliable information that the rebels have built a huge heavy ion bomb underground in the northern hemisphere. It is enough to destroy the entire deformation star. They are just a bunch of lunatics. DK Jilin said, "The civilized government no longer has the time and manpower to waste with them, and has secretly launched a planetary immigration plan. The city you see is codenamed Alien Immigration City." Chang-Chi said, "This technology seems to be very mature. Why hasn't it been launched yet? In fact, this city is both our hope and our despair." DK Jilon said, "Because of the shape-shifting cells, our residents will melt like a hot candle as soon as they enter space, and they can never recover." Chang-Chi listened quietly, waiting for her to fill in the gaps. "I am a very special existence. Many years ago, I was transformed by an alien technology." DK Jilon looked at Chang-Chi. "I am the only one in the shape-shifting star civilization who can enter space and keep his body from melting." Chapter 448. "You know your people can't enter space, but you built a space immigration city." Chang-Chi looked sideways. "Is this reasonable?" DK Jilan's expression revealed a hint of determination. "We are developing a special force field that can keep our bodies from melting in space, but the progress is a bit slow. Although the force field is successful, it can only maintain a volume of about 0.5 cubic meters. So many people, such a big city, only 0.5 cubic meters? Chang-Chi shook his head. "It's completely meaningless." The ground transporter stopped on a high platform, and Chang-Chi and his group slowly walked out of the cockpit. Li Bolong immediately walked to the weapons and equipment platform not far away, his eyes full of anger, constantly selecting the beam spears and grenades that were handy. And DK Jilon looked at Li Bolong's back, with mixed feelings in his heart. Chang-Chi suddenly said faintly, "Brother really treats you as a family member, and is determined to avenge your child. If he knew that all this was your scam, he would be very sad." DK Jilon suddenly paused. "My scam? What are you talking about? You peeled off the skin from the child, right?" Chang-Chi looked at the distance calmly and spoke slowly. "The first time the child saw you, he called out the word mom, but his expression and tone were extremely terrified, and he tried to curl up and stay away from you." DK Jilon suddenly pursed his lips and looked at Chang-Chi with wide eyes. "As outsiders, we can't understand your civilized language, so when we first landed, you distributed language translation headphones for us." Chang-Chi turned around and looked at DK Jilon. "In other words, everything we heard may have been tampered with. For example, the child didn't call mom at all, but murderer." DK Jilon suddenly took a step back in fear. Just then, a report came from a distance. "The leader of the civilized government, Mr. Quinlan, is here." Many tall figures appeared at the entrance of the underground base. The one in the center was the 3D character image that Chang-Chi had seen before, the middle-aged man wearing camouflage uniform and with a fierce face. But the man, with an odd smile on his face, stepped forward quickly. "Hello, Captain Jylan, and your friend. What's his name?" As the leader of the deformed star civilization government, Quinlan did not put on airs and stepped forward to shake hands with Chang-Chi. But surprisingly, Chang-Chi just kept his hands hanging down, without any intention of raising his hands. "You are not the real Quinlan." Chang-Chi turned his head and looked at DK Jylan with a blank expression. "You are." DK Jylan was shocked again. And Chang-Chi's next words were even more shocking. "DK Jylan, you are not only the leader of the civilized government, you are also the leader of the rebels, Eugene." Chang-Chi raised his hand and touched the mysterious sunglasses that he had been wearing on his face. A holographic projection was projected in front of the sunglasses. When Chang-Chi's eyes were fixed on DK Jylan, tens of thousands of figures suddenly appeared in the holographic screen in front of the sunglasses, men and women, young and old, all kinds of clothes, all kinds of ages, with a huge difference. When DK Jylan saw this scene, his expression froze instantly. The upgraded version of Deformation Cell Dust Verifier still has the same function, which is to display your past deformation records. But the power of this pair of glasses is that it can show all the traces of your changes from birth to now, even the deformations that you have forgotten, without missing a single one. Chang-Chi stretched out a finger and clicked on the DK Jylan 3D character at the front of the screen. With a swipe of his finger, tens of thousands of characters behind her began to spin like a merry-go-round. Chang-Chi pointed his finger again, and the picture froze. The person at the front was the leader of the civilized government, Quinlan. "You have transformed into Quinlan 1,305 times in the past." Chang-Chi smiled and looked at Quinlan, who was stiff beside him, and this guy used this appearance for the first time before entering the door. Chang-Chi then slid the picture again, and then pointed his finger again, and the picture froze. Among them was the leader of the rebel army, Eugene, a rebellious girl with twin ponytails, a short skirt, and smoky makeup. "DK Jylan, you have become Eugene 1233 times in the past." Chang-Chi looked at the green-skinned beauty in front of him. "I have thought of countless possibilities of undercover, but I didn't expect that the leader of both sides is the same person, and he is the one who has always been by my side." DK Jylan's throat trembled, his eyes widened to the extreme, and his breathing seemed to miss a beat. This is not the most surprising thing. Chang-Chi slid the virtual interface again, and the picture froze again with a finger. The images in the screen are all the appearances that DK Jylan has transformed into before, but the image in front of me is very scary. It is Chang-Chi in black. This is not me. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. There is a teardrop mole under his right eye that looks like a black five-pointed star, but his appearance is 99% similar to mine. I see some cunning, some laziness, and a feeling of indifference in his eyes. Let me guess, is he Quasar? DK Jylan took a step back subconsciously, his lips trembling. You only became him once, and the time was very short, only a few seconds. Chang-Chi stared at DK Jylan. Why did you lie to me? What is your relationship with Quasar? Did you create a scam together? And this scam even started in the fighting field. All encounters are not accidental. Brother is just a tool of yours, right? DK Jylan's expression showed a clear shock. Chang-Chi clenched his fist slightly and lowered his voice. I give you 1 minute to explain it to me clearly. Quasar is my teacher. After a moment of silence, DK Jylan slowly spoke. He said he would definitely help us. Chang-Chi's pupil shrank slightly. DK Jylan pursed his lips. He didn't set any scams for you. If there was a scam, the only thing he did was to give you a feeling of being in a scam, so that you would look at everything with suspicion and discover the truth of deformed star civilization. Because of your kindness, you would definitely not stand idly by and would eventually lend us a hand. But I didn't expect you to have such magical equipment. The plan was only 1/3 done, and you only saw the first layer of the truth, and you have already seen through me. Chapter 449. Why don't you have a shadow? On the overpass, the green-skinned boy licked Loma fruit ice cream and looked at the boy in black clothes with a black five-pointed star teardrop mole on the right corner of his eye. This is my secret. The boy sat on the bench and raised his head. Just like you are not a little boy. The little boy pursed his lips. My mother told me not to show my true face to others, so every time I go out, I will change into another appearance. Well, you are really a bit silly. Facing a stranger like me, you easily revealed your secrets. The boy shook his head. Well, for your sincerity, I can also tell you a little of my secrets. The little boy licked the Loma fruit ice cream and looked at him. The boy said slowly, I don't have a shadow because I don't have a body. What you see of me is just a temporary illusion. The stronger the sunlight, The more I will fade, and then this body will not be able to maintain. The little boy opened his eyes wide. The weather was hot, and the sun was strong. The ice cream melted into drops of milk, which flowed along his fingers, and were about to drip onto the ground. Hey! The boy pointed at the ice cream. Don't waste it. If my body was still there, I would have a lot of time to eat delicious food, and I wouldn't waste a single bit. The little boy was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and licked the milk on his fingers bit by bit. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, shrank his body, and felt comfortable. Then, the little boy looked at the boy and asked, "Why don't you have a body? Where is your body? Was it destroyed by someone? Why can you condense into the shape I can see? Why are you afraid of the sun? What's going on?" The boy looked up at the green-skinned child with curious eyes, and said softly, "Go away." "No kidding, you can go away now." The boy stretched out 2 fingers and gestured to the shape of scissors. "Remember the second rule? Our intersection ends here. It's time to cut it off. Go away." The boy's expression became a little ferocious, and fear appeared on his face. He began to retreat subconsciously, and finally disappeared at the end of the overpass. The boy sat alone on the bench of Tiantiao, with his arms outstretched. As the sun shone on him, his body became lighter and lighter, like a faded photo. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above his head. He was stunned, and found a large umbrella above his head. A crisp voice came. "Since you are afraid of the sun, why not block the sun?" The boy cracked his lips. "You are a dogskin plaster." The perspective was raised, and the 2 people were under a huge green umbrella, and only their feet could be seen. "My parents are dead. Just because of the inexplicable war, I want to do something. I want to stop the war." A crisp child's voice sounded. "You are very smart. Can you teach me how to do it, please?" The boy in the shadow stretched out a finger and scratched his forehead. "Please." The boy scratched his forehead again, looking a little irritated. "Please." "That's enough." The boy sighed. "The truth about the war here is that it is a natural law. I'm afraid it can't be stopped. The most you can do is to reduce casualties." The child's voice came. "What should I do?" The boy looked up and looked at the child holding an umbrella for him. "I don't have a stable body, so no matter what I want to do, my first reaction is to hope that someone else will do it for me. So, in my long wandering life, I didn't learn anything, I only learned to lie. But there is one thing you have to understand. If you want to cheat, you have to pay a price." The boy smiled and suddenly looked up. "Hey, is this your true face? You are pretty." The perspective changed. The one holding the umbrella for the boy was a little girl with green skin and one arm missing. The little girl's eyes flickered, still a little confused. "How can I cheat?" The boy looked into the distance and said slowly, "The 4th rule of a fraud artist, a lie must give birth to a greater truth. Transfiguration star civilization, creatures can change their physical appearance. Theoretically, there will be no disabled people. Even if a limb is missing, it can be supplemented by transformation." At this moment, DKG Lan's eyes moved away from his mechanical arm and looked at Chang-Chi. "This arm can allow me to maintain the transformation state for more than 12 hours. This small data improvement can allow me to subvert all screening methods. So, in the past 10 years, on the one hand, I signed up to join the government army as an adult male named Quinlan. On the other hand, I defected from the city and joined the rebels as an orphan named Eugene. In both camps, I spent 12 hours a day to complete training and assessments. In the eyes of others, I was a madman who was madly improving myself and a person who faced challenges with 120% effort. But they didn't know that I put in 240% effort. Whether in the government army or the rebels, I became the one who stood out. No matter which camp I am in, I have made great achievements and attracted much attention. In the government army, I have won 44 military merits, and in the rebel army, I have won the title of Breakthrough 44 times. I have also gradually obtained higher positions. I am the commander of the vanguard army of the civilized government, and the 3rd commander of the rebel army." DKG Lan was speaking quietly. "After that, I was the commander-in-chief of the civilized government, and the commander-in-chief of the rebel army." Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. "But I was also surprised that her true body was just a woman, but she could achieve such an achievement." After that, as a senior official, I persuaded the previous leaders of the 2 forces, and they gave up their positions to me and sacrificed themselves. That's it. I became the leader of the 2 major forces at the same time. DK Jilan's eyes flickered. "My parents died in the Civil War, and I hate civil war. In the next few years, under my deliberate control, the two forces will only have small-scale conflicts and frictions, and the death rate has been reduced to the lowest. My original name is Jylan. DK is the code name of my mechanical arm. It is a part of me, my most important tool. It maintains the balance between the two forces and avoids countless bloodshed and sacrifices. DK Jylan stared at the ground with moist eyes. Maybe a few words can't explain the suffering I have endured in the past, but this is my life, a dual-line life full of contradictions. Changchi listened to everything calmly and slowly said, 3 questions. What is sacrifice? Did you peel off the child's skin with your own hands? Since you have become the leader of the two major forces at the same time, why don't you stop the war? Chapter 450. Because war within our race is a natural law. DK Jylan looked at Changchi with twinkling eyes. Please follow me. I will show you the real face here. The high-ranking officials of the civilized government around, including the fake Klinlin, suddenly showed a look of fear. They seemed to be very afraid of what they would face next, and some even dared not to follow DK Jylan's footsteps. DK Jylan looked back at them. You stay here. I will take Changchi there alone. Changchi was full of doubts. There were too many things that could not be explained. But DK Jylan was no longer prepared to hide, and was about to tell everything. Changchi was cautious and curious as he followed DK Jylan into the depths of the underground base. In the base, that was already hundreds of meters underground, there was actually a tunnel that continued to extend downwards. The deeper you go, the higher the temperature around you. Changchi frowned. This high temperature was different from the core of the earth. It was not the kind of blazing heat that felt like melting rocks, but a kind of sticky heat, like... As you continue to go deeper, you can intuitively feel that you have arrived at a location thousands of meters underground. Changchi opened his eyes slightly, as if he understood. This place is called Deformed Star. It is not a celestial body, but a living being. DK Jylan stood in front of a huge metal door that was 50 meters high. As he entered the command, the huge door opened with a bang. But deep in the center of the earth, there was actually a huge flesh and blood cavity. The internal space was huge, and the walls were dark red. It was a kind of flesh and blood covered with black nerves. Everything in sight was slightly squirming. In the distance, there are many huge tumor-like and heart-like things hanging upside down on the wall. Some are still alive and trembling slightly, while others are dead and rotting and oozing pus. Don't worry, there is no danger here. This is just inside the body of the Deformed Star. DK Jylan looked at Changchi. I named it, the throat of the nest. Changchi looked at the strange scene around him, and took a deep breath. DK Jylan said, if Quasar hadn't told me the truth about this planet, I'm afraid that my people would not know the truth here until our civilization is destroyed. Changchi frowned. What is the truth? The shape-shifting star is an ancient creature in the universe. It has the same size as a celestial body and floats in the universe like a celestial body. As a living creature, it must have a source of energy, which means it needs to eat. I once described its habits to Li Bolong. Of course, I just said it was an animal on our planet. DK Jylan looked at Changchi. Li Bolong said, this habit is very similar to a spider in your human civilization. Spider? Changchi frowned. Deformed stars drift in the universe and transform into shells similar to the topography of planets. They even create an atmosphere and form a complete ecosystem on their body surface, which can grow many strange and delicious fruits, such as loma fruit. Li Bolong said that in the rainforest of your human civilization, there is a strange spider with bright dotted patterns on its abdomen. Other insects or some small birds will mistake those bright patterns for food. Changchi suddenly understood, it's actually a bait. DK Jylan nodded. Many alien civilizations mistakenly thought they had found an ideal colony planet, and so did my ancestors. They came here and settled here. Variable stars have many advantages, such as a constant climate, a position not too far from the star, and always in the habitable zone, etc., which makes people linger. But in fact, we have all fallen into a big net. Our ancestors did not have the ability to change shape, but were a regular carbon-based organism. But after living here for a long time, we actually gained the magical ability to change shape. We thought it was a kind of luck, but in fact, we have been bound by spider silk. DK Jylan recalled, Li Bolong said that spiders eat by wrapping their prey in spider webs with spider silk, and then injecting them with a saliva with softening properties, so that the prey's body tissue melts into a liquid, which is convenient for eating and absorption. It's the same for us. DK Jylan frowned. We have gained the ability to shape-shift, and we can no longer adapt to the gravity environment in the universe. All technological means such as simulated gravity, constant pressure chambers, etc. are ineffective. As long as the tribe enters the universe, they will inevitably melt. DKG Lan's fist trembled a little. We have been trapped and can no longer leave here. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Then, shape-shifting star will release a biological pheromone. After the prey on its body, that is, us, inhale this pheromone, they will automatically divide into two factions according to the number of base pairs in their own DNA. The odd number of base pairs is one faction, and the even number is another faction. Then these two factions will inexplicably and naturally go to war. War will bring death and produce a large number of corpses. And these corpses are silently absorbed by shape-shifting star and become the nutrients it relies on for survival. Chang-Chi nodded in realization. Attract, bind, sow discord, and reap the benefits. The lifespan of this deformed star may be billions of years, and it has always lived like this. Our civilization is not its first prey, nor will it be the last. DKG Lan said, walking to the wall, using both hands to pry a piece of flesh and blood wall, where there was a gap similar to a crack. With continuous force, she pried the gap into a gap the size of a pot lid. Chang-Chi took a step forward and looked at the scene inside through the gap. He first smelled an extremely disgusting smell, and then felt his scalp tingling. Below was another flesh and blood cavity, glowing with a strange red light, with countless slowly wriggling muscles. And in these crisscrossing muscles, there were countless skeletons. The wriggling of the muscles caused these skeletons to slowly turn over and rub against each other, as if they were in a blender. These skeletons were of various shapes and sizes, and even different colors, and obviously came from different creatures. As time goes by, the skeleton will be slowly ground up and then absorbed bit by bit. Shape-shifting star is very greedy and unwilling to waste any food. These are all prey from the past. They should have hard bones and will not be easily assimilated. That's why traces are left. DKG Lan frowned. I don't know how many civilizations have been completely devoured by shape-shifting star, leaving nothing behind. Chang-Chi turned around and stared at DKG Lan. What's the matter with the skin child? Is he your child? Yes, he is. DKG Lan's eyes began to tear up. When I was young, my arm was accidentally blown off in a war between the government army and the rebels. The arm also happened to fall into the crack of the earth. Now it seems that it should have been directly absorbed by the shape-shifting star. Then, I found that my dream of becoming an elite soldier of the government army gradually disappeared, and I began to hate war. Later, I realized that as long as I sacrificed a part of my body, the influence of pheromones would be temporarily weakened. But after this sacrifice, the missing limbs cannot be restored again. When I transformed into Eugene and Quinlan, it seemed that the arms moved normally, but in fact it was all thanks to the mechanical arms. Later, I organized some scholars to study how to sacrifice without loss. The result is that as long as the skin on the body is sacrificed, as long as he is still young, the pheromone is not deeply affected. He can find himself again. Under the continuous softening of the shape-shifting star, the skin will grow again. The bad news is that the pheromone will still have an effect. But as long as the skin is peeled every 4 years. DKG Lan spoke incoherently because she was choking, tears dripping down her face, and her body was obviously shaking. He did shout the word mom at that time. What he was terrified and afraid of was also his mother. Because it was his mother who peeled off his skin inch by inch with her own hands. But if I don't do this, he will definitely join the war and die in the war. DKG Lan began to cry silently, with too much helplessness mixed in her tears, falling to the ground drop by drop. Now, the pheromones are getting stronger, and the situation is getting out of control. Quasar said that now is a critical moment for Shapeshifter, and it seems to be undergoing a huge evolution. It needs a lot of energy. There are not many of our people left. We have no way to escape from here. Chang-Chi, everything here is a scam. The battle between the rebels and the government forces is a scam I created, and we were attracted here by the scam of Shapeshifter. DKG Lan raised his tearful eyes, but Quasarin didn't lie to you, he just wanted you to pay attention here and find out the truth behind it. He said you can save us, and your coming is our only chance. Chang-Chi took a slow breath, but still narrowed his eyes. Quasarin doesn't have any other intentions? Is he so kind? You asked me before why I transformed into Quasarin for a short time. Because I admire him. And trust him. DKG Lan looked at Chang-Chi, and suddenly bent his knees, facing Chang-Chi, and knelt in a scene that looked like a hell of flesh and blood. She was clearly troubled by endless despair, but for some reason, there was always a faint light in the deepest part of her eyes. He said that he would plunder the desires of the greedy, and use the power of the desperate, but never touch the bottom line of the dying. If possible, whether during or after the fraud, try to leave a glimmer of hope. This is the third rule of the fraud artist. Don't steal the candle of hope. Chapter 451. Click. Li Boang closed the safety bolt of the beam gun, and poked the gun into the light green land. At this time, he already knew the truth. He slowly turned his head, and looked at the incredible, terrifying, and weird scene on the plain. The residents of the deformation star civilization walked in a line on the plain, shaking their tall bodies. They all peeled off their skin. With every step, you can clearly see the contraction and relaxation of their leg muscles. And in this team, there are not only government troops, but also rebels. After they peeled off their skin, the effect of pheromones was greatly weakened. They were confused. They knew the truth and let go of conflicts and wars. Chung Chi and DK Jilan were also standing not far away. After witnessing such a desperate and cruel truth, Chung Chi agreed to help. But all residents need to walk into the artificial city. It turned out that most of the high-ranking officials of the government army and the rebel army had already reached a consensus under DK Jilan's long-term explanation and lobbying, and had also experienced skinning, but they could not find a way to escape from here, and had been struggling to persist. In the past few days, both sides have explained and persuaded, but more often they have used coercive means to make the few remaining residents complete the skinning sacrifice. Thus, this strange and creepy scene was formed. The skinless residents, like zombies, lined up in a long line and continued to enter the underground base. The universe is vast and mysterious, complex and bizarre. It will give birth to countless incomprehensible stories. The scene in front of me is like the hell of Yama. All the people are like the souls who have been tortured, walking towards the palace of judgment one after another. But the truth is just the opposite. They have a chance to live. The air is filled with a faint fishy smell, which is the smell of the muscles and fascia exposed after the skin is peeled off. The inspection of the eastern area has been completed, and no residents have been missed. The inspection of the western area has been completed, and no residents have been missed. The inspection of the southern area has been completed, and no residents have been missed. DK Jilan's communicator is constantly filled with reports from his subordinates, some from the government army, and some from the rebels. DK Jilan kept emphasizing, focus on checking the northern region, focus on checking the northern region, where there is a lot of land and few people. At this time, there is no distinction between government troops and rebels. They are all civilians, and no one can be left out. When everyone is evacuated, the rebels will activate the heavy ion bomb, and the entire deformed star will be reduced to ashes. This deceptive predator wandering in the universe will also end its life, and no other civilization will be deceived from now on. The warmth under my feet became stronger and stronger. This heat came from the biological structure of the variable star, because it was alive from the beginning to the end, and it was indeed, as Quasar said, it seemed to be about to enter a critical period of evolution. Everyone entered the artificial city. All the survivors of the entire variable star civilization added up to a pitiful number, about 40,000 people. DK Jilan said that at the peak of civilization, there were 120 million people, which is an inestimable number. In other words, in the past 20 years, the variable star has swallowed up nearly 120 million people. The skinned residents stood on the streets, in the pavilions, or curled up in strange rooms in the artificial city. Their eyes looked through the distant distance, and looked at Chung Chi standing on the high platform in the distance. Their cognition suffered a huge impact. They were confused and terrified at this time, and they knew nothing about their future. Chung Chi held a metal cube in his hand. Its structure was simple, with only the most basic lines, but the inside was shining with a strange white luster. This was what DK Jilan called the body-shaped maintenance force field, which could ensure that the bodies of the residents would not melt in space, but the internal space could only maintain a volume of about 0.5 cubic meters. The size of the man-made city in front of him is equivalent to that of a large town. Chung Chi tilted his head again, and looked at a set of planet coordinates provided by DK Jilan. The planet was very close to here, only millions of kilometers away. It was a real natural planet, and fully met the conditions for immigration. Although the main body of the deformed star civilization could not leave here, it could conduct regular space observations. This planet was their ideal home, but in the past years, it was just like the stars in the sky, out of reach. I really can't imagine how you can solve this problem. DK Jilan stood beside Chung Chi, looking nervous, but Quasar said that it can be done now. There is no turning back. I don't know when, Quasar observed me. Chung Chi paused, but he does know my methods very well. At this moment, the entire deformation star was shrouded in a huge shadow. The Solaris mechanical cube, which had adjusted its size according to this star field, descended like a miracle. The entire ceiling of the underground base slowly opened, and all the residents looked at the boundless huge object in the air, and fell into a stagnation. They had never seen an advanced civilization, but they had imagined what an advanced civilization should look like countless times in their minds. For example, a flying machine with a strong sense of oppression, extremely large size, and flashing strange luster and patterns. At this moment, these fantasies became concrete, and appeared in front of them incredibly. The Solaris mechanical cube floated out white energy like water vapor, pulling the huge artificial city slowly into the air, and finally, the city was completely absorbed into the body of Solaris. In DKEG Land's shocked eyes, the mechanical Rubik's Cube flashed a strong and dazzling light. When everything returned to its natural brightness, she blinked and looked at Chung-Chi in shock. Chung-Chi had a palm-sized, extremely precise silver Rubik's Cube in his hand. He stretched out his arm, and slowly placed the Rubik's Cube in the body form maintenance force field. Under the strange energy, the small Rubik's Cube floated in the center of the cube, rotating slightly at an extremely slow speed. DKG Lan pursed her lips slightly. She could only understand the most superficial logic, which was to enlarge and reduce. But she knew nothing about all the technological devices and means involved. It was also at this moment. In the sky behind Chung-Chi, the spirit starship slowly emerged from a strange geometric shape, as if it had descended from an alien plane into reality. Although DKG Lan had ridden on a spirit starship, he did not know the existence of fourth wall navigation. After all, the difference between this form and conventional navigation is that there is an extra layer of light filter in the perspective. At this moment, DKG Lan realized that the seemingly ordinary spirit starship also had a concealment technology that he could not understand. The spirit starship will escort you to your new home. Chung-Chi raised his head slightly and looked at the dazed DKG Lan. Why, are you still reluctant to leave? Chapter 452. In the Deep Universe. DKG Lan, who was in the spirit starship, looked at the transfiguration star that was getting farther and farther away, and felt that the mountain pressing on his shoulders was getting lighter and lighter. Her eyes trembled, everything was like a dream, and she confirmed it several times before she believed the facts in front of her. Exhaling a slightly trembling breath, he finally led his people to escape the control of the devil, escape the bloody mouth of the beast, and gradually escaped from the endless despair in his heart. Master, Quasar, is kind. DKG Lan looked at the boy behind him. Chung-Chi, you too. Boom! The huge artificial city returned to its original size, and landed on a slightly desolate planet. The ecological isolation shield in the artificial city was activated instantly. The residents of the deformed star, who had their skin peeled off, slowly walked out of the room, their eyes wide open, looking at everything around them in shock. Although this place is desolate, although everything starts from scratch. But there are no more restraints here, and there will be no more inexplicable wars. They looked at Chung-Chi, who was standing on the armrest in the Lingshire starship. Their eyes without eyelids kept flickering, and finally they all bent down to express their gratitude to Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi just nodded quietly. Then, Chung-Chi looked at DKG Lan beside him. Brother and Xiaoqing, you stay in your city for the time being. I have something to do, and will come back to pick them up soon. DKG Lan paused. What are you going to do? It's my nature. It's a good deed. I've done it. Chung-Chi looked at the panicked DKG Lan calmly. Next, I'm going to deal with my own affairs. I'm going to return to shape-shifting star. What? DKG Lan opened his eyes slightly. The countdown for the heavy ion bomb has started. Shape-shifting star is about to explode. Don't you know about this plan? You can't go back. I mean, wouldn't it be a way to your own death if you go back? Chung-Chi suddenly smiled. You are half of Quasar's apprentice, but I have to say that you still have a lot of room for improvement. DKG Lan's heart was like a roller coaster. I have told you all the situation. What do you mean by this? I can see that you and Quasar are not bad people by nature. You really intend to help the people here. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered, but this is just one of Quasar's goals. DKG Lan pursed her lips suddenly. She was not good at lying, and her expression at this moment had revealed something. Chung-Chi smiled and said, I still believe in my judgment. There must be something extremely valuable on the deformation star. If I guess correctly, the Quasar is now on the deformation star, and it is like an uninhabited place, a huge planet, and you can take it at will. DKG Lan said nervously, these are all your guesses. If you guess wrong, the consequence will be shattered to pieces. Chung-Chi shook his head, and raised the two strange symbols of plus and minus on the back of his hand. From a certain perspective, I am also an energy expert. I have long discovered that the bomb made by the rebels does not have a corresponding level of energy index. It is just a cover. And regarding the language you flipped our headphones, the child's call of mom, you did not tamper with it. This is something I have always known. And the reason why I pretended to be unable to recognize it is to give you a misunderstanding. You thought I had no judgment ability. But actually, Chung-Chi flipped his hand, and a delicate little conch appeared in his hand. This is a prop I borrowed from Xiaoqing. It is a magical item that can directly complete language translation based on the brain waves of intelligent creatures. I have verified and confirmed every sentence you said. The language translation system you provided, 99.9% of the translations are correct. Only one sentence was tampered with by you. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes and said, you repeatedly ordered your subordinates to focus on checking the northern region, where there are vast areas and few people. In fact, you said at the time that there is no need to check the northern region, where there are vast areas and few people. DKG Lan's face turned slightly pale. Chung-Chi smiled. If nothing unexpected happens, Quasar is located in the northern region of Variable Star at this moment. DKG Lan was forcibly asked to leave the Spirit-style starship. She stood in the artificial city, watching the Spirit-style starship, like a distant meteor, gradually disappearing into the sky. She rubbed her hands nervously, her expression full of worry and anxiety, but she had no ability to stop Chung-Chi. Little guys, try harder. In the northern region of Transfiguration Star, in a wasteland, a young man dressed in black, with a 5-pointed teardrop mole on the lower side of his right eye, was lying on a protruding boulder, resting his head on one hand, with his legs crossed. There were tens of thousands of lizard men with golden scales. These lizard men seemed to have been trained. Although they were not very intelligent, they could obey the orders of the black-clothed boy 100%. They responded with a roar, opened their indestructible claws, and began to dig the ground. At this time, the black-clothed boy found a smaller golden lizard man hiding behind a stone, gnawing on a fat bug. Huh? The boy jumped on the ground, came to the lizard man who was trying to stop him, pointed his finger at the tip of his nose and said, "Still eating? Hurry up and work." The lizard man blinked his horizontal eyelids, then threw away the bug, ran to the construction site in the distance, and joined the excavation army. The black-clothed boy is called Quasar. Those lizard men who run the cosmic fighting field have been deceived by him again and again. The tens of thousands of eggs he took away were not defective eggs. They were not only healthy, but also strengthened by a special genetic technology. The offspring of the lizardmen hatched were stronger, their claws were harder, and their digging ability could crush large drilling tools. The deformed star, camouflage crust under his feet could be easily dug through by the golden lizard men. I lied to you. But didn't it also restore your fertility? If you have nothing to do, why not give birth to more children? The fifth rule of fraud artists, stupid people must pay IQ tax. Then, the boy leaned gently on a big head, tapped his arm, and mobilized a virtual screen. He found a folder called Observer Records on the screen. After clicking it, there were subdivided documents in it. It opened the log document called Cosmic Biology Volume 12. He thought for a while, and began to input text into it. Variable star, number, CX0017, classification of abnormal cosmic biology, discovery date, March 5th, 163 awakening calendar no civilized species, unknown origin, unknown lifespan. The boy thought for a while, and continued to input. It has almost no autonomous intelligence. All its actions are instinctive reactions for predation, just like a stupid, big, brainless giant jellyfish. It has no fixed location, and will wander in the universe. Whenever it finds a suitable hunting place, that is, a habitable zone suitable for other creatures to live, it will make all the camouflage preparations, and then quietly lie dormant, waiting for the prey to take the bait. This species perfectly interprets the dark side of the universe, cultivating hope into despair, and turning civilization into food. The most terrifying thing is that it lets the prey live in the slaughterhouse without knowing it, and still shouts for peace at the moment of death. The boy looked back at the lizards in the distance. They were working very hard, and achieving remarkable results. So he continued to complete his log. Based on the theory of cosmic life, that is, assuming that the essence of the universe is actually a huge living organism. Then, deformed stars are a bit like the white blood cells of the universe, and those smaller civilizations that wander around the universe and constantly burn cosmic resources can be regarded as germs. The predation process of deformed stars is actually a kind of sterilization process. It is worth mentioning that variable star has a distinct evolutionary cycle. At a certain point in time, it will concentrate all its energy to complete a leapfrog evolution. In this evolutionary process, it will concentrate 99.9% of its energy in 0.1% of its core body, and the remaining 99.9% of its body will lose its life and become a hard and dead shell. After that, its core body will abandon the heavy, useless shell, travel independently in the universe, start to obtain new energy, and grow again, a bit like molting or shedding in biology, similar to the behavior of crabs or cicadas. It seems that the moon in the Milky Way is the empty shell left by a deformed star. Later, there was an alien civilization that built a monitoring station in this shell, but in the end they found that humans had no observation value, and would even destroy their own home planet without scruples, so they evacuated from the shell, and were completely disappointed with humans. Here comes the point. The deformed star, after molting, is tiny and extremely fragile, especially before it breaks out of the shell. It even loses its instinctive reaction. These are the few moments in its life when it is the weakest and most vulnerable to slaughter, as a cruel predator and a pure natural liar. I have made a detailed analysis. If it is excavated at this point in time, it should be highly suggestible and disposable. It is a kind of ever-changing transformer, and now it is condensed into the core essence. It will be the best material for me to reshape my body, no one else. Risk assessment: normally, before evolving, transformer will devour all the prey on its body and convert this energy into its final defense and attack mechanism. But unfortunately, the transformer in front of me is hungry at this time, because there is a kind-hearted silly boy who took away its last food without complaint and helped me completely clear the obstacles. Of course, my starting point is kind. But it is not simple. Chapter 453. Swish, swish, swish. The golden lizardman's sharp claws cut the rocks underground, just like cutting an aging sponge. After 2 claws, a hashtag-shaped mark appeared on the surface of the rock, and then it broke into small pieces. Swish, 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 swish. The green blood splashed on the lizardman's face, and it was a little dazed. Quasar stood above the cave entrance and looked down. It has dug through the camouflage crust and touched its body. It was also at this moment. Under the ground, the flesh and blood that spurted blood quickly became dim, as if petrified by Medusa's eyes, and turned into gray rocks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quasar opened his eyes. It has begun to gather energy. 99.9% of its body will lose nutrition. When all the energy gathers in the core, it is at its weakest. That may only last for a few tens of seconds. I must control it at that moment. Little guys, hurry up, we must keep up with its rhythm. The next scene, the entire deformed star is fading from the outermost layer to the inside. The originally dark red, constantly squirming flesh and blood became dry in an instant, turning into gray rock. Tens of thousands of lizard men were digging frantically, digging through the rocks layer by layer, chasing the shrinking flesh and blood. Quasar also followed behind the lizardman army. During this period, he had an uneasy premonition in his heart, and subconsciously turned back to look at the empty back. All the residents had left here, and on the Transfiguration Star, there should be only himself and the lizardman army left. He frowned. Now, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He must get the Transfiguration Star, must. If someone blocks him, he will die here. Only, the golden lizard man was digging frantically in front of him. At this time, he was already tens of thousands of meters below the surface. The internal tissues of the former, deformed star, seemed to have turned into fossils, and there were undigested bones of other creatures in the middle. For some reason, a faint green fluorescence appeared around, as if it were some kind of radiation. This fluorescence came from the deeper core of the planet. Under normal circumstances, the cunning, deformed star would never show such an abnormal state, which further represents the scarcity of the opportunity at hand. Boom! A large area of collapse suddenly appeared in the front, revealing a huge cavity. The lizardmen were also stunned, and seemed a little confused and at a loss. Shape-shifting star narrowed his eyes, and watched the dust in front gradually settle. A figure slowly emerged in the dust. At this moment, Shape-shifting star opened his eyes slightly. The figure in front was a boy of 18 or 19 years old, wearing a ragged blue cloak on his back. Is it you? Quasar's brain was spinning rapidly, and he was thinking about all the possibilities. Did this kid see through my scam and come back? What was his purpose? Was he going to stop me? But I have to say that Quasar's heart was filled with unspeakable feelings at this time. He woke up from the chaos, not knowing who he was, where he came from, and why he was in this form. He drifted aimlessly in the universe until one day, he saw this boy who looked exactly like him. After observing him in secret for a long time, he learned that this boy's name was Chang-Chi, and his personality was completely different from his own. Through observation, he learned some of the boy's abilities and equipment, and created a file for him. Later, he discovered the secret of shape-shifting star, and found that shape-shifting star has irreplaceable value. So he made a series of plans for Chang-Chi. Of course, Chang-Chi's role in this plan is to be a tool. After using Chang-Chi, it will immediately execute the second rule of the fraud artist: emotions turn into sharp scissors. From now on, we will go our separate ways, and have nothing to do with each other. Now, Chang-Chi suddenly stood in front of him. Quasar had a strange feeling, like looking in a mirror, but not completely. This feeling was like facing another self, strange and familiar, full of contradictions. Quasar had also boldly imagined that we were once a whole, but were divided by some unimaginable existence. What kind of technology can divide a person into two, and in completely different forms? But in the end, Quasis did not delve into this idea, because it was still a little too illogical. At this moment, in the stone cavity in front, the right wall suddenly appeared with crisscross cutting marks. Boom! The wall on the right suddenly fell apart and collapsed completely. In the dust, another human figure walked out slowly. When the dust settled, Chang-Chi and Quasis opened their eyes at the same time. It was a young man wearing a black corset, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, with a gloomy face, full of fierceness and strong murderous aura. At the moment he stood still, he raised his arm, and wiped the corner of his right eye with the back of his hand. Chang-Chi found it incredible. At this time, three boys with 99% similarity in facial features formed a triangle point in the huge stone cavity. Chang-Chi, Quasis, silent killer. The brain capacity of the golden lizard man was not much to begin with, and at this moment, it felt like the CPU was smoking. Their eyes moved back and forth between the three figures. Why were there three masters? Quasis' expression showed a brief confusion. The change in things was somewhat beyond his expectations. Are you going to stop me? Quasis narrowed his eyes. Or do you know what I want to do? Chang-Chi looked up and said slowly, You tricked everyone away to get some precious item here. No matter what it is, the thing you went to so much trouble to get can't be too bad. Silent Killer looked sinister and remained silent. But he held the dagger in his hand horizontally in front of him, and his eyes wandered between Chang-Chi and Quasis, but there was only one thing in his eyes, that is, they all had to die. Very good, today, only one person can leave here alive. Quasar bowed his head slightly, stretched out his arms, and a complex mechanical mechanism extended from his cuffs, forming a limb extension weapon. The red arc crackled, and the two sickle-like weapons had the functions of long-range attack and close combat. A roar came. Three figures rushed out from three directions, jumped up, and collided in the air. The light and shadow flickered, fierce and endless. The three men seemed to be not satisfied with cutting each other into pieces, and even used their teeth to tear each other's flesh and blood, and then smashed the bones into powder, after gnawing them into white bones. This fierce battle lasted for 3 minutes. In the end, 2 people fell down, and only one person stood up with blood all over his body. It was Yasha holding the dagger. The remaining 2 people's bodies had been cut off, and fell on the gray stone ground. The body of Quasar turned out to be a robot, and the broken chest was flashing with crackling electricity. And Chang-Chi's body was solid flesh and blood, and the blood was like a dazzling stream, winding and flowing. Chapter 454. Its pheromone. Quasar's main body was running in another cave. In front of him were hundreds of golden lizard men digging the cave at full speed. Modular Star's body would become extremely weak at the critical moment of evolution. But as an ancient species whose lifespan is a mystery, it must have a way to protect itself in this extraordinary period. Otherwise, it would not have survived to this day. In any evolution in the past, any weak creature would have ended its life. This is just like the survival of the fittest in nature. Even a weak ant has basic survival skills. During this critical period, the shape-shifting star will release a large amount of pheromones. This is the strange substance that caused the inexplicable civil war among the residents of the shape-shifting star. All foreign species that try to approach the core of the shape-shifting star will be affected by the fierce pheromones, and in the process of moving, there will be inevitable conflicts, and they will not stop until they die, or even perish together. During this delay, the shape-shifting star will complete its evolution and shed its shell in secret. The larvae will abandon the old shell and escape into the universe without a trace. According to the time calculation, deformed star, has about 200 seconds left in its weak period. Quasar is moving fast. His physique is special, and can block pheromone interference. The self who just had an encounter with Chang-Chi is just a puppet robot that can be controlled remotely. But what Quasar can't figure out is who is the self holding a dagger and looking fierce. Where did it come from? Fortunately, they were affected by pheromones, and could no longer move forward. I wonder who will die, that guy or Chang-Chi. Or will they die together? Quasar felt a little reluctant, but it had no choice. It had to get deformed star. And deformed star, a clumsy liar, could not fool a real fraud artist. Everything went well. Quasar was infinitely close to the core of deformed star. Boom, the last stone wall collapsed. Quasar pupils shrank slightly. What appeared before him was the deepest cavity of the entire planet, with an internal space as large as a dozen football fields. And on the ground in the center in front, stood a very standard black sphere, with a diameter of about 2 meters, a smooth surface, and a faint green fluorescence, like a huge jewel. Under this black sphere, the shape of the ground seemed to be intertwined tree roots, forming a tray to hold it up. Green energy converged along the tree root tray towards the black sphere. Looking closely, it seemed that there were countless insects under the smooth surface of the sphere, surging and forming tiny wrinkles. Quasar looked up and looked at the surrounding cavities, walls, and ceilings. They were originally red flesh and blood, but they were petrified at a rapid speed, and debris kept falling. Found you. Quasar, as expression flashed with excitement. After layers of means, it was finally time for harvest. He stepped over the collapsed wall, and stepped into the central space. At this moment, his body paused slightly. But he saw a ghost-like figure slowly walking out from behind the black sphere in the distance. It was Chang-Chi, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. On his shoulders stood a little golden man shouting Odysseus. Quasar narrowed his eyes. The you who appeared before was also a puppet. Chang-Chi said calmly, "It's called a slime mold man." Quasar nodded. "You also have the potential to be a fraud artist." Chang-Chi raised his head. "Compared to you, I am still a lot worse. It's just that DKG Lan is really not good at deceiving people, so I can guess your purpose. Since I guessed your purpose, I must be more cautious." Quasar sighed. "That little girl. The only time I broke the rules in my life was because of her, but I didn't expect it to become a loophole that you kept holding on to." Buzz. A slight trembling sound came from the corner of the wall. Quasar suddenly found that there were 8 strange devices erected in the 4 corners of the cavity under his feet, like 8 slender black antennas, with faint white light emitting from the tips. "What is that?" Quasar had just opened his mouth to ask, and the 8 antennas suddenly released a long whip-like beam chain, trapping his body into a dumpling, and each strand was stretched straight. Chang-Chi explained, "That was when I got some energy-restricting collars in the fighting field of the lizard men. I upgraded them a little. And within its domain, it can accurately block all the special abilities of the target creature. The moment you entered here, you have become a blocked target. I don't know what you are capable of, but at this moment, you are just an ordinary person." Quasar twisted his body and found that he could not move at all, completely imprisoned. He frowned and sighed. Okay, that means you are determined to snatch the results from me. I like treasure hunting, and don't want to miss any treasure." Chang-Chi looked at the boy with a 5-star teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. "But I think we should talk first." "Chat?" Quasar was a little surprised. "Your thinking is quite clear, and you can resist the influence of pheromones?" Chang-Chi's face was calm. "Same here. What are you talking about?" Quasar's eyes flickered, and he was silently calculating the countdown to the weakening of deformed star. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. "You should be able to guess the relationship between us. Only by merging together can we find the hidden past life and restore the strongest state." "Merge? In other words, are we really a creature that has been split?" Quasar's eyes widened. "If we really merge, then who is the main body? There should be a person whose subjective consciousness disappears completely, right?" Chang-Chi nodded slowly, "Yes." Quasar's expression suddenly relaxed, and he said slowly, "Let me tell you a story, and you can make a decision after listening to it." Chang-Chi nodded. "Okay. A long time ago, I woke up from darkness. At that time, I was in a daze. I couldn't see my hands. I couldn't see my feet. My brain was truly blank. I didn't know anything. I couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, Quasar opened his eyes slightly. A mysterious and huge voice came from the darkness. He said that he would tell me all the secrets about me, which also related to Chang-Chi's previous life." Chang-Chi's eyes widened slightly. Quasar continued, Then the voice began to count down. He said 3, 2, 1. Boom! Quasis suddenly exploded violently. At this moment, his whole body was like a nuclear bomb, emitting an extremely bright white light, and the terrifying energy was released. The cavity was shaking, and every piece of gravel was splashed like a bullet. Chang-Chi also lost his vision in an instant, and used his arms to protect his face. When the energy of the explosion dissipated, a huge depression with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in front of Chang-Chi, with thick smoke billowing. Suddenly he realized something. Chang-Chi turned around suddenly, and found that the huge black sphere that was originally standing behind him had disappeared. It was obviously stolen by someone in the chaos. And on the rock wall above Chang-Chi's head, at some point, a cylindrical tunnel with a diameter of about 3 meters and smooth edges appeared. It seemed that someone had used some advanced equipment to cut it out in an instant. This tunnel runs through the surface of the earth, and you can even see a small piece of sky. Gurgle, Quasar, as half-head rolled to Chang-Chi's feet. The one that exploded before was actually a robot with a very high technological level, between biological organisms and machines. The mouth of the half-machine head was a little stuck, but it could still make intermittent sounds. A true master of deception will not appear in person even when receiving the final fruits of victory. He will always be a ghost hiding in the dark. This is the 6th rule of the fraud artist. Ghosts do not drink victory wine. Chapter 455. Chang-Chi was bombarded by the bomb at close range. His body was already riddled with holes, and finally could not bear the weight, and melted into a pile of black asphalt with a crash. In the distant sky, behind the 4th wall, Chang-Chi, who was in the Spirit-style starship, saw a straight colorful beam of light appear in the sky ahead, one end of which connected to the ground, and the other end to the distant space. This beam of light was very similar to the teleportation beam used by the lizard men in the fighting field, and it was very likely an upgraded version. The user of the teleportation beam is self-evident. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and rushed out of the cabin at high speed. The ice-blue force field under his feet bloomed, as if pieces of blue ice crystals formed in the air, extending in an instant, forming a line, with a tail that gradually dissipated, and plunged into the colorful beam. After entering the beam, a fierce suction came from the top of his head. A black object passed by Chang-Chi's eyes, and in a flash, Chang-Chi grabbed the black object. That was the core of the deformed star that was transported from underground. Another, Quasar, stood behind the core, looking startled. The beam of light released an upward suction force, while Chang-Chi used the Pioneer gravity suit to release the reverse force. At this moment, the spherical core of deformed star was grabbed by 2 people from both ends. This kind of core has a certain elasticity. At this time, it was forcibly pulled from the standard circle to an ellipse. Quasar, as expression changed slightly, the you under the crust is also a puppet. Chang-Chi looked up and looked at Quasar. You are not your real body now, right? Crack. The core of the deformed star is like a black elastic yoga ball, being pulled longer and longer, making a crackling sound similar to rubber. You don't know what this thing means to me. Quasar gritted his teeth. Besides, I won't merge with you, let go. You are cunning and always try to play everyone in the palm of your hand. I don't want to merge with you. Chang-Chi also narrowed his eyes. As for this deformed star, it is originally ownerless. Whoever gets it will own it. Crackling. The core of the deformed star continued to make a tense sound, and there seemed to be countless tiny tentacles inside, surging violently. Quasar opened his eyes wide and said, if we miss its weakening period, no one can control it. Just when the two were deadlocked, the third figure appeared under the colorful channel. He took advantage of the suction of the channel, and flew into the air like lightning. Chang-Chi suddenly turned around and narrowed his eyes. You actually created a silent killer puppet? Quasar was stunned. Who is Silent Killer? Isn't that guy your stand-in? At this moment, the third figure holding a dagger and not saying a word has arrived beside Chang-Chi and the others. The dagger in his hand is raised high, reflecting a dazzling white light. Shwa! A sound like leather tearing was heard. In the center of the core of deformed star, a straight white bright mark appeared, and the next second it broke open with a bang, and countless black wool-like tentacles bloomed like flower stamens. But the core of the shape-shifting star had completely split into 2, with half of its black tentacles rolling down like a flexible life form, all wrapped around Chang-Chi. The other half of its black tentacles rolled up, all wrapped around the shape-shifting star. The restraining force between the 2 people also disappeared instantly, like a tight rubber band suddenly breaking. The body of the Quasar was attracted by the tunnel and flew into the distance in an instant. Chang-Chi flew out of the colorful passage and rolled towards the ground. With a loud bang, Chang-Chi adjusted his body in the air, and finally knelt on one knee and fell to the ground. He looked up at the first moment, and the colorful beam channel disappeared without a trace in an instant, just like a searchlight beam with a switch turned off. There was no trace of the quasar anymore. Chang-Chi's chest rose and fell, and he slowly looked at his body, and found that the black wool transformed from the core of the deformed star had covered his whole body, surging like worms. They sorted out their logic in a very short time, and turned into a uniform knitted fabric, just like a sweater with fine stitches. At the last moment, the sweater gradually became transparent. But it was not invisible, but simulated Chang-Chi's clothes and outermost skin. The color and texture were exactly the same, and the thickness was extremely thin, as if it did not exist. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Before, he did not know what the essence of this shape-shifting star was used for. But now, he has a clear understanding that this is a set of ever-changing biological armor. Since Zhou left, Chang-Chi has had many inconveniences. First of all, he lacks the strength enhancement of his body and a certain degree of defense. Secondly, Chang-Chi can no longer use the biological mask, lacks the function of camouflaging himself, and can no longer simulate outer clothes and cloaks. His clothes are very fragile. He must be careful when entering and leaving harsh environments, otherwise it is easy to run naked. If it weren't for the partial overlap of the double genes achieved through drugs some time ago, he couldn't even enter the space environment unscrupulously, because Chang-Chi used to need the biological mask to provide oxygen and warming measures. Finally, he missed his partner, Zelu. Chang-Chi slowly raised his palm and found that his human palm had turned into a palm with webbed feet and green fish scales in an instant, and then into a pair of large green-skinned palms, and even into a palm made up of countless millipedes entangled together. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. These palms were all from creatures he had seen, the Fishman tribe, the shape-shifting star tribe, and the Amma. Of course, his palm did not change in essence, but he had gained a layer of camouflaged skin, which could transform into any creature he had seen. Chang-Chi closed his eyes slightly, recalling the appearance of human astronauts in his mind. The next second, not only did his body become human, but his skin also changed into a set of white, heavy space suits. Changing all the time. Chang-Chi was slightly stunned, then raised his hand and touched his forehead, which looked a little strange. On the skin on his forehead, a green ripple appeared at the moment of touch, and a green diamond crystal slowly emerged. At the same time, some information inexplicably appeared in his mind. First of all, the essence of this information is the special ability of shapeshifter pheromone. It can directly act on the brain of intelligent creatures, just like a carrier-free download of knowledge. During the most critical evolutionary period of shapeshifter, in that short 50 seconds, the whole body was completing a kind of innovation. Even the autonomous consciousness was blank, like a blank sheet of paper, or a program waiting for the first command to be input. And during this critical period, Chang-Chi achieved a kind of control and takeover of it because of the unexpected contact. From now on, it will be dominated by Chang-Chi's thinking. In Chang-Chi's subconscious, he has always regretted the departure of Zhou, and felt inconvenience because of the loss of the armor. Therefore, the first action taken by shape-shifting star was to transform into Chang-Chi's biological armor. In terms of function, shape-shifting star armor perfectly integrates the properties of shape-shifting star. First of all, it is ever-changing. Its body is like a highly plastic material. The range of change is not limited to organisms, and it can even be transformed into metal, wood, cloth, and all items in Chang-Chi's cognition. Secondly, it is its magical pheromone. This function can first be used for communication between him and Chang-Chi, and secondly, it can directly absorb and interfere with the information in the brains of other intelligent creatures. The most basic application is the reading of thoughts, in other words, barrier-free translation, just like the former brain-language beast. Chang-Chi took a slight breath. He has never had a reliable and practical biological language translator, and now he has finally gotten rid of this problem. After that, pheromones have another somewhat perverted and terrifying function. That is, when facing some creatures with a certain degree of intelligence, but not advanced life forms, and relatively weak self-control, pheromones can interfere with their thoughts, reverse right and wrong, or even forcibly tamper with them, such as causing a civil war among the DK machine blue people, changing appearance, translating other people's languages, and modifying other people's thoughts to a certain extent. This is a powerful set of armor, but also a liar's artifact. Of course, if you think about it in a positive way, after making good use of it, it is also an excellent and practical tool for roaming the universe. As for its combat power, because it is a completely transformed new body, its physical strength is at a low point, which can provide itself with about 400% strength enhancement and 20,000 MPa stress value. This indicator can deal with handheld beam weapons, but it is not very useful for Chang-Chi, who has a silicon-based body. But Shapeshifter is essentially a biological organism like the former Xiaolu, and has a feature that Chang-Chi likes, that is, growth. Chang-Chi pondered over his experience. The amazing thing was that he and Quasar each obtained half of the variable star core, which could be considered a coincidence or destiny. Chang-Chi looked up at the empty sky. Regarding Quasar, that principled liar. This was a fair fight, but it would definitely not be the last time they met, because that guy must know something, and his fate must be closely linked to his own. Click. There was a sound of stepping on rocks behind him. Chang-Chi slowly turned around and saw another self. His eye sockets were sunken, his face was sinister, and he was holding a dagger, silently wiping the corners of his eyes. Chang-Chi's eyes slowly narrowed. Before, he thought that Quasis had also solved part of the secret of his life experience, so during the whole process of deception, he also created a silent killer puppet. And through the performance just now, Quasis actually thought that silent killer was Chang-Chi's substitute, but Chang-Chi didn't do that at all, and there was no need to do that. Then the question came. Chang-Chi looked at the silent killer in front of him and slowly said, "Who are you?" Chapter 456. I can also resist pheromones. Silent killer spoke slowly. He has never been a mute. He just doesn't want to speak, and has even become unfamiliar with it. It was also at this moment, silent killer's body, including the dagger in his hand, suddenly disintegrated and turned into strands of black wool, and then gathered on Chang-Chi's body. To be precise, he gathered inside the shape-shifting star armor. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Silent killer was simulated by the shape-shifting star. Why? The green crystal on Chang-Chi's forehead flickered slightly, and the pheromone conveyed the answer to him. Before, during the critical period of evolution of shape-shifting star, a large amount of pheromones would be released to the surroundings, prompting all foreign creatures to have a civil war, and pheromones act directly on the brain. According to the judgment of pheromones, there are two people living in Chang-Chi's body. According to the judgment of shape-shifting star, the more chaotic the situation is, the safer it is, so shape-shifting star completed another amazing operation, extracting the thinking of silent killer and simulating an independent body for him. But shape-shifting star did not expect that dumb killer would still have a cold willpower after becoming independent, and would soon be able to act according to his own thoughts. Chang-Chi found it a little unbelievable. Can shape-shifting star armor make dumb killer an independent person again? Chang-Chi conducted a test. The scene was very strange, and strands of black thin lines appeared on his body, extending to one side, and finally converged into an independent, dumb killer. But dumb killer didn't like this behavior very much. He seemed to only like to hide quietly in a dark room without windows and doors, and didn't want to come to reality. His body only lasted for a few seconds, and turned into black lines again, merging into Chang-Chi's body. Chang-Chi blinked. Silent killer is a little autistic. But his previous actions. When he was in a stalemate with Quasar, he cut the core of Shapeshifter into two parts, half for each person. He didn't seem to want other personalities to conflict. Chang-Chi nodded silently, and stopped forcing others. But he realized a problem. If one day, he could merge all his personalities, as long as he had Shapeshifter armor, then his 5-part personality could actually use this peculiar form to stand in the same universe again, or one day everyone could fight the enemy together. But thinking of Quasar, Chang-Chi rubbed his temples slightly. He was a difficult guy. The shape-shifting star civilization, in the alien immigration city. By reading the ancient documents in the civilization, they learned that their real name was Green Palace Civilization. It was the pheromone of shape-shifting star that made them forget the name that should belong to them. DK Jilan looked at Chang-Chi, who turned back with uneasiness. Chang-Chi understood her focus and said slowly, Quasar got what he wanted and escaped safely. DK Jilan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Chang-Chi, you may not know that he is a person without a body. You may think that he took away the core of the variable star to create a bigger scam, but in fact, he just wanted to build a body like ours for himself. Chang-Chi paused. Without a body? DK Jilan recalled. He told me his story. A long time ago, he woke up from darkness. At that time, he was confused and couldn't see his hands or his feet. His brain was truly blank. He knew nothing and couldn't remember anything. Chang-Chi tilted his head. These words were exactly the same as what Quasar said when he was delaying him. Chang-Chi thought that not a single word from his mouth could be believed. Could it be that this scene was real? He found that he was not a living creature. It was a piece of empty energy, perhaps electromagnetic waves, or some kind of network signal. DKG Lan's beautiful eyes flickered. He recalled for a long time, and only recalled a few fragments. He used to have a body and a face like yours. He had a gentle and great mother. He said that his mother's smile was as silent and soft as moonlight, and his mother's hand was like warm wind. He only remembered the feeling of gently touching his forehead. But his mother was brutally murdered. It was a very cruel method, but he couldn't remember the details. He just felt a sharp pain in his head, as if it was split open. He could only recall a lot of bloodstains that looked like mosaics, and a body that was separated from its head and body. He could clearly remember the appearance of his enemy. Later, there was only one thought left in his mind, that was revenge. Revenge was necessary. DKG Lan opened his eyes wide and looked into the void, but he had no body. He couldn't do anything. At the beginning, he could only make his voice appear in the real world, but it was powerless. He still couldn't change anything, and later, he found that he could use fraud as a means to trick others into doing things for him and accomplish what he wanted to do. Over the long years, he gradually gained some results and obtained some basic equipment. With the help of some means, he can make his body condense in reality, but it can only last for a few dozen minutes, and he is afraid of strong light. If he is exposed to the sun for too long, he will gradually dissipate, like a person made of wax. So no matter what purpose he wants to achieve, whether it is to obtain a treasure, or because of goodwill, he wants to help someone, he can only use the method of cheating. He said that even lifting a stone is difficult for his original body. He has existed for so long that he can't even finish a large popsicle. Shape-shifting star is a very scarce and highly plastic precious material. He wants to obtain the core of shape-shifting star and build a body for himself while saving us. Of course, this plan still requires someone else to do it, so he chose you. After he has his own body, he can truly stand on the same starting line with us, and can do what he really wants to do, such as revenge. DKG Lan was somewhat moved. He said that we should not only maintain the flame of hope in our hearts, but also the flame of hope in his own heart. Chang-Chi took a deep breath and nodded silently. A person without a body. It's like some kind of network signal. Chang-Chi realized that his quintuples might exist in some forms that he couldn't imagine. No wonder he couldn't find the liar who disguised himself as himself and deceived Amma to change the route. At that time, the quasar should have only been around the spirit starship, briefly materialized, and then completely invisible, just like a ubiquitous communication signal. Mother. Could the related memories come from myself before I was split? I have a mother, then who brutally killed my mother? Chang-Chi thought of the only clue to find the silent killer's arsenal, the beautiful woman. These all seemed to be able to piece together his past, that is, the serious criminal, Chang-Chi. For a moment, Chang-Chi was also a little confused. The universe is vast, and the truth will be hidden very deeply. At this moment, in the spirit-style starship, two figures slowly walked out. It was Brotherly Bolong and Little Green Fish. DKG Lan paused. How could they be in the starship? Shouldn't they be in the city behind? I even arranged a rest room for them. Chang-Chi spoke slowly. I didn't know what conspiracy you and Quasar had brewed before. How could you let brother and the others stay here? While speaking, behind DKG Lan, another pair of brothers and Little Green Fish slowly walked out, but after a few steps, they melted into black asphalt. Chang-Chi said, this is a test. The answer is, you are trustworthy. DKG Lan suddenly realized and stared at Chang-Chi. He had a feeling in his heart that he and Quasar were not only similar in appearance. Ji Lan. The real Brotherly Bolong came closer, scratched his head, and smiled. You just found a new home. As a dual leader, you must be busy. You should gather your strength and quickly revive this place. As the brother said this, his eyes were slightly red. He is such a person, longing for family affection. Once he recognizes someone, he will give his all without asking for anything in return. Under the gaze of countless people of Green Palace civilization, the engine of the spirit starship started. Chang-Chi, Li Buoluan, and Xiao Qingyu stood at the door of the cabin and said goodbye to everyone. Things here have come to an end, and they are going back. The cabin door slowly closed. Chang-Chi tilted his head and glanced at Li Boluan, whose nose was red. Brother, life always has many farewells. Although sometimes farewells are permanent, they always leave a beautiful memory. I believe you will meet a better partner in the future. Li Boluan sniffed. Brother, you're right. I just failed to woo the girl. Even if you're a darts champion, you can't hit the bullseye with every arrow, let alone me. But to be honest, I'm still a little sad. I just drink some plain wine. Oh, my white wine. Li Boluan shook the empty wine pot. There was not a drop of mutai left. Bobo bobo. Chang-Chi looked back and found Xiao Qingyu leaning on the corridor of the starship. Xiao Qing's face turned red, his eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and he was spitting bubbles. Just drink more bo, it tastes good bo. Boom, the little green fish fell to the ground, bubbles coming out of his mouth instead of his mouth, and began to bubble up his nose, and he was drunk. Li Boluan shook his head and laughed. This little fish baby. Boom, boom, boom. Just when the spirit starship was about to take off, someone knocked on the hatch from the outside. After the hatch opened, it was found that DK Jilan led a half-grown green-skinned child, standing outside the hatch shyly. She glanced at Li Boluan. In fact, for so long, I couldn't show my true face in my hometown, and I was very tired inside. Boluan, he is my child, his name is 20V, and we have always wanted to go out for a walk. 20V. What a special name. Li Boluan's eyes lit up. Brother, can you give me an evaluation? Evaluation? Chang-Chi smiled. Under normal circumstances, the word evaluation is not used in this way. It seems to be asking Chang-Chi, are you willing to accept this family member? Chang-Chi pointed to his starship. There are many rooms here. I welcome you too. The spirit-style starship slowly took off and entered the wormhole. Dear founder, there are some abnormalities in Mr. Li Boluan's room. Do you want to check it out? During the smooth wormhole voyage, Ling's voice came, and Chang-Chi was slightly stunned. Then, the scene in Brother Li Boluan's room appeared in front of Chang-Chi. DK Jilan wore a sparse underwear, revealing a hot and blood-pumping figure. And Brother Li Boluan, lying on the big bed with a dry mouth and eyes as big as copper bells. DK Jilan tilted her head, her eyes were like waves. Boluan, I can become a sexy queen, a well-behaved girl, and a strict Chinese teacher. Which one do you like? The elder brother swallowed his saliva. I like sexy queens, the kind with very thin waists and very big breasts. DK Jilan shook his long hair. No problem. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. Ling, the screen can be turned off. This is not an abnormal situation. Ling was a little straightforward. Dear creator, I think this subverts the reproduction form of all mankind and is of great observation significance. Chang-Chi shook his head and smiled. Life, reproduction, and the universe, there is no fixed form. As long as there is a transportation of moral principles, then everything is reasonable. Ling, if you don't turn it off, she will take it off. Respect my creator. Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the gorgeous wormhole in front of him. Full speed and full advance, go home. After a little reorganization, we will embark on our own journey of observing the universe. Chapter 457. What's your name? You know who I am, but you still ask, you idiots. I asked you why you are called Chang-Chi. You shouldn't have a human name. That's my name. I used to be called that, and I still call it that now. Don't play dumb. This is the smallest sin you committed. You played with the timeline. According to your experience, your name cannot be human language, and you will not curse people in human language. You reset something, you refreshed your past, and some experiences that did not belong to you were merged into you. This is a strange dark environment, with black fog rolling around the edge, and no clear sense of space. A beam of white light from top to bottom forms a light cone, illuminating the protagonist. He is like Jesus tied to a cross, with his hands spread out and his legs together. There is no rope in the conventional sense, but there are many tiny blue particles on his body, rotating around his limbs. The boy tried hard to restrain the twitching of his facial muscles, clenching his teeth tightly, and there was a friction sound between his teeth. I don't know what conspiracy you are hiding. I can't even separate your memory. A low and eerie voice came from the darkness, but now you are illuminated by the mercy beam, and the tissue cells in your body are constantly dying and regenerating. Every second, you are experiencing level 15 pain. I have plenty of time to accompany you. The corners of the boy's mouth twitched. The unimaginable pain was like 100,000 tiny and sharp blades, constantly scratching his skin, heart, lungs, and intestines, cutting countless deep wounds. At the same time, he could still feel the pain of being burned by the flames, as if his body was hanging above the tip of a candle. Do you know why I arrested you? Idiot. The voice in the darkness flashed a trace of anger. Draw that key symbol for me? I can't draw it. I asked you to draw that symbol. A bunch of running dogs. Draw that symbol for me. Kill me if you can. I asked you to draw that symbol. I can't draw. At this moment, the burning sensation on the boy's body was greatly intensified, and his eyes, full of anger, were completely melted by the invisible flames, turning into black blood flowing from his eye sockets. He roared angrily, struggling, and only 2 creepy black holes were left in his eyes. But soon, the optic nerves that were burned to charcoal in his eye sockets grew out again, like pink granulations, and the entire eyeball gradually recovered. And then, a new round of burning came, and the eyeball was burned to ashes again, and flowed down his face along with the black blood. I ask you, what exactly is that symbol? Draw it for me. If I hadn't been ambushed, would you be qualified to interrogate me? I ask you again, will you draw it? I can't draw it. What exactly is that symbol? If you admit that you are an idiot, I will draw it for you. Okay, I admit that I am the not very smart species you said. Oh, you are really an idiot. Sorry, I can't draw anything. The unimaginable pain hit every nerve in his body, but the boy just wanted to laugh. The voice in the darkness was angry and violent. He really wanted to rush out and cut the boy into pieces, but it seemed that there were other accomplices who were pulling him back. I ask you, what exactly is that symbol? Don't force me to kill you. I don't know. Chung-Chi opened his eyes suddenly. It would take some time to travel through the wormhole, so he came to a captain's lounge in the spirit starship, ready to take a nap and reward his tired body. Unexpectedly, after falling asleep, he had an extremely real nightmare. He blinked and looked at the dimly lit room. It actually fell to the ground. He calmed down, but he was still scared. The nightmare was too real, especially the realistic pain, as if it really happened to him. He always felt that the dream was something he had experienced before. Maybe it was related to serious criminal. But he didn't know the cause and effect. Chung-Chi lowered his head and rubbed his temple, but his pupils suddenly shrank. He found that a huge symbol appeared on the floor of this lounge, and he was sitting in the center of the entire symbol. The Ling-style starship is made of a special material that combines the characteristics of the human brain. It is snow white and looks like ceramic, but it has a hardness no less than that of high-grade alloys. At this moment, a huge symbol with a diameter of 3 meters seemed to be scratched on the milky white floor with fingernails. It is not easy to draw such a pattern. At this moment, Chung-Chi felt pain in the fingertips of his 10 fingers, especially the clear swelling pain under the nails, as if they were forcibly broken by pliers. There were some white debris in the gaps between the nails, which were made of the same material as the spirit starship. Did I make this pattern myself? Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly and issued a voice command, call up the surveillance record. The virtual screen at the head of the bed flickered slightly, playing the image of Chung-Chi during his sleep. In the dim light, Chung-Chi lay on the ergonomic bed, sleeping soundly. Based on the optimistic mentality, the child's sleep has always been good, but there is not much opportunity to rest. Chung-Chi in the picture seemed to be in a deep sleep, but suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up slowly, walked forward a few steps, knelt on the ground again, and then stretched out his fingers and scratched the floor inch by inch. Chung-Chi's eyes trembled, sleepwalking. The sleepwalking Chung-Chi in the picture obviously had a clear mind, and was drawing a pattern inch by inch. During this time, he would always subconsciously stretch out his right hand and wipe the clean corner of his right eye. Chung-Chi paused again, it's silent killing. About an hour later, the pattern was finally drawn. Chung-Chi curled up in the center of the pattern, like a baby, and slowly fell asleep. Brighten the light. Chung-Chi gave a voice command, and the light in the room gradually became brighter. Chung-Chi stood in the center of the huge pattern, lowered his head, turned his body, and felt an inexplicable shock. The pattern was a huge circle, and in the center of the circle was an X. At first glance, it looked like a forbidden sign, but if you look closely, there are many tiny wrinkles on the central X, and the strokes are winding and tortuous. The strokes that look like electrocardiograms can release a sense of coordination and precision. In just 3 centimeters, there are more than a dozen wrinkles, and above the wrinkles, there are second, third, and even fourth level wrinkles. It is complex, precise, and all-encompassing. Information. Geometric figures of the same volume can often convey more information than words. There is a lot of information hidden here, like a password or encryption key. Chung-Chi could still feel that the pattern under his feet conveyed a certain sacred and ancient feeling, just like those religious patterns with magical powers. A truly devout believer would see a god breaking through the dimensional wall and reaching out to touch his forehead in a simple pattern. What on earth is this? Chang-Chi frowned, recalling the nightmare just now. It seemed that the nightmare was a real thing. It should be Chang-Chi's past experience. The voice from the darkness kept interrogating himself. Draw that symbol for me. At this moment, Chang-Chi stood in the center of the huge symbol, his thoughts churning. Is this the symbol you are pointing at? All this is related to my past self. What on earth have I been through? What exactly is this symbol? Who are those people in the dark? They tortured me cruelly. What do they want this symbol for? Chang-Chi's fist clenched subconsciously, and there was a crackling sound in his bones. Silent kill, what do you want to express? Chang-Chi turned around and looked at the wall of the bedroom. The intelligent control system changed the reflective efficiency of the wall and formed a mirror. Chang-Chi tilted his head and looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror, the confused boy's eyes suddenly became ruthless and cold, and a thick shadow appeared around his eye sockets. He raised his right hand and wiped the clean corner of his right eye with the back of his hand. Find. Found. Find, Arsenal. Chapter 458. Hey, my little sister. I was just about to ask for directions, but when I saw you, I suddenly felt better, because I instantly found the direction of my life. On the vertical strip of Hansi's mouth, a rose was taped with tape, and 2 roses were also taped on his ears, with the center of the flower facing forward, like 2 searchlights. It pretended to pass by and suddenly caught a glimpse of the beautiful robot in the glass cabinet, then stopped and put one hand on the glass cabinet. The beautiful robot in the glass cabinet is completely extinguished. Its facial features are completely designed like humans, with dark silver eyelids tightly closed, a small upturned nose, and a sharp chin with flexible lines. Its figure is also full of feminine beauty, with curves and curves, light and flexible. Its body is full of traces of erosion by the years, and its charm is covered. But you can imagine how amazing it was when it was the latest generation of products. This is the interior of a cable car in Chang-Chi Dyson Sphere. Hansi has been staying here, accompanying his love at first sight. Where did Chang-Chi go? He should be able to fix yours. Hansi picked at the rose in his mouth and looked at Sleeping Beauty with some disappointment. If you can wake up, I will burn all those flower robot magazines. Hansi. A call suddenly came from the entrance of the cable car. Hansi was stunned, then slowly turned around and saw the boy in a blue cloak, with a faint smile on his face, standing quietly in the distance. Chang-Chi. Boom boom boom. Hansi's 3-meter-tall brass body took big steps, stomped on the ground, and ran towards Chang-Chi. The electronic screens in his eyes simulated the pattern of scattered tears. I miss you so much. Hansi rushed forward and lifted Chang-Chi high. Hey, help me fix that robot girl quickly. Chang-Chi smiled helplessly. You are so purposeful. At this moment, the Ling-style starship has returned to Tingzhou, and the Dyson Sphere has remained near Tingzhou. After the starship came to a stop, Chang-Chi immediately went to the cargo hold of the Dyson Sphere to look for Hansi, who had not seen him for a long time and forgot his friends for the beauty. Chang-Chi looked at the cargo hold, which was like an antique robot museum. His brother gave him all his collections without reservation. Chang-Chi thought, Hansi, I will start a wonderful journey in the universe next. Hansi said, I will definitely accompany you. Chang-Chi nodded. The starship is empty, so I will help you synthesize some friends, which can also take care of some daily life on the starship. After a quick glance, I found that these robots were all products of human civilization, old antique robots, and without exception, they were all life service series. The ones collected by my brother were all fine products, so there were not many times they could be synthesized. Chang-Chi raised his right wrist, and a blue light flashed. Similar technological creations detected. Break into original matter. EP432 Gardner robot, *4. A23 Gardner robot, *2. Ecstasy Nanny Group 2.0 Lumina Ecological Butler, *1. This Nani robot comes from the human robot master Piparu. He obviously has a genius talent for robot manufacturing, but unfortunately he has a bit of a crazy personality. Therefore, the robots he created have excellent functions, but also crazy program settings. This makes the Nani robot users miserable. When they are satisfied, they worship him, and when they are dissatisfied, they want to kill him. They have mixed feelings of love and hate. Lumina Ecological Butler, a top gardening robot. A single machine can manage an ecological park of 100 hectares, has top botanical knowledge, top flower art, and an aesthetic that is hard to describe. Ecological Butler? It can just manage the plant planting platform on the starship. Chang-Chi looked at the synthesized new robot, however. What is the degree of this so-called insanity? The body of this robot is a soft female, painted green, with a head shaped like a flower bud, and beautiful facial features, like a flower fairy. I believe every plant can talk, and gossip with its short life. Huh? Ing suddenly saw the rose stuck on Hansy's mouth. It's emo, turn on the speakers, and play Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse for me to get excited. At this moment, a winding mechanical tentacle extended from Ying's body, picked Hansy's rose, trimmed it with a snap, removed the petals of 2 flowers, surrounded the last flower in the center, forming a heart-shaped bouquet, and took out a wriggling earthworm from the culture chamber on his chest and placed it in the middle. Here, my robot friend, give this flower to your lady, and you can have sex tonight. That, Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Hansy was holding the bouquet in his hand, and was stunned. Is this a waste? Chang-Chi was stunned. Life should be optimistic, ignite confidence, raised his right wrist, aimed at other antique robots. Blue light shone. Similar technological creations detected. B9 Deep Sea Exploration Robot. A2232 Deep Sea Exploration Robot. Maelstrom Deep Sea Explorer of the 2.0 Maelstrom. *1. A robot with a full body painted in ocean blue. 2 deep-water turbine thrusters, like cannon barrels on its back, and a metal shark fin installed on the back of its head, appeared. Boom, boom. The next second, the robot continued to jump towards the ground in a diving posture, but the ground was a solid alloy floor, and it was so bumpy that it saw stars. I was born for the ocean. If I can't go underwater, it's like urine leaving the toilet. 8-meter diving platform, back-to-back knee-hugging diving. Boom, the robot jumped on the spot, turned 360 degrees, hit its head on the ground, and fainted. It seems to have failed again? Chang-Chi's mouth twitched, optimistic. Crazy Nanny Group 2.0 Taste God of Food, *1. Also from Crazy Robot Master Pipaloo. A top cooking robot with a built-in recipe of all human civilization, top ingredient identification ability, top knife skills, and top cooking skills. Aligadadu Andy 4. A robot holding 2 knives, wearing a white apron, with a red cloth tied on its head with a wordway written on it, appeared in front of Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi paused. Why is there a robot from country A? Luigi, I am good at all kinds of food, especially sashimi. I will use my superb knife skills to turn everything into sashimi, and give you the supreme delicacy. Chang-Chi was stunned again. Your country A language seems to be quite confusing. 8 Yalu. Live earthworms, sashimi, smekta. The way robot suddenly took a fancy to the earthworm in the culture chamber on Ying's chest. Please wait for me for a moment, Chiodo-sak. Then, the 2 machines started fighting. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. Things are not as I thought. Optimistic. Epileptic Nanny Team 2.0 Monolith Medical Guard, *1. Equipped with fault regeneration rays and microsurgical robots, it can create decomposition medical mist clouds in emergency mode, with a built-in 3,000 pathogen antibody library and 2,000 antidote serums. This seems to be more reliable. Chang-Chi looked at the robot in front of him, which was a huge square box with a red cross, mechanical limbs, and painted white. Dear Master, I have detected that your body has some hidden diseases due to long-term unbalanced nutrition intake. Excuse me, can I perform a series of comprehensive scans and examinations for you? Chang-Chi nodded with relief, yes. But then, the medical guard named Pan just took a step forward and winked. Chang-Chi paused, check? Pan continued to wink. Chang-Chi was stunned again. What do you mean? Pan stretched out 2 metal fingers and rubbed them in front of Chang-Chi. You know, our business is not easy. Other family members give red envelopes. You should also show some appreciation. Chang-Chi's eyes widened. Another one is useless. The last hope. Seeing that the robots in front of him were almost all combined, only some comprehensive robot butlers were left. The azure light shone. Crazy Nanny Team 2.0 Servant Comprehensive Butler, *1. My master is my god. Even if I am asked to crush thunder, I think I can do it. This is a middle-aged robot with a mustache, wearing a tuxedo, and a white towel on his hand. Its feet are 2 wheels, just like a balance car. At this time, its body rotates, and its butt is facing Chang-Chi. When he lifts up his tuxedo, he can see that it's metal but is full of lines. One but line. Chang-Chi's eyes trembled. The introduction of this robot is daily service, serving dishes, making beds, opening bottles of wine, passing cigarettes and lighting them. But Chang-Chi felt that this guy didn't look very smart, and who knows if he can do those jobs well. Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Sashimi smekta. This patient, do you still want to be cured? I definitely do it. The whole place was in chaos. Chung-Chi set these robots to obey the orders of the boss Hanzi, and then these robots unexpectedly became quiet, gathered together with Hanzi, and it was unknown what they were plotting. Brothers, from today on, we are brothers. When Chung-Chi fixes my goddess, you must show some skills to help me take her down. Don't be so lazy, or I will be angry with you. Don't worry, boss. Chung-Chi took a deep breath and looked at the last two robots in the display case in front of him. They are different and full of beauty. They all have silver metal skin, and each of them has a semicircle on their chest, but one on the left and one on the right. When combined, it is a complete black circle. Chung-Chi had a feeling. She was different from other robots, but he couldn't tell the specific difference. Similar technological creations detected. Break into primitive substances. Synthesis successful. F-24 memory memo assisted robot of the breeder civilization. *1. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Hanzi also suddenly turned around, widened his electronic eyes, covered his chest with both hands, and stared at the creation in front of him like a sculpture. The appearance of this robot did not change significantly, but the body was completely new. The body full of feminine beauty reflected the clean silver light. The two robots became one robot, and the two semicircles merged into a complete circle on her chest. What surprised Chung-Chi was the annotation of this robot. She is an upgraded model of 2, breeder civilization, D24 robots. In other words, she has never been a human creation. Judging from her modeled body before, she has been wandering in human civilization for at least 100 years. So long ago, robots from other civilizations entered human society, and her function, just like her name, she is a memo. It can also be understood as a freely moving recorder and data hard disk. Usually, she is a scientist's work assistant, specializing in memos, records, or data queries, and has a memory that is countless times stronger and more accurate than that of humans. The silver eyelids slowly opened, revealing a trace of confusion. I used to be Zhuyu and Yu. Now we have merged. My name should be Yu. I used to serve a human scientist. His name is Yang Ning. Chung-Chi thought about it, and opened his eyes slightly. Yang Ning. This name is well known. The reason why human civilization is what it is today, why the entire Milky Way is its home, why it has so many colonized planets, and why the Earth has become a garbage dump, is because of the emergence of a technology. Human beings' technological level of 1.5 can only support colonization of star systems, that is, the solar system. But it is because of this equipment that humans have been able to pull up the seedlings for growth and obtain unreachable territory. All this is due to the birth of Directional Stargate. And the inventor of the Directional Stargate is Yang Ning. That is, the grandfather of the emotional value provider, Funny Yang D. The robot in front of him is actually Yang Ning's assistant. That means it remembers the Directional Stargate, technology that is strictly guarded by the Galactic Alliance. But, you blinked, I seem to hold a huge secret and shoulder a huge mission, but now my mind is blank, I can't remember anything. As she spoke, the beautiful robot hit her head hard with her palm. Sister-in-law. Look at me performing a 720-degree backflip dive for you. The deep-sea prospector robot, codenamed Vortex, climbed up the tall shelf in the distance at some point, turned gorgeously, rotated 720 degrees, and landed on the ground with a thump, and fainted. Chapter 459. My name is Yang D. I'm starting to feel inferior. My grandfather is a dazzling star. But apart from him, my whole family is trash. My father, uncles, and myself are trash. My father spent his entire life trying to research a smart speaker, but unfortunately, the speaker was also a retard until the day he died. He played disco music at his funeral, which was very exciting. I heard from my ancestors that my grandfather was also a trash when he was young. But suddenly one day, he bought 2 robots from somewhere, and from then on, the 2 robots were inseparable from him, and then my grandfather seemed to have turned on a cheat. He pretended to be awesome, and slapped everyone in the face, and finally created a big Stargate. My grandfather only communicated with 2 robots, and completely ignored us. My friends said that the 2 robots not only gave my grandfather inspiration, but also became my grandmother. Later, my grandfather passed away, and the 2 robots were inexplicably lost. I also want to achieve my own great achievements, but unfortunately I can't do anything well. I can only learn from those people around my grandfather, and provide emotional value to others. I am actually very good at this. I have a bold guess that the robots around my grandfather recorded all his life's learning. In fact, they brought a lot of knowledge to my grandfather, which made him achieve such success, just like a golden finger. But I can't find my grandmother's. No, the two assistant robots. Yongdi sat by a flower bed in Tinzhou, looking up at the Dyson sphere in the distance. Now, I have a chance to get in touch with the top young people of this era. I don't know if I have the opportunity to follow their footsteps, rise with the tide, and then achieve some dazzling achievements. Because there is a truth in the world, if one person is enlightened, all his family members will be promoted, and following the immortals will make you gilded. What is Mr. Changqi doing? You have 363 days left for your annual VIP. Uncle Chi paced back and forth in the office, looking anxious. He picked up the tea, but looked irritated, and put it back on the table. The members of the Pantheon sat in the conference room, looking heavy and anxious. His comrade, a member of the Pantheon, the plunger of the rule system, Li Bolong, was kidnapped by some alien life, and it was through an incomprehensible technological means. Everyone has supernatural powers, but they are helpless. The vastness of the universe, the gap between races and technology, always give people a sense of powerlessness, even despair. The atmosphere was silent, as uncomfortable as dead water. Beep beep. Uncle Chi's communicator suddenly flashed. The old man, who was fidgeting, took out the communicator, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He asked the communicator Li Bolong. Uncle Chi's hands trembled slightly for a few seconds. His first reaction was that this could not be a communication request from Li Bolong himself. The universe is far away, and the human communication system has long lost connection. Could this be a message sent back by aliens? Could it be some kind of threat or negotiation conditions? Uncle Chi gritted his teeth and pressed the communication button. Love is like a well-written poem. It quietly pops up in the corners of life and makes me fascinated. In the picture, it is a selfie perspective, aimed at the back of Li Bolong's head. Uncle Chi widened his eyes. Bolong, where are you? I'm in a river, and I'm afraid I never get out of it in this lifetime. What? It's a river called love. He turned his view as if he was holding an old-fashioned selfie phone, revealing his big face, and then he stretched out his fingers and made a yeah gesture. Uncle Chi, I'm in love. Uncle Chi shuddered all over. He's been possessed. Uncle Chi, I'm in love. Is it so hard to understand? Li Bolong continued to turn his view and found that he was in a beautiful and peaceful lawn, with a long dining table covered with a white tablecloth and romantic candles on it. Across the table sat a green-skinned beauty with a mechanical arm, 3 meters tall. That's my girlfriend, from Transfiguration Star named Jilin. Seventh uncle was shocked. Ah, an alien race? The view turned, revealing a half-grown child. His skin seemed to be peeled off, exposing his muscle fascia. That's my son, 20V. Your son? And Bao Bao, he has a girlfriend too. The view turned again, and there was another romantic table next door. Hansi sat at one end of the dining table, staring blankly at the silver female robot at the other end, who looked a little confused. And Taitu also has a girlfriend? Seventh uncle was even more surprised. Bolong, where are you? If you are controlled, just blink. Seventh uncle. I'm fine. It's me who's very fierce. I've gone out hundreds of light years, and killed all the lizard men who kidnapped me. Li Bolong puffed up his chest, proudly. Now I'm back to the Milky Way, on the planet of the Mo family. I'm very comfortable, very happy, very happy. Hearing this, Uncle Chi and the members of the Pantheon were all shocked. It was Chung Chi. That guy is beyond our comprehension. But didn't Bolong get too much from this kidnapping? Pop pop pop. The sound of bubbles came from the communicator. Li Bolong turned his camera to the bottom of the table, and found a little fishman squatting under the table blowing bubbles. The little guy is called Little Green Fish. Brother said an indicator that I have never heard of before. What is it called? Function value. My functional value is only 290,000, but that little green fish has 15 million functional value. It's very fierce. It can knock down our entire Pantheon. Li Bolong pouted. Wait, I bring them back and introduce them to everyone. Our organization will have powerful new members. Seventh uncle stared and took a deep breath. Anyway, I'm very happy and comfortable now. I experienced the romantic new life for a while, and then I go back to the organization. Don't worry about me. Li Bolong looked into the distance. Yoho, my naughty robot is here to serve us. This is my first romantic candlelight dinner with Jilin. It's very comfortable, haha. But in the distance, a robot with a head like a flower but held 2 huge bouquets covered with gauze, and placed them on 2 dining tables. With a swish, the gauze was opened, and countless earthworms crawled around in the flowers. Yo, fresh sashimi ingredients. A chef robot's eyes lit up, and he raised his kitchen knife to pounce on the earthworms, but in the process of rushing forward, He found a small herring under the table. Yo sashimi. Pop pop pop. Boom. The little blackfish raised its hands to protect itself, and a space squeezed. The table burst, and earthworms fell like rain. Everyone, I show you a high diving show to cheer you up. 8-meter high platform, 360-degree free rotation. Boom, the ground shook. The blue ocean robot, its head stuck in the soil, its legs twitching in the air. I believe every plant can speak. Sunshine rainbow little white horse is on fire. Sashimi smekta. Pop pop pop. Boom. The scene was quite explosive. In the chaos, the robot butler stuck his butt up and lifted his tuxedo to Li Bolong. Don't worry, sir, I be able to do it with me. Tue, Li Bolong spit out the earthworm that was wagging its tail in his mouth. Brother, your technology level is also up and down? Ah, this. Seventh uncle witnessed the whole process and sucked his teeth. The members of the Pantheon in the conference room were all shocked. Their eyes twitched, and they looked at each other. This scene was a bit unexpected. What is the medical robot in the distance doing? Why is it staring at the chaotic scene and quietly counting money? Chapter 460. Chung-Chi, please don't synthesize me again. Anyway, no matter how you synthesize me, I'm just a nanny robot after all, and I can't help you much. It's better for me to accompany you as I am now, otherwise if I synthesize something weird, I always feel that it's not me, and I feel weird. Chung-Chi stood in the cargo cable car of the Dyson Sphere, looking at the remaining 3 A24 Nani robots of the same model. As Hansi in the glass cabinet in the distance, he recalled the previous scene. Hansi's greatest wish is to accompany himself. This is far more important than obtaining some powerful functions. A true partner is like a star hidden in the quiet night sky, which will not be noisy all the time, but will always flicker silently in the dark corner, silently accompanying himself through the long journey of life. Indeed, Hansi's most natural image is still that silly and stupid look. If he really turned into some strange energy body, or a huge and fierce machine, Hansi felt that he was not really accompanying Chung-Chi. Chung-Chi respects Hansi. When he was weak, Hansi protected him. Now Hansi is unwilling to change his body because of his obsession, just like a stubborn elder. Fortunately, Chung-Chi is no longer weak, and he has the ability to protect Hansi. Looking at the dark starry sky in the distance, Chung-Chi's thoughts are flying. Once, Chung-Chi felt that he was a complete individual, born on the garbage earth, grew up there, and lived from a scavenger who picked up garbage to the present. But now, Chung-Chi felt that he was not complete, and there was a big blank in his life. It was not accurate to say that it was the previous life. To be precise, it was the life before it was divided. He was too curious about that period of time. It was like walking on a road, and walked 100 kilometers unknowingly, but when looking back, he could not remember what he had passed by, what scenery he had seen, what difficulties he had encountered, and how the bandits and bullies on the road hurt him. At the same time, did he do anything unscrupulous during this journey? Interrogation in the dream. Mysterious symbol. Mute Killer. Mute Killer's arsenal. According to Mute Killer's hint, there should be something in the arsenal that can explain the function of the mysterious symbol. And the scene in Chung-Chi's dream should be the scene before he was split, and an unidentified force tried every means to obtain this symbol. These are fragments, very trivial, but they can definitely be combined to reveal the truth. The way to deal with the chaos is to find a thread from the tangled hemp rope, pull it out, and follow it to sort everything out. So, the next thing Chung-Chi has to do is to find the silent killer weaponry. Of course, in this process, he could also appreciate the prosperity and strangeness of the universe. As for the weaponry, Silent Killer has also shared some information. To find the weaponry, you must find a beautiful woman. Chung-Chi has her appearance in his mind. She is a bartender in an interstellar bar. In some galaxies with dense biological populations, different races have already had cultural exchanges and are relatively harmonious. Therefore, on some transit planets, many open commercial institutions have emerged, such as energy supply stations, interstellar hotels, and interstellar bars. However, that beautiful woman. It seems that she is not a bartender who sits behind the bar with her chin supported by one hand, and makes all kinds of drinkers feel excited with her charming figure and beautiful features. She left her bar and went to play a game. A real game, held by a level 6 technological civilization. The game venue is located in the distant SPT-0418-40 galaxy. It looks like a demon's head, spitting out long stones, and its tongue is actually a strong ionospheric flash with strong signal properties. According to human understanding, there should be extremely advanced networks everywhere, that is, advanced Wi-Fi. It is speculated that there should be a large number of artificial intelligence active there, and the advanced and blind spot-free Wi-Fi is their territory. Interesting. Chung-Chi took a deep breath, then contacted Mo, asking him to help prepare some long-distance navigation supplies, such as fresh water, food, energy, etc. Mo knew what this kid was going to do, but he could only look at the gorgeous starry sky and envy silently. In a huge black mecha, Mu-Ching got into the inspection port, covered in oil, and repaired his own space mecha himself. He was very enthusiastic about this matter, and he also liked this kind of immersive solitude. Clang. He threw the mechanical wrench aside, bored and lost interest. He looked at the loyal butler. Uncle Lee, let me tell you a story. Uncle Lee was stunned for a moment, and listened attentively. Mu-Ching leaned on his mecha and looked at the ceiling of the warehouse. I used to think that this planet, and this galaxy under my feet were my whole world, and being able to build and repair my own mecha was the happiest thing in my life. But now? Mu-Ching tooted his lips. The little valve in my heart has been opened because I have seen too many wonderful scenes in the universe. Take maintenance for example. I have always wanted to dismantle Chung-Chi's light-wheel flying saucer. When I was repairing the mecha, my mind was full of what the inside of the light-wheel flying saucer of level 8 civilization looks like. Does it also have a transmission rod? I'm afraid it won't take long. Chung-Chi is going to run away again. Mu-Ching blinked his eyes. Uncle Lee, where do you think he will go? What interesting things will he see? Will it be very exciting? Will he be very happy? Huh? Mu-Ching suddenly raised a finger. Uncle Lee, don't get me wrong. I don't envy him at all. Look at the clothes he wears, just like a rag picker. Oh, I know, he is a rag picker. Moreover, after he enters the universe, no one knows what dangers he will encounter. He is very likely to die in the depths of the universe, with no complete body, and die a violent death, with a very miserable death. Die without regrets, woo woo woo. I just envy him very much. Master, maybe I have a rigid mindset. I think it's good to stay at home. Uncle Lee sighed slowly. This is probably why I can only be your servant. The reason why I look up to you, and why you are a great inventor is because your heart is full of the desire to explore the unknown and all strange things. This is the most precious quality. Here, for ordinary people like us, it is a boundary. It's not for you, Master. There is no boundary in your heart. Uncle Lee raised his head. Master, why don't you contact Mr. Chung-Chi? The universe is so vast. Doesn't he need a partner? Mu-Ching was stunned for a long time, and finally sighed. Uncle Lee, it's not that I don't want to contact him, but the universe is so vast and full of dangers. My skills are like a weak flame that will be extinguished if blown. If I insist on following Chung-Chi, I will drag him down. Lu Lian was able to walk upright because he had obtained the parasitic leech. But at this time, he was lying in his wooden wheelchair in the posture of Guyu, half dead and listless. Not bad, your wood carvings are all good. Lu Lian hummed. Big brother, you haven't even taken a look at my work. Why don't you take a look? You will definitely be surprised. Surprise? Lu Lian raised half an eyelid. I have seen all kinds of scenery in this small piece of land. How can there be any surprise? And besides, you don't even know what a surprise is. Big brother Lu Lian. The leader of the carving team has made a very powerful wooden puppet, and he wants to compete with you. Lu Lian closed half of his eyelids again. A showdown? Okay, go tell him that he won. What happened to senior brother Lu Lian? I heard that he followed a friend out of the Milky Way, and saw many unimaginable things. Now that he is back home, he is not interested in anything. Then why doesn't he contact that friend and continue to explore? Hush, I heard that his friend sent him back, and doesn't want to play with him anymore. Tongue! Lu Lian jumped 3 meters from the wheelchair. Who said that? Who said that? I am so angry, I want to fight him. All the disciples were shocked. But Lu Lian was like a deflated balloon, and suddenly said weakly, It's not Chung-Chi who abandoned me, I came back by myself. Look at me, I am just a carpenter, I will be a burden to him. Beep beep beep. Lu Lian and Mu-Ching's communicators rang at the same time. The sender Chung-Chi, 8.5 million light-years away, SPT 0418-40 Galaxy, let's go? Chapter 461. Independent Colony Planet, Luban Workshop. Today is sunny and windy. Under the sun, the 40-meter-high Luban wooden sculpture is lifelike, staring into the distance with a firm gaze and full of exploratory spirit. Above the sky, a mysterious geometric figure suddenly appeared, flashing with a strange luster, and continued to extend. Finally, in the complex geometric figure, it seemed as if a space door was opened. A spear-shaped starship, with a ceramic structure, slowly sailed out. The unprecedented appearance and the starship shape brought endless reverie and admiration from the bottom of the heart. Nearly 100 Lu Ban disciples stood on the ground with their heads up, their eyes shining. They were all young people, the kind of people who patiently learn traditional skills in this technological age, but who doesn't have a dream of the universe when they are young and energetic. Is this Brother Lu Lian's friend? Sure enough. No wonder he can get out of the Milky Way. There were constant sighs. Lu Lian sat in his wooden wheelchair as usual, under the Lu Ban sculpture, smiling, secretly happy. But he saw the Ling-style starship hovering in the air. The hatch slowly opened, and it was Chang-Chi and Mukin, who were standing at the hatch, looking at Lu Lian from a distance. Mukin smiled, and suddenly extended his index finger towards Lu Lian, holding it in the air. Lu Lian's smile became even stronger. This guy Mukin, that index finger means one, he means that we are about to start a new journey, everything is new. But Muchin shook his head and said loudly, I know you think too much. What I mean is that he picked me up first. Lu Lian's smile froze slightly, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Hello everyone, I will perform a high diving to cheer you up. 20-meter diving platform, 720-degree backflip diving with knees hugged. Swoosh, boom, I saw a blue-painted robot jumping directly from the starship in midair, and fell into the soil in an extremely handsome manner, with its legs exposed and twitching slightly. Lu Lian and all the disciples were stunned. What the hell? Chang-Chi pursed his lips slightly. It's hard to guard against. How come this guy found an opportunity again? This time, Hansi must accompany Chang-Chi, and those several crazy robots are Hansi's younger brothers, so they also follow. Of course, there is also Hansi's goddess, the Memo robot, Moon, that has lost its memory. And the elder brotherly Bolong, DKG Lan, and Xiao Qingyi returned to Temple of the Gods, and the elder brother wants to introduce them to his comrades. Chang-Chi looked at the spring-legged robot on the ground and laughed awkwardly. No matter how great an inventor is, there will always be a few failed inventions. It's normal. Lu Lian took a deep breath and smiled. Brothers, you stay at home and study our wonderful and beautiful Lu Ban with craftsmanship, while I can only endure the humiliation and experience the boring and uneventful universe. It feels a bit unfair just to think about it, but there is no way. Who makes me the eldest brother? Many Lu Ban disciples quietly raised their middle fingers in their sleeves. Ha ha ha. Expecting? Excited? The Ling-style starship sailed silently in deep space. The duo ran back and forth on the bridge, stroking the control panel and pinching Ling's chin. Ling, I was teased. For the duo, the Ling-style starship is synonymous with adventure. As the old saying goes, seeing something reminds you of someone. They felt an inexplicable excitement when they saw the Ling-style starship. It was mentioned in the ancient masterpiece The Abyss of the Unsleeping that this is the environment-changing psychology. Chang-Chi, what is our goal this time? Find a woman. Ah? Do you remember my identity as a serious criminal? This woman is the only clue at present. Whether the hemp rope can be straightened out depends on whether we can find a breakthrough in her. The expressions of the duo became serious. It is very important for Chang-Chi to find out the truth about the serious criminal. After all, who wants to live in confusion? The most convenient way to navigate in the Milky Way is to use the directional stargate. And every time you use a directional stargate, the spirit-style starship needs to exit the fourth wall, navigation state, otherwise everything is illusory and will just pass through. Chang-Chi, I don't know if you noticed it. There is a shabby starship that is always following us. He is tracking us. Mu Chen looked at the shipborne radar system and frowned. It's really strange. We are clearly between the stargates and have entered stealth mode. How did he catch up? I noticed it. Chang-Chi also squinted his eyes and looked at the shipborne imaging system. About 150 kilometers away, a small, very old private starship, whose engine even emitted a faint black smoke, was always following him. If the Ling-style starship is compared to a luxury car, then the starship behind it is at most an old man's car, and it must be second-hand. I seem to know who he is. Chang-Chi felt around and found a special prize ticket. The mini-speaker behind the ticket was running low on power, and made a crackling noise. After using the stargate in front of him, Chang-Chi exerted force with his fingers and crushed the small chip on the back of the ticket. Looking back, the old man had indeed lost its way. After the fourth wall, the spirit starship slowly turned around and aimed at the old man invisibly. You should remember that his name is Yang Di. He probably also wants to explore the universe with me. Chang-Chi shook his head, but he is different from you. You love adventure, but he... Maybe just to prove his worth, and he doesn't know what he is about to face. The duo looked at the confused Lao Tu and nodded slowly. A gorgeous geometric figure appeared, and the Ling-style starship appeared in front of Lao Tu in a shocking form. Its volume was more than 10 times that of Lao Tu, and Wang Ji looked down. Yang Di, go back. Cheng Qi made a voice through the public broadcast. But it was Lao Tu who slowly opened the cabin door. In the small cabin, a white silk was wrapped around the beam on the ceiling, forming a noose. Yang Di hanged himself in it. At the moment the hatch was fully opened, he kicked over the oil drum under his feet, and the whole person was suspended in the air, with his legs bouncing and twitching. His voice was dry and painful. Mr. Cheng, if you can't let me realize my own value, then I would rather die. You're VIP. There are 363 days left. The duo was stunned. This guy. Cheng Qi shook his head helplessly. Want to commit suicide, and wear a space suit? It was also at this time. The beautiful robot named Yu slowly walked behind Cheng Qi. Its expression was completely anthropomorphic. Looking at Yang Di's expression, it was like a confused and ignorant girl, and suddenly a light flashed in her eyes. I feel the existence of Luck Jin. He is the descendant of my former master. My mission is related to his family. Yu blinked, then knocked his head with his hand, but I can't remember the other information at all. Hanzi also appeared behind Yu, looking at Cheng Qi with eager eyes. Serving the master is the most important mission of his nanny robots, Cheng Qi. Chapter 462. Wow! What a masterpiece of nature! Before I even entered the universe, I saw a scene that shocked me for the rest of my life. Every inch of detail here is the explosion of the brain cells of a genius. This material, which I have never seen before, is a blooming, dazzling flower even in the vast universe. Who is it? Who is it? His unparalleled creativity and amazing construction technology are like uncontrollable nuclear fusion, exploding fiercely, swallowing everything, and directly subverting the entire world. It's him! It's him! Mr. Cheng Qi, who is as tall as Mount Olympus and as broad as the multiverse. In the bridge of the spirit starship. Yang Di knelt on one knee, pointed his hands at Cheng Qi, his chest heaving, his eyes wide open. I don't know if he was really shocked by the internal facilities of the spirit starship, or if this exaggerated performance and lines came from his professionalism. Cheng Qi held the special prize ticket. You can track my starship with this? Yang Di scratched his head. Not exactly. Your signal always disappears suddenly. The Milky Way is so huge that it is difficult to track you. But I feel that you should meet your companions, and eventually set out from the eastern edge of the Milky Way, so I roughly estimated a few star gates, and waited here. I didn't expect that I guessed it right. Guessed? Isn't that the so-called luck? Cheng Qi tilted his head. Before, you said that he had luck gene? Is luck also a quantifiable indicator? Perhaps it is because the level of human technology is not high enough, just like the ancient people did not understand how lightning is produced, so humans think that luck is an illusory existence? Of course, luck is also within the system of causality. Suppose there is a supercomputer that can collect all data and calculate all causes and effects, then it can actually see luck. And Yang Di's family all have luck genes. Is this the reason why Yang Di's grandfather was able to invent directional stargate? What is the memo robot, Moon, from a non-human civilization? Can it use luck, or does Yang Di's grandfather have luck, so he got the help of Moon? At this moment, Cheng Qi felt that he seemed to have come into contact with something mysterious and interesting again. But no matter what, Cheng Qi accepted Yang Di, and from now on, this boastful guy will be his teammate. Mr. Cheng, where is our destination? 8.5 million light-years away, SPT 0418-40 Galaxy. Oh, ha ha ha. Yang Di suddenly took a step back and said with disdain, who do you think you are? That's 8.5 million light-years, not 850 kilometers. Do you think you can travel such a long distance just because you have a beautiful starship? You ignorant child who overestimates your own abilities, unless you have the technology of the cosmic stargate or can use wormholes. But unfortunately, you are just a human scavenger. You think you are great just because you got a few broken equipment? You scumbag, if you can sail such a long distance, I will take your last name from now on. Haha, you are such a joke. Cheng Qi sighed. Prepare to open the wormhole. Two groups of millipedes emerged from the millipede lounge, one of which gathered into in front of Cheng Qi. The other group flew out of the starship and gathered into a group. Countless millipedes began to tear apart the space, and a brilliant ball of light lit up in front. What? You can actually control the wormhole? We are all human beings, But you can actually create a wormhole by commanding a group of worms. This is totally incomprehensible. Yang Di was shocked. I, Chung Di, am really blind and can't recognize a great man. I'm going to take your eyes off and use them as firecrackers. Since the atmosphere is already there. Then I perform a 3.8 meter high diving for everyone. Thomas turns 58 degrees. Bang! The blue deep sea robot jumped off the bridge, its head hitting the hard alloy floor, and its feet twitching. Ha ha ha! The duo laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Chung-Chi held his forehead with one hand. This is all just great. Lord Sigu. The coordinates you gave me are 8.5 million light-years away. SPT-0418-40 Galaxy, a level 6 technological civilization game field visited by a beautiful woman. Alma was a little unconfident. This information is too vague. I'm afraid I have to dig up another big one. Chung-Chi was also a little helpless. It was still because he didn't have a subconscious head. His memory with Dumb Killer was a very vague fusion. Information, thoughts, memories, and everything else were very fragmented and vague. Chung-Chi only knew so much about the destination. This was a huge test for Alma, who was not very accurate. This Zerg friend. Yang Di came to Alma and said, "You must be Mr. Cheng's right-hand man. I firmly believe that all those who can follow Mr. Cheng are top elites, whether it is you, Lu Lian or Mr. Mukin." The duo not far away was slightly stunned and felt very useful. Yang Di said again, "Mr. Alma, although you don't have human eyes, I can still see the light in your eyes. I know that you want to do your job well and want to share Mr. Cheng's worries. You know, this spirit is like you running hard in the wild. Although you fall, the dandelion seeds and weeds stuck on your legs are more precious than the medal of victory." Yang Di put his hand on Alma's shoulder. "I am useless, but I have always had some inexplicable luck. Now, I will temporarily give this luck to you. You will definitely complete this difficult task more beautifully than a dazzling diamond." Chung-Chi was slightly stunned. This kid really has a way. This chicken soup is really touching, with a lot of emotional value, and it is also a range attack? Alma took a deep breath, straightened his back, and clenched his palm made of millipedes. It seemed that an exciting war drum sounded in his ears. "You are right. I must complete my work. I can do it. Lord Sigu, wait for my good news." After that, Alma's body scattered into a pile of millipedes, rushed out of the cabin, and joined the digging army. 3 views are in sync. The epileptic butler robot rushed out from a corridor on one side, sticking up its butt and lifting its tuxedo. It can do it. Since the atmosphere has come to this, I will show you a 4.1 meter high diving, 66-degree backflip. Bang! The wormhole in front of the starship gradually took shape, just like the entrance to a huge kaleidoscope. The colorful luster reflected in Chung-Chi's pupils. Then take this first step. Then, it is a gorgeous and spectacular wormhole voyage. I don't know if Alma dug the wrong hole again, or for some other reason, this wormhole voyage only lasted 5 hours before we saw the exit in the distance. Of course, the possibility of super shortcut is not ruled out. Wormholes are originally channels between curled spaces, not point-to-point. The Link-style starship slowly drove out of the wormhole exit. The universe is vast, but 90% of the scenes are exactly the same. Nothing more than a dark and vast silent space. If you are lucky, there will be glowing stars in the distance. Where is this? Have we arrived? Everyone has the same question in their minds. It was also at this time that everyone saw a celestial body about 100,000 kilometers away, shining with golden light. It was dazzling and moving slowly forward. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. Dyson Sphere? The symbol of advanced civilization, at least level 2 civilization or above, and this Dyson Sphere looks different from what Chung-Chi has seen. In form, it is a huge skeleton built outside the celestial body, but the skeleton in front of him has no trace of metal at all. The material of the skeleton is like a spiral of golden crystals, with at least 70% transparency, and it is clear that the high-speed energy flowing in those bones. Because of this strange structure, it emits a vast light, like a small star. Like the computing power of chips, and the displacement of internal combustion engines, Dyson spheres are also divided into levels. And the Dyson sphere in front of us is obviously a very advanced, celestial engineering. Perhaps, its technology level is level 3, or even above level 3. Hello friends from all over the universe. We are Volunteer Civilization. Please believe that we are well-intentioned. First of all, welcome to you. Welcome to the northern area of Galaxy SPT-0418-40. The other party's broadcast came from the public system in the Spirit-style starship. Chung-Chi's transformation star armor played a key role, directly translating the other party's language into understandable thoughts, and releasing the sound into the spirit-style starship through the vibration of the armor, and all members also heard the other party's words. Is this really the SPT-0418-40 Galaxy? Amma actually dug the right one? Chung-Chi was a little surprised, and then looked at Yang Di. The little man clenched his fists and held them in front of his chest, looking at the galaxy he had never reached, with a real light in his eyes. This was an achievement that the Yang family had never achieved for generations. Chung-Chi tilted his head. Does this kid really have luck? And passed it on to Amma? Amma not only dug it accurately, but also a very efficient shortcut, if all this is true. Then, Amma plus Yang Di equals immediately invincible. Dear friends, we have no purpose. We just want to kindly remind you that if you continue to move forward, you will enter a cruel game of the 6th level technological civilization, Entertainment Church. That means danger, cruelty, losing everything, starting from scratch, and an uncertain future. We just hope that you can consider it carefully. Chapter 463. Silence in Deep Space. In front of the Dyson sphere with a dazzling crystal frame, a little starlight suddenly flickered in a tiny position. The Dyson sphere was too huge, and it seemed to draw others' attention to this position. Chung-Chi also narrowed his eyes, and looked at the light. The light also turned into a huge void projection, at least tens of thousands of square meters. The projection turned out to be a cabin of the crystal Dyson sphere, with 7 or 8 figures standing in it. It was some kind of alien life. They were too beautiful. Their body shape and facial features are very similar to humans, but their skin is snow white, and they have pointed ears, just like the elves in myths. They wear very luxurious robes, covered with silver or gold embroidery, straight and exquisite. There are men and women, most of them have long hair, the hair color is either snow white or gold. And their facial features are simply perfect to the extreme, with a high nose bridge, thin lips, and deep eyes with slightly silver pupils. The men have jade-like faces, and the women are extremely beautiful. They give people the feeling of 3D model characters in CG animations, so perfect that they are unreal. Even with a microscope, you can't find any flaws. These guys are so beautiful. The duo was a little dazed. With this appearance, if they enter human society, they will definitely attract everyone's attention and become superstars easily. If they shoot a short video, it will definitely be suspected to be AI-generated. Yang Di also paused. This image must have given them enough confidence, and all the praise will seem pale and powerless. Dear friends. Standing at the front, the young man in a silver robe, handsome enough to make any human woman lose her mind, smiled and spoke slowly. My name is Luo. From the Level 4 Technological Civilization, Shining Star Civilization. Friends, don't be surprised by our appearance. To reach the Level 4 Technological Civilization standard, it is Advanced Celestial Engineering and Life Engineering Technology. Advanced Celestial Engineering refers to the Dyson bubble you see, and Life Engineering Technology refers to perfect gene modification technology. Our people have undergone perfect gene modification since birth, discarding inferior genes and disease defects in the body, while obtaining perfect appearance and physique. According to your standards, among our people, there are no old people, no disabled people, and long lifespans. Each of them is a perfect individual with extreme beauty, and a physique comparable to that of a bodybuilder. The duo and Yang Di opened their eyes wide. So strange. I'm very envious. Chung-Chi's eyes flickered as he analyzed the other party's intentions. They directly introduced themselves, and there was nothing wrong with their attitude, and they even showed a hint of sincerity. But do they really have no purpose? And the Level 4 civilization standards they mentioned are Advanced Celestial Engineering and Life Engineering Technology. In other words, the characteristics of Level 4 civilization are higher-level Dyson spheres and perfect biological characteristics. Advanced Dyson spheres represent that they have further improved their energy acquisition efficiency. The perfect biological characteristics represent the optimization they have made to themselves. As expected, the progress of science and technology always revolves around two cores. The first is energy. The second is the welfare of oneself. In the previous experience, Chung-Chi learned that the judgment standard of Level 2 civilization is the large, celestial engineering, Dyson sphere. The hunter, civilization that hunted the Zulu people is a landmark example. Their relatively backward metal Dyson sphere now belongs to Chung-Chi. I also know the criteria for judging a Level 5 civilization. It was the sea urchin starships of the former UNZ civilization. Those starships were equipped with a type of global beam weapon. This technology combines the advantages of all beam weapons below level 5 civilization, and it looks like an extremely black beam. Therefore, if you see similar beam weapons in the universe, you can basically determine that the other party is a technological civilization above level 5. It can also be understood that level 5 civilization has already utilized the form of beam weapon to the extreme. So what does the level 6 technological civilization that he is about to face look like, and what are its characteristics? Friends from afar, you don't have to worry about what conspiracy we are brewing. The extremely handsome man named Luo spoke slowly. According to our observation, your technological level is at most level 2. Excuse me, if we really want to hurt you, there is no need to waste our breath. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Luo could only see part of himself. Even if we put aside the Solaris cube with a level 4, I only need to enter the back of the 4th wall, and they can't hurt me. Thinking of this, Chang-Chi has been unclear. Adding all his equipment together, after comprehensive evaluation, what level of technology is it? It's really hard to say. Although Solaris is strong, the sub-starships obtained from the Omni King are very rubbish. In front of a truly advanced civilization, they are most likely cannon fodder. Focus on what's in front of you. Luo's logic was reasonable. It saw the weak Chang-Chi, but had no desire to attack. It must have wanted to express something. Friends, if you continue to sail forward, you will implicitly participate in the game of Entertainment Church. They are a true level 6 technological civilization. Luo raised his flawless face. My civilization, in the process of pursuing perfect things, has developed a more tolerant mentality and compassion. We don't want to see you sacrifice yourself in such an unclear way. Although the reward of Entertainment Church is tempting, it is like a bouquet of flowers from the devil. If you want to pick it, you are more likely to lose your fingers. Friends, I can give you some items, including but not limited to high-purity energy, food and water, and even the genetic nutrient solution unique to our civilization. We can also help you repair the starship. These can ensure your safe return and stay away from this place of trouble. Luo looked very serious. This is what we want to express. Things are a bit unexpected. The duo and Yang Di were both stunned. What is the ratio of good and evil in the universe? The other party's appearance is perfect, and their hearts are kind and generous. Are they angels? The three of them looked at Chang-Chi at the same time. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes and thought quietly. Perhaps, advanced civilizations will reach a new spiritual level due to the development of science and technology and the progress of society. They may be kind. But Chang-Chi still believes in one principle. There is no unprovoked gift in this world. All gifts are essentially exchanges. Just like on the garbage earth, 1 kilogram of nickel titanium alloy can be exchanged for 80 credit points. If one day, the merchant opposite suddenly gives you 80 credit points for no reason, then you must be careful, he may be interested in your spine. Thank you for your reminder. Chang-Chi replied, but we are actually employees of the Entertainment Church. As soon as these words came out, the duo and Yang Di were stunned. What was he talking about? Luo on the opposite side was also stunned. His brain did not turn around for a while, and he looked at the tribesmen around him. But when Luo turned around and looked at the starry sky in front of him again, he found that it was empty. The low-level starship that was under control before, I don't know what kind of concealment method it used, has disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Luo's brows suddenly frowned, and he clenched his fist slightly. An extremely beautiful white-haired woman beside him said, Luo, you don't have to be so cautious. You are already strong enough. There is no need to investigate the details of all players before the game starts. Another handsome man said, it is obvious that those low-level creatures just now have extremely low technological levels, and their related skills and wisdom are not that strong. There is no need to poison them in advance, nor is there any need to set up monitoring equipment in advance. We should spend our time and energy on more advanced players. You guys, do you know why I was able to win the championship and get rewards in the last game, and bring great progress to civilization? Luo gritted his teeth, looking disappointed. No matter when, we must know clearly that we are definitely not the best one. If we want to win, we must prepare in advance, even do everything we can. Reputation and other people's opinions are not important at all. The only thing that can cover all this is the smile of the winner. A group of handsome men and beautiful women nodded silently. Luo looked up at the dark universe. I always feel that the ugly guy just now. He is a little special, and a big threat. He hesitated for a moment. Luo said again, open our scanning device, and try to find his traces. The safest way is to kill it before the game starts. Chapter 464. This feeling is familiar. Various opponents gather together to seize the only victory. Before I came into contact with the so-called entertainment church, it started before that game. Chung-Chi's expression flickered. We can't show up again. Lu Lian and Mukin felt the same way. Once upon a time, in the LBW competition, everyone was a contestant, and everyone had bad intentions in their stomachs. Oh no, everyone had different plans, and the sooner they were exposed, the more passive they would be. Entertainment church. Games. And rewards? Chung-Chi thought. The child was born in the garbage earth, and was busy surviving all day long. He had never played any serious games. He had seen some game equipment in the garbage earth, and out of curiosity, he repaired one of them. He played a very violent and pornographic game. The main plot of the game was to help a pervert in strange clothes kidnap a young girl. During the game, he had to constantly kill small animals, such as stepping on turtles and ducklings, and violently destroying buildings with his head and eating mushrooms. After going through many levels, he finally pulled the girl out of the castle and pressed her to the ground and kissed her. The handheld game device was a little damaged at the time, and the text was not clear. Chung-Chi still doesn't know what the game is called. Are you going to participate in the game? The two looked at each other. It feels very exciting. Yang Di also showed a hint of expectation. He put his hands together and said, God of luck, bless me, oh, and Chung-Chi, Lu Lian, Mr. Mukin. Just then, in the front view, a huge light carpet appeared. It seemed to be made of some kind of blue dust, and also like tiny blue stars, ethereal and gorgeous. Chung-Chi glanced at the scanning equipment on the Lingshire starship. This is a long strip of strong ionospheric flashes, with extremely strong signal properties. Its range is very large, currently 3 million kilometers long and 1 million kilometers wide, but it is expanding at an alarming speed. Tongue! Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. According to human observation, the appearance of the SPD-0418-40 galaxy is like a demon's head, with its mouth wide open and a long tongue sticking out. And its tongue is actually an extremely advanced network, that is, advanced Wi-Fi. This field will be fertile ground for artificial intelligence. From a macro perspective, the tongue of the galaxy-level demon is infinitely extended. And from the perspective of Chung-Chi and others, it looked like a huge and luxurious blue carpet, extending from afar and laid under the feet. It was like the red carpet at a film festival, welcoming the dazzling stars. In just a moment, the light carpet had reached an undetectable volume, giving people a feeling of infinite vastness, which required powerful scientific and technological means and huge amounts of energy support. This kind of work can only be done by a level 6 technological civilization, entertainment church. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly. At this time, dense spots of light flashed on the detection radar of the spiritual starship. They were alien spaceships of various shapes, all hovering in the blue light carpet. There were also many spaceships that had been waiting here, and had turned off their concealment devices at this moment. Not far away, an alien spaceship was wrapped in blue particles that were steaming out of the light carpet. The particles surrounded the spaceship, like fireflies jumping back and forth. They were at peace, and seemed to be communicating. They are all players. And now, it seems that they are going through the registration process. Chung-Chi took a deep breath. Let's start too. The spirit-style starship slowly revealed its true form from behind the fourth wall. At this moment, blue particles flew out from the light carpet below, wrapping the spirit-style starship and jumping lightly. In the distance, the crystal Dyson sphere of Shining Star Civilization also slowly entered the blue light carpet. Luo, who was among them, spotted the existence of the spirit starship at a glance. But he could only clench his fist in silence. That ugly guy was indeed just a player, full of lies, a two-faced person with no bottom line. But that guy had already entered the registration process, and the ruler here, Entertainment Church, expressly prohibited players from killing each other before the game started. Because he was a step late, Luo was a little unhappy. It has a kind of innate sixth sense, and always feels that Chung-Chi will become a huge obstacle. Luo made up his mind that after entering the game, once he matures, he will find Chung-Chi's location and eliminate him as soon as possible. New player. Hello. In Chung-Chi's mind, a clear and rhythmic electronic sound came, which sounded like some kind of artificial intelligence. The duo and Yang Di also heard this sound, but it did not come from the shipborne broadcasting system. They felt confused and novel. We are a level 6 technological civilization, Entertainment Church. You obviously don't know us. You don't know level 6 technological civilization. For necessary procedures, I need to introduce myself to you. The voice has a strong electronic feel, like a system prompt, but we are not artificial intelligence, let alone a program. We are carbon-based life like you, at least, we used to be. When technology develops, when we cross level 4 and level 5, and reach the stage of level 6 civilization, our cognition has undergone a huge change. We found that blindly improving energy acquisition, blindly improving weapon systems for self-protection, and blindly improving our bodies are all extremely inefficient compared to another form. Because there is another more advanced form in this world. No need to worry about energy consumption, no need for too many self-protection measures, and life can be eternal. After the AI singularity, our civilization will upload all consciousness to the virtual matrix, abandon physical entities, and exist in the form of data spirit group. Chang-Chi paused, and suddenly understood the logic of the 6th level civilization. Convert the entity into the virtual. Our huge civilization can even be condensed into a palm-sized hard drive, and the energy consumption is negligible. We don't need to transform the body like the 4th level civilization. Instead, we can become any appearance in the virtual world according to our own wishes, and we will be free from disease and disaster. Thanks to AI technology, we can also create rules, habitats, and even our own perfect universe in the virtual world according to our own preferences. After reaching this level, we don't even want to improve our technology level anymore. We are in a very, very comfortable and satisfying state. We call this state Tissy. Chang-Chi was stunned. What does Tissy mean? It should be the native transliteration of Entertainment Church. Luckily, Chang-Chi's Transformer Star Armor has a magical translation ability, which converts this pronunciation into a meaning that Chang-Chi can understand. According to the human description, Tissy, that is, lie down. Chang-Chi pursed his lips. Okay. In other words, the characteristics of level 6 civilization are highly artificial intelligence plus consciousness uploading. Of course, the consciousness uploading they operate should be a very advanced method. The most difficult part is the collection of biological thoughts and consciousness. If it is not mature enough, it is possible to upload a group of idiots or disabled people. This does seem to be much more straightforward than the genetic modification of level 4 civilization. There is no need to develop Dyson spheres and work hard to collect energy. But from another perspective, they have lost their original bodies. This seems to be a philosophical proposition. Is it true self or illusionary paradise? When we still have bodies. We believe in entertainment first. Now we have the technological means of level 6 civilization, and we have the ability to carry forward this idea. We created the survival battlefield of all races. It's a game. You can sign up or leave. We won't force you. If you agree to participate in the game, then you will experience the magical technology of level 6 civilization. Your consciousness will be read and uploaded. Then, you will appear in the 10,000 races survival battlefield and start a life and death competition. Don't worry, if you die in the game, your consciousness will return to the body immediately, but I want to remind you that due to the different forms of death, your consciousness may be damaged. For example, loss of memory, decreased IQ, or loss of some limb coordination ability. That is, idiots, and disabled people. Chang-Chi and his group look slightly stern. But if you win the game, of course you will get rewards. Those are some of the technological crystals we developed when we had physical bodies, which are the so-called peak technologies of level 5 civilization. Don't worry that we will go back on our words, because those things are meaningless to us now. Chang-Chi thought for a moment. Suddenly, he operated the holographic projection system of the Lingshire starship, and a hand-drawn figure appeared on the screen. It was a beautiful woman. She was wearing a red slim dress, with a graceful figure and long wavy hair hanging down from the right side of her cheek and spreading across her chest. Her slender white fingers held a red wine glass, and the red wine in the glass reflected a slight luster. But her cheeks were in the shadow, and only the outline of her facial features could be seen. She was very beautiful, with narrow eyes and a straight nose. Did you draw this? The two of them approached the screen and looked at Chang-Chi in surprise. I didn't realize that you have good painting skills. This picture is strange and has an indescribable beauty. Chang-Chi said, this is my first time drawing. Lulian paused. Is it so good? Chang-Chi shook his head. That's because the image of her in my mind is too deep. Chang-Chi didn't explain too much. To be precise, it was the image of this woman that was too deep in Silent Killer's mind. Chang-Chi could share some fragments of Silent Killer's memory. For many years, Silent Killer would dream of this woman in red dress whenever he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The same light, the same clothes, and even the same red wine glass. Chang-Chi turned the screen and asked the Entertainment Church, who had no roots or connections, Have you seen this woman? We remember her vividly. She is the most fascinating creature we have ever seen. But I'm sorry, we can't tell you the information of the previous players. At least not now. If you agree to participate in the game and win, we are happy to give you a reward. And we will make an exception and tell you where she is. Chapter 465. I sign up. Chang-Chi stood on the bridge, his eyes flickering. As the old saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without going into the tiger's den. Moreover, how can you not experience such a wonderful and interesting thing yourself? Respect your wishes. An electronic voice replied in the void. Chang-Chi slowly turned around and prepared to arrange other members. After all, this was his own business, and of course he couldn't ask others to take risks together. But Chang-Chi was slightly stunned. But Lu Lian and Mukin both had lights in their eyes, and they kept moving their necks and wrists, as if they were ready. Yang Di turned his back to Chang-Chi, clasped his hands together, and seemed to be praying for something. The next second, Yang Di turned around, with fear and excitement on his face. Mr. Chang-Chi, I'm ready too. You guys. Why, do you want to play by yourself? Mu Chen said, in the old days, the most unscrupulous thing about games was to abandon your teammates and play alone. Lu Lian said, we are not here to hang up. Yang Di pursed his lips and said, without facing challenges, we can never show our value. Chang-Chi nodded, then took a deep breath, full of energy. Then everyone will work together, of course. I will protect everyone as much as possible. The other three nodded in unison. The cosmic adventure never disappoints. Exciting. Isn't it coming? Dear players, the registration time for this game is over. Wanzhou Survival Battlefield will be opened in 60 seconds. First, you will enter the game as a single player, and the starship can safely hover here. The Entertainment Church will supervise the order here to ensure that players have no worries. Second, you don't need to do anything, just stay still. The Entertainment Church's consciousness digital transfer technology will scan and extract your consciousness, and you will appear directly in the game venue later. Third, and this is particularly important, the stronger the player's personal ability, the longer it takes to restore consciousness. After you enter the game venue, there is a certain probability that you will experience a short delay before you can restore all your personal abilities. Fourth, before the game starts, there is not much explanation. After entering the game, new players will be provided with novice guidance, but more rules need to be explored by the players themselves. Countdown 50 seconds. Countdown 49 seconds. Countdown 48 seconds. Chang-Chi saw countless blue particles all around him, steaming and jumping, gradually wrapping his body. The other three people were the same, full of novelty and shock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 214 times, Wanzhou Survival Battlefield is open. I wish all players good luck, and I wish all players have adventures. At this moment, Chang-Chi felt like he was stepping into a high-speed elevator. The whole person suddenly rose up, and felt a strong sense of overweight. Under the powerful thrust, it seemed that he rose into the sky in an instant. The view was filled with blue codes, which fell from the sky at high speed like a rainstorm. It seemed that he had reached a certain peak, and Chang-Chi felt his body falling rapidly, and countless blue codes were pouring back like rain. Boom! It was a strange feeling, as if he was a meteorite, crashing to the ground. Chang-Chi's body was still standing upright, but he seemed to be out of the constraints of physical rules, and did not feel any impact. The blue codes around him were constantly becoming concrete, and vaguely a vast continent. Chang-Chi looked at his palm, which was also a process of transforming from a blue line to real flesh and blood. In just a few tens of seconds, Chang-Chi's palm returned to flesh and blood, and even had scars left from his days as a scavenger. His clothes were the same as in the real world, ordinary radiation-proof clothing and a ragged cloak. But Chang-Chi knew very well that he was now a virtual body. This was like a large-scale real-life AR simulation, but the technical content was a world of difference. Level 6 Civilization, Entertainment Church, lives here. If you abandon the obsession with the flesh, or forget the obsession with the flesh, then this is the real reality. After all, who can prove whether the physical universe outside is real? Maybe it is also a code simulation of a super-advanced civilization. We are all just a group of ignorant little white mice. Sticky wind. The temperature is like early summer. If you put a little force on your feet, you can feel the texture of crushed dirt. Everything is so real. Chang-Chi opened his eyes wide and looked around. This was a wilderness full of wild grass. There was a large jungle in the distance, and behind the jungle, there were long mountains. Lu Lian, Yuk and Yang Di, There was no other figure around Chang-Chi. His eyes narrowed slightly. Different players had different drop points. Chang-Chi raised his arm and felt himself. He found that his current level was probably that of a person. A normal adult. No bonus from advanced genes, no super speed. The appearance was similar to reality, but in fact there was no equipment, no deformation star armor, no Pioneer gravity weapon system, no STC. But the good news is that, just like the third tip before entering, Chang-Chi has a clear feeling that his special ability is recovering little by little. Chang-Chi has also mastered some knowledge and has his own quantitative standard, that is, his function value, which is recovering at a rate of about 1 point per second. This is like some kind of download, which will eventually restore itself completely. But the network speed is very slow, and I can't complain. What kind of form is this game? There were waist-high weeds in front of him. Chang-Chi turned slowly. Behind him was a circular platform with a diameter of about 5 meters, which looked like 2 metal discs stacked together. Its edge was flashing with circles of rhythmic blue light. Hello, players. The entertainment church will not appear here. Everything here is running automatically according to a specific logic. Your mission is to survive. And there are 2 ways to kill you. First, your own death. Second, the destruction of the core of your base. Next, every 30 minutes, a wave of native creatures will attack you. You need to kill these creatures to ensure your own safety, the integrity of the base, and obtain new energy points. And the core base behind you will consume energy points to create soldiers for you to resist the enemy. Good luck to all players, and I wish all players continuous adventures. Lines of words appeared in the sky, and there was also an electronic sound, reciting 1 to 1. Base core? Chang-Chi looked at the circular platform behind him. Is this a base defense game? To let all players better understand the game mechanism. The welcome ceremony is about to begin. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Welcome ceremony? A wolf howl suddenly sounded in the distance, and after the first howl, sharp and piercing wolf howls came one after another. Chang-Chi suddenly turned around and looked around. In the waist-high grass in the distance, the green grass began to shake chaotically, as if something agile was moving under the grass. Wow! In the 360-degree range, there were some kind of wild beasts, hiding their bodies, approaching Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi stood in the wilderness, but he was isolated and helpless. He frowned, turned over and jumped onto a metal round platform about 2 meters high. From a high position, he could see more things. A gust of wind passed by, and the weeds swayed like a wheat field. In the falling weeds, Chang-Chi saw figures with gray hair. With the cover of the weeds, they advanced very quickly, and their goals were very clear. Is it a wolf? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. But at this moment, a gray figure suddenly jumped out from the grass under his feet, and a fishy smell came to his face. It was actually a wolf with 2 bare heads. The head looked like a failed hybrid experiment, and it jumped more than 3 meters high. One mouth bit Chang-Chi's head, and the other mouth reached down and bit Chang-Chi's heart. Chapter 466. In a split second, Chang-Chi could only fight hard. He grabbed the 2 bare mouths with 1 hand each. Fortunately, the monster was not very big, about the size of an adult husky. The 2 bare mouths were closed with a bang by Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi used the force to throw the monster backwards, and completed an over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! The monster's head hit the metal base under his feet, bleeding, and his hind legs bounced, and he fainted. Chang-Chi breathed heavily. He raised his hand and touched his chest. In the previous fight, the monster's claws had left 3 bloody marks on his chest, and there was a burning pain. As for Chang-Chi's own experience, although he didn't use super speed anytime and anywhere before, as long as he had the ability, he could experience an invisible smoothness. All movements were smooth and sensitive, and he could start at 0 frames at any time. But now, although he can move according to his own thinking, he can also fight. But it was like being soaked in a non-Newtonian fluid, or like a robot that was seriously lacking in lubricants. It felt like there were obstacles everywhere. If it was a little faster, the brain understood, but the body was sluggish and couldn't cooperate at all. 7 or 8 wolf howls came, close at hand, even right next to the ear. It was also at this time. A virtual screen suddenly popped up on the metal round table under Chang-Chi's feet. And it was a dull-looking robot holding a notched axe, which was rotating slightly. Do you want to consume 1 energy point to build a primary defense robot? Current energy point 1. Is this a production base? Chang-Chi's eyes lit up, and he had a preliminary understanding of the game's mechanism. Facing 7 or 8 strange creatures around him, this was not a choice, but a chance to survive. Build. As Chung-Chi gave the order, the metal base under his feet flashed with a stronger rhythmic luster, and there was a buzzing sound inside. In just 2 seconds, a hatch opened with a hiss on one side of the metal base. A robot with a body like a metal box, a head like an iron pot, and a broken metal axe in its hand came out with a grunt, making meaningless electronic sounds from its mouth, and it didn't look very smart. Iron Barrel Guardian Robot. Level. Initial, attack power, 1, defense power, 1, special weapon, a severely rusted axe. The appearance of this guy made Chung-Chi's energy points clear. Chung-Chi looked at this guy. Its only advantage was that it was quite tall, about 1.7 meters. Buzz whoosh. The robot's program was obviously default, waving the axe and rushing towards the bare-headed wolves in the grass. The bare-headed wolves were not strong to begin with, not to mention that the robot had the advantage of metal hardness and an axe weapon. Crack. Ah, the guard robot almost chopped the leaping bare-headed wolves in half. The bloody internal organs were scattered all over the ground. It took about 2 minutes for the surroundings to be quiet. All the bare-headed wolves were killed, 7 or 8 of them. The guard robot grunted twice, dropped a few screws, and then its eyes went out and entered standby mode. It was really a sense of guarding the yard. Player killed wolf bear *8, obtained energy points *8, existing energy points 8. Do you want to build more Iron Barrel Guard robots? Chung-Chi's eyes flashed. The rules are clearer now. Build, kill enemies, acquire, build, defeat more enemies, and survive to the end. This is much more fun than the game of eating mushrooms, killing small animals, and kissing young girls. Chung-Chi was a little worried. Lu Lian Mukin and Yang Di, they should be fine, right? According to the current situation, the difficulty is not high. Although the first wave of wolf bears was abrupt, they were obviously here to deliver resources. The system has prepared an energy point in advance to build a robot. As long as you are not stupid, you should be able to operate it correctly and resolve the crisis easily. Chung-Chi stared at the wilderness. Next, if he could continue to grow stronger, he would definitely have a certain ability to explore, and then he could go find his companions and join them. He looked at the wolf bear corpse on the ground. Chung-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Although I haven't played games much, games are just like this. After all, there are clear rules. As long as you master the rules, survival is not difficult. Lord number 13999, Chung-Chi, your initial birthplace is just near the nest of the twisted mutant wolf bear, only 0.6 kilometers away. Your appearance has disturbed the sleeping twisted wolf bear. After 40 seconds, it will launch a crazy attack on you. Note, twisted mutant wolf bear, novice protection stage, the strongest boss, no one, the only one in the whole map. Please be prepared for the battle. Good luck. I wish you continuous adventures. Chung-Chi was a little confused when he saw the sudden prompt. The only one in the whole map? The strongest boss in the novice protection stage. In other words, I am the only one who encountered this thing? Is this called good luck or a series of adventures? Boom. Precisely 0.6 kilometers away, a piece of grass with a size of thousands of square meters was suddenly opened from the ground. There was actually an underground cave hidden there. Ah, a shocking wolf howl resounded through the sky, and grass, leaves, and dirt flew. A huge figure with a height of 20 meters crawled out of the underground cave and howled to the sky. Its body was that of a wolf covered in gray hair, but it had more than 20 huge bare heads, more than 20 open mouths, sharp fangs, and dripping sticky saliva, looking terrifying and ferocious. It spotted the tiny Chung-Chi at the first moment. It howled again, got on all fours, and ran like a storm. In an instant, it ran in front of Chung-Chi. Jilla-jilly. Wallala wallala. The Iron Barrel Guard robot started instantly, making a strange electronic roar, raised the iron axe full of gaps, and rushed forward directly. Defend the Lord to the death, defend the base to the death. The boss wolf bear popped out a claw, and the Iron Bucket Guard robot instantly turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Chung-Chi looked back at the distant stars. I had originally wanted to name my first robot, Iron Bucket. Unexpectedly, things are unpredictable, and encounters are always short-lived, and Iron Bucket is gone. The boss wolf bear, which is 20 meters tall and comparable to a 4-story building, stood in front of Chung-Chi, forming a huge shadow. It lowered more than 20 heads and howled together, spraying waves of sound and rain like saliva at Chung-Chi's body. Chung-Chi looked up. He tried to feel his physical condition. According to the size of the opponent, it was useless to use up the remaining energy points to build a robot. The only hope was in himself. Chung-Chi had a clear feeling that his body had been downloading continuously, and the current function value, should have reached about 100, which was the same as nothing. At this time, Chang-Chi felt his right wrist, which was hard and cold. He looked down and saw a translucent bracelet, which seemed to be 3D printed and was gradually taking shape. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up. STC was also brought in. Chapter 467. Chang-Chi raised his right wrist and sensed STC. But STC did not respond. It could be clearly seen that it was in a translucent state and was solidifying little by little, just like a 3D model being rendered. It will take some time. Chang-Chi realized the key point. There was no other way at the moment. It depended on whether he could wait until all STCs were downloaded. The boss Twisted Wolf Bear was furious because his dream was disturbed. 20 or so pairs of yellowed eyeballs were full of red bloodshot. It raised a huge wolf claw like an excavator bucket and slapped Chang-Chi with a sound of breaking through the air. Chang-Chi rolled on the platform of the base, barely avoiding the wolf claws. Boom! The wolf claws hit the surface of the base firmly, and the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters trembled. Base core under attack, durability 99%, Chang-Chi's pupils shrank suddenly. The base really has a lifespan. The good news is that the monster in front of him is a novice boss after all. One attack can only reduce 1% of the lifespan of the base. He still has some time and opportunities. Ouch! Boom! The giant wolf claw slapped again. The base core is under attack. Durability 98%. Boom boom boom. As Chang-Chi rolled around in a panic and dodged continuously, the boss wolf bear became more and more angry and slapped down with its claws continuously. Warning: base destroyed, player dead, game failed, durability 95%, durability 94%. While dodging, Chang-Chi observed his STC again, and found that this small crystal wristband was very close to a solid body, with a hard touch and a cold temperature, but it lacked a touch of luster. Quick! Quick! Boom boom boom. Base core under attack. Durability 80%. Durability 79%. Ouch! The boss, the Twisted Wolf Bear, roared, and more than 20 pairs of eyes instantly turned blood red. The hair on the back of its neck suddenly stood up, and its momentum suddenly changed. Boom! It grabbed and shot again. Durability 69%. Chang-Chi's heart trembled. This thing also has a violent mode? The attack power increased 10 times in an instant. What the hell is this? If a novice encounters this kind of boss, isn't it certain death? Who can resist it? Boom! Durability 59%, durability 49%, durability 39%, durability 29%, warning, base destroyed, player dead, game failed. Boss Wolf Bear has gone crazy. Chang-Chi is like a loach hiding here and there, making it extremely manic. A huge shadow emerged, and Boss Wolf Bear gathered its front paws to an unprecedented height, ready to perform the most powerful slap. It seems to know that destroying the base can also kill the annoying loach. But at this moment, the round base suddenly flashed with blue light. The door on one side opened with a hiss. Robots with bodies like metal boxes, heads like iron pots, and broken metal axes in their hands, lined up and drove out of the base, chattering. The eyes of the Boss Wolf Bear flashed with a twisted and angry luster. It could easily smash this fragile iron lump. Their existence was as ridiculous as rabbit teeth. It was ready to smash these robots into slag to vent its anger, but the next moment, the Boss Wolf Bear, who had killed hundreds of novice players, saw a scene he had never seen before. On the other side of the base, a fan-shaped blue beam was swinging up and down, constantly scanning the barrel robots. And the source of the beam was the right wrist of the boy. At this moment, although Chang-Chi frowned, he could feel his overflowing self-confidence. He stared at the Boss Wolf Bear, biting his back teeth, and slowly said, "You have been bullying me for a long time." Similar technological creations detected. Begin synthesis. Steel Sentinel Type 1 Robot. *4. Chang-Chi's eyes lit up, and he was inexplicably excited. This is a bit cool. STC can synthesize props in the game, because in the game, the data of the new robot directly appeared in the air in the form of blue text. Steel Sentinel Type 1 Robot. Level 1. Attack Power. 2. Defense Power. 2. Speed. 2. Special Weapon. Caliber 6.4mm, M1937 Madsen machine gun. The four robots are relatively backward. About 1.8 meters tall, with a body like an iron box. But their feet have become large-sized off-road tires, and on the right arm, there is a black machine gun about 90 centimeters long. Intruder detected. Attack started. These robots are obviously smarter than the previous Iron Barrel and can already speak. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, for machine guns fired bullets like fire snakes. The dense bullets hit the boss wolf bear, and it howled in pain, and its body retreated again and again. It seemed that it couldn't figure out why this player could make such a robot in the early stage. Chung-Chi keenly noticed that the small caliber bullets could not penetrate the fur of the boss wolf bear, but only caused it great pain. The azure light shone. Chung-Chi left 2 Iron Sentinels Type 1 to attract the boss's attention and aimed the STC at the other 2 robots. Similar technological creations detected: Iron Sentinel Type 2 Heavy Fire Guard, *1, Attack Power, 3, Defense Power, 4, Speed, 2, Special Weapon, 25mm caliber, codename M61 Vulcan, 6-barrel Gatling machine gun. The robot in front of him was almost twice as big, and its body was covered with extremely thick metal armor. It was more stupid, but also more sturdy, like a metal macho. Moreover, it wears an M61 Vulcan in each hand, with a huge magazine, like a freezer behind it. Buzz! The 6-barrel Gatling gun starts to rotate at high speed, making a very deterrent rotation sound. The legs of the silly robot also unfolded the fixed brackets, locking the body firmly on the ground. Thump thump thump. The so-called blue fire Gatling gun is a situation that may occur in reality. Because the weapon is sophisticated, the combustion in the barrel is very complete, the temperature is extremely high, and the factors of impurities in the surrounding environment can make the flame appear bright blue. 2 Gatling guns, with super high shooting rate, the fire snakes released were more than 5 times thicker. The boss wolf bear howled wildly. What kind of player is this? He doesn't play by the rules and breaks the defense. The large caliber bullets blew up a large amount of blood on the boss, and the flesh and blood shattered. Its ferocity had nowhere to vent, and it wanted to rush to Chung-Chi in the hail of bullets and smash this little trash to pieces with a slap. But unfortunately, large pieces of flesh and blood on its body exploded, and many parts of its body had exposed white bones. So it couldn't move forward at all. After nearly 40 seconds of crazy bombardment, the boss wolf bear finally howled feebly, its broken body staggered, and fell to the ground with a bang, dead, watching the huge corpse fall on the grass in front of him. Chung-Chi's eyes widened, a little excited. Lord number 13999, Chung-Chi, successfully killed the boss twisted wolf bear, obtained 150 energy points, obtained the only item Type 3 base core expansion pack. Chapter 468. The Survival Battlefield of All Races. Area F4. Luo, with a handsome face, narrowed his eyes and looked arrogant. In front of him were the corpses of 8 ordinary wolf bears, and behind him were 9 busy Iron Barrel robots. This was not only his 4th time participating in the Survival Battlefield of All Races, but he also won the 5th place and the championship once. Entertainment Church will indeed keep its promise and give corresponding rewards to outstanding players. Luo also became a hero of the Mother Civilization and brought back advanced technology more than once. At the moment, he is more familiar with everything. Moreover, his birth point this time is very high quality, and he has even seen the dawn of victory. On the north side, there is a dense forest. 2 iron bucket robots are cutting down trees, and then transporting the trees back to build a circle of tall fences around the core of the base. Although this is very primitive, it can help him defend against the first wave of attacks in 26 minutes. The remaining iron bucket robots are digging caves in the surrounding wasteland. This is a secret that no one knows. Under this wasteland, there are some weak protozoa, similar to the combination of groundhogs and moles, located about 1 meter below the surface. They are slow in movement, have no vision, and will not even attack actively. As long as they are found, they can be easily killed. After killing these weak animals, not only can you get food, but each one can also provide 0.1 energy points. Although the number 0.1 is pitiful. But these mice are social animals, and their number is amazing. There are often dozens of cubs in a nest. As long as he uses time efficiently, he can lead all players and accumulate a large number of energy points. And only need to collect 100 energy points to upgrade the core base from the initial state to level 1. And the level 1 core base can create a level 1, Steel Sentinel Type 1 robot. The woods, the mouse nest. What a great start. I've calculated that in about 25 minutes, I can upgrade to a level 1 base, be the first among all players to build a level 1 guard robot, easily resist the second wave of attacks, and easily harvest energy points. And my advantages will continue to accumulate and stack. I will be the first to go out on an adventure, the first to find a secret point, and then take the lead in combat power, attack other players, and plunder resources. Luo smiled, and with a click, he broke the neck of a mouse in his hand, and stretched out his foot to crush a nest of pink mouse pups under his feet into a pulp. Then, I will win the championship. Luo turned around and looked at the diligent iron barrel robot. A bunch of slow and backward scrap metal. Speed up. After my base is upgraded, I will tear you down first and build a fence. At this moment, in Luo's perspective, a message similar to the system announcement appeared. Lord number 13999 successfully killed the only boss Twisted Wolf Bear in the novice period for the first time, and obtained the corresponding reward, which was recorded in the game chronicle. This announcement appeared 3 times in a row. Luo's eyes widened slightly. Boss Twisted Wolf Bear? Why haven't I heard of it? First kill, only, recorded in the chronicle. These 3 words hit Luo's heart. Who is this Lord number 13999? What reward did it get? Take a deep breath. Luo turned around again and yelled at the iron bucket robot. A bunch of scrap metal, hurry up, hurry up. Then, Luo spit into his palm, picked up a thick branch on one side, and began to dig the ground. Boom! He suddenly fell into a big pit. These rats are disgusting. Why do they pile up their feces together? F5 area. Muchin stood in front of his bear core base. Behind him were also 8 wolf corpses, and in front of him were 9 upright iron barrel guard robots. But these 9 iron barrel robots had been dismantled by Muchin with his bare hands, and the internal mechanical mechanisms were completely exposed to the air. This level of technology is 80 years behind that of humans. The transmission efficiency can be improved by at least 40%. Energy utilization can be improved by at least 30%. Comprehensively, the combat effectiveness can at least double. It's a pity that I don't have a computer, otherwise after reprogramming, the intelligence and reaction speed can be improved by 20% to 50%. This guy is a mecha master, and a top invention genius. But I need some basic tools and raw materials. Thinking of this, Muchin suddenly became inexplicably excited, and couldn't even suppress the twitching of his mouth. He walked back a few steps, and came to the back of the core of the base. There is a small valley ahead. At the bottom of the valley, there are a lot of robot wreckage. They are very old and rusty, and there is almost no complete limb. I don't know if it is left by the players, or the map setting. In short, these rubbish are treasures in Mukin's eyes. Although they cannot be repaired, the parts can be used to enhance his own iron bucket robot. Mukin's chest rises and falls. This young master is going to win the championship. In one area. In the dense primeval forest. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Lu Lian looked at the iron bucket robot beside him. The robot was carefully sharpening its axe. The axe, which was originally rusty, now has a shiny and sharp blade. Lu Lian took the axe from the robot, turned slowly, and shaved the wood chips the size of a hair on a wooden puppet that was 4 meters tall. Perfect. Lu Lian showed a satisfied smile and said to the iron bucket robot, "Come, try your new clothes." The huge wooden puppet looks like a set of warrior armor. It was made from local materials and has just been completed, exuding the fragrance of wood. Because there is no metal, it is impossible to make a mechanical reed for the wooden puppet, and it has no power. But when the iron barrel robot, which is only 1.7 meters tall, enters the wooden puppet and closes the surface hatch, the 4-meter-high wooden puppet moves with a bang. Make an exoskeleton for the robot, and it is still made of wood. But this set of wooden armor combines the magical Lu Bandwidth skills, which is flexible and steady. Through the multi-structure lever principle, the torque of the iron barrel robot can be amplified by 3 to 7 times. The iron bucket robot was also confused. This year's contestants are really good at playing. In my lifetime, I still wear armor? He really is. I cried to death. Boom! The wooden puppet swung his arms horizontally, like a thick tree, and was directly broken by violence. The carpenter fell into the primeval forest, and was accompanied by 9 apprentices. Resisting the first wave of attacks is not a problem at all. Lu Lian smiled. This level 6 civilization game is not difficult at all. My name is Yang Di. I'm going to start to feel inferior. This game is scary. I regret participating. I don't understand technology, nor do I understand tactics, and I am a weakling. The short young man squatted on his core base and trembled, wondering if I could give those monsters some emotional value, and they would let me go. God of luck bless me. Oh, and Mr. Chung Chi, Mr. Lu Lian, and Mr. Mukin. He was on the top of a bare hill, very conspicuous. But he couldn't leave his base. In the surrounding wilderness, there were constant strange and creepy calls of wild animals. He was so nervous that he didn't even understand his own base. Ah, the clear howl of wolves came. 8 wolf bears rushed out from the weeds in the distance, staring at Yang Di with scarlet eyes, and surrounded him at a very fast speed. It's over. The first wave died directly. The most trouble-free player in history. Yang Di's heart tightened. Roar! At this time, on the west side of the base, a red-eyed rhino with crocodile skin rushed out fiercely. Perhaps it was because the bear wolf invaded the crocodile rhino's territory. Anyway, the rhino was extremely angry. Bang! The huge rhino horn directly pierced through the abdomen of a bear wolf, and then the savage collision directly smashed the bones of the 5 wolf bears and split their internal organs. Then the huge crocodile rhino raised its front hooves and stomped on the heads of the last 2 bear wolves. Yang Di was stunned. Can the monsters here kill each other? But the next second, Yang Di found that he was too optimistic. The violent rhino suddenly turned its head, staring at him with its scarlet eyes, and then a cloud of white steam blew out of its nose, charging fiercely. Looking at the size of the rhino, Yang Di's core base could be knocked off by its head and directly scrapped. Boom, boom, boom. The rhino shook the ground as it ran, but for some reason, its running speed became slower and slower, and finally it fell to the ground less than 10 meters away from Yang Di, spitting out its tongue and dying. Yang Di's eyes widened, and he found 2 holes on one of the rhino's feet that were oozing black blood. Was it bitten by a poisonous snake? Lord 14,000, Yang Di, successfully killed Wolf Bear *8, obtained energy points *8, successfully killed Crocodile Rhino *1, obtained energy points *12, successfully killed Tiger Tail Cobra *1, obtained energy points *2, current energy points 22. Yang Di was stunned. He found that under the fallen rhino, there was a cobra with black and yellow fur similar to a tiger tail. It was so heavy that its internal organs were squeezed out of its mouth. It was dead. Yang Di found a familiar feeling. It was always like this when I played games before. I always won inexplicably. Chapter 469. Crack! Boom! The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast with thunder and lightning. The clouds were like thick black smoke, rolling and curling, covering the sky with a strong sense of oppression. The thunder and lightning that could tear the clouds apart at first were gradually swallowed by the clouds, leaving only muffled sounds. The heavy rain began to fall. The wasteland suddenly became wet, sticky, and cold. Chang-Chi stood in the heavy rain, and the rain soaked his ragged cloak, which was very uncomfortable, but there was no place to shelter from the wind and rain as far as he could see. He looked at the palm-sized metal box in his hand. This thing is very delicate, with cross-shaped blue light strips on the surface. Unique item type 3 base core expansion pack. This game is very interesting. After killing powerful species, items will drop. Challenge the limit, and you can get rewards, which makes people feel very motivated to play. But Chang-Chi paid a heavy price. Before the first wave of attacks arrived, the life of his base was only 29%, and the sense of security was seriously insufficient. The item in his hand, judging from the name, looks like an accessory of the base, but its size is really tiny. Chang-Chi looked behind him, his bare core base, exposed in the rain, like 2 silver discuses stacked together. He touched the metal box with his finger, but there was no response. Chang-Chi suddenly had an idea, and slid his finger along the cross-light strip on the surface of the box. The next moment, the surface of the box shone brightly, and then the box began to vibrate violently, jumping from Chang-Chi's hand to the ground, and then bouncing in the rain. When it came near Chang-Chi's core base, it smashed to the ground with a thud. Then, the box began to shine brightly, and in a way that completely violated the laws of physics, it began to mechanically extend. The outer surface of the box was like metal that could be infinitely expanded. With a clanging sound, it formed a metal wall with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 4 meters around Chang-Chi's core base. The inner side of the wall also began to extend, and the final thickness was 2 meters, which could even support soldiers walking and patrolling on it. The wall looked solid and heavy, a real iron wall. Then, dense electromagnetic coils began to turn out from the outside of the wall. With a hum, hundreds of coils started at the same time, and thick arcs instantly connected into a string, forming a dazzling blue light in the dim sky. The electric currents collided, burst and exploded, which was terrifying. It is completely conceivable that those monsters would have a tragic end when their flesh and blood collided with those amazing arcs. Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. It turns out that this expansion pack can greatly enhance the defense of the base, and the core of this game is defense. It really is a good use of steel on the blade, which greatly reduces the worries. This is not over yet. However, a translucent blue light shield suddenly appeared on the top of the steel wall with a buzzing sound, like a dome made up of a stand, directly making up for the last shortcoming. At the same time, an introduction about the dome popped up in Chang-Chi's perspective. Its focus is not on defense, but on concealment. This dome can make the core of Chang-Chi's base disappear from everyone's sight. After Chang-Chi enters it, no one can see everything he does. Of course, due to the game mechanism, the attacking monster ignores the hide function and can directly lock Chang-Chi's position. Buzz! A beam of light suddenly bloomed on one side of the base, like a 3D projection, but with a very high degree of reality. This beam of light projected a fake core base 500 meters north of Chang-Chi, which was completely unfalsifiable. Chang-Chi nodded in astonishment, armed himself, then hid himself, and finally created a puppet in the distance. It's really stable. Of course, the purpose of the fake base is to deceive other players. Chang-Chi also deduced that in the later stages of the game, there will be burning, killing, and looting among players. And the magic use of the puppet is obviously to attract the attention and firepower of the players. And he can be unscrupulous and launch sneak attacks in secret. It is indeed the strongest boss in the novice period. Although the things it explodes are not so earth-shattering. But it is very, very practical. Chang-Chi nodded with satisfaction, and then approached his core base. An entrance slowly opened on the wall in front of him. After entering the city wall, the world suddenly became much quieter. The heavy rain was blocked by the dome. Chang-Chi brushed the rain off his hair with his hands, took a deep breath, and felt much better. He found that there was a combat command platform flipped out of the wall on one side. And tables, chairs, and a simple metal bed. Then, Chang-Chi ordered his guard robot to bury the body of the boss wolf bear. Its existence would expose his true location. As for the bodies of ordinary wolf bears, Chang-Chi ordered the robots to move them to the surroundings of the fake base, camouflaging them perfectly. Then, Chang-Chi began to check his game data. Energy points. 150, initial core base. Can consume 1 energy point to build the most basic level Iron Barrel Guard robot. Consume 100 energy points to upgrade the base to level 2, Unlock Authority. Consume 2 energy points to build a level 1 Steel Sentinel Type 1 robot. So that's it. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. Energy points are the top priority. Energy points are needed to build soldiers. Upgrading the base can build stronger soldiers, but energy points are still needed. According to Chang-Chi's speculation, each wave of attacking monsters will bring a batch of new energy points. Of course, the premise is that you have to be able to kill them. But as the number of waves increases, the strength of the monsters will also increase, and players must also have stronger self-protection capabilities. The key to everything is to use precious energy points reasonably. If you blindly increase the number of robots, you will lose quality. And if you blindly increase the level of the base, although the quality is there are not enough resources to build quantity. As long as there are shortcomings, the base will be breached by monsters. If we can have inexhaustible energy points, then everything will be perfect. How can we only think of good things? Chang-Chi shook his head. How could all the good things in the world happen to me alone? But, raising his right wrist, Chang-Chi suddenly smiled. This one thing is enough. The robots synthesized by STC are actually the same as the creations after the base is upgraded. Logically, the level 1 robot should correspond to the first wave of attack. The level 2 robot should be able to deal with the second wave of attack, and so on. And I, with only the initial base, have already obtained a level 2 robot, which is obviously an incredible advantage. 150 energy points. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and performed a simple mathematical calculation in his mind. Plan 150 points. 100 points are spent on base upgrades, and the remaining 50 points can be used to open the construction of level 1 robots. The cost of a level 1 robot is 2 energy points, and eventually 25 level 1 robots with machine guns can be built. Plan 2 150 points, go all in, build 150 Iron Barrel robots, which can be synthesized into 75 machine gun robots. After synthesizing again, you can get 37 level 2 Blue Fire Gatling robots. I'm so smart, of course I have to choose Plan 1. That's weird. Chang-Chi amused himself and laughed. Then he called up the core panel of the base. It must not be upgraded. All in, I'll build the initial robots. Buzz, the base flashed rhythmic blue light, and the inside was buzzing. The door on one side opened, like an efficient automated robot production line. One after another, the Iron Barrel robots lined up in a long line, grunting, and walked out with great momentum. Chapter 470. F4 District. The sudden heavy rain made everything dark and damp. Although Lua's face was perfect, his silver hair stuck to his forehead wetly, like twisted seaweed. The downside was that he felt wet and itchy all over, and he could only grit his teeth to bear it. The upside was that it helped him wash off the rat shit stuck on his body. Perfect. He looked at the crooked wooden fence about 2 meters high in front of his base, and nodded with satisfaction. Using 2 barrel robots to build such a defensive wall in 20 minutes is already a very good achievement. In the next first wave of attacks, this wall can help him defend against blind spots and greatly improve his survivability. He took a look at his data. Energy points, 99.6. By killing the little mice, he has accumulated amazing resources. He is very confident that his current resource reserves can exceed 99% or even 100% of the players. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. The first wave of attack will arrive in 3 minutes. To upgrade the base, you only need to build a level 1 robot, and with the existing conditions, you can survive 100% safely. Everything that followed really went as Luo expected. He successfully saved up 100 energy points and upgraded the base to level 1, and in the remaining 2 minutes, he saved up 2 more energy points by squeezing the iron barrel robot. In Luo's excited expression, which was almost crazy, the level 1 steel sentinel type 1 robot he built, holding a shiny black machine gun, slowly walked out of the base. It's stable. It's stable. Luo clenched his fists. Players, please note that the first wave of attacks will arrive in 10 seconds, comma. Players, please be prepared, comma. Good luck in many adventures. Luo turned around suddenly, narrowed his eyes, and looked highly alert. In the dark and muddy grass in the distance, a rustling sound suddenly sounded. It was some short creature crawling on the ground, gathering from all directions. Hiss! A huge lizard suddenly raised its head from the grass, and its scarlet tongue, like the tongue of a venomous snake, swung in the air, and just made a hissing sound. Like all the creatures here, the species here are a combination of 2 creatures. Swish! A large patch of white spikes suddenly appeared on the back of the monitor lizard, like a small javelin, hard and sharp. It is a combination of a Komodo dragon and a porcupine. It is a thorny lizard. The monsters in every game are the same. These guys will roll up their bodies like hedgehogs, then roll at high speed, and use the spikes on their backs to pierce the enemy. Luo laughed. The reason why we spared no expense to create a level 1 robot is because it has long-range attack capabilities. As long as the thorny lizards are not allowed to get close, they are garbage. Whoosh! A white light flashed across Luo's cheek, and a bloody cut appeared on his cheekbone. Ah! My perfect face. Luo was shocked, touched his cheek, and looked at the blood on his fingers, almost collapsed. What's going on? He looked up suddenly. He found that the thorny lizards were standing 20 meters away, and all stopped moving forward, and the spikes on their backs were like swift arrows, shooting out at high speed. At this moment, Luo saw the dense rain of arrows above his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank into a black dot. They evolved. The game has become more difficult. Protect me. At Luo's command, 8 iron barrel robots protected him. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of arrows hitting the iron sheet was like fine raindrops, coming continuously. Luo squatted in the middle of a pile of robots, with a horrified look on his face, trembling slightly. No, we have to protect the level 1 robots too. Several iron barrel robots were separated and protected around the level 1 robots. Machine guns fire. Clear them as quickly as possible. Luo knew very well that hiding blindly would not work. He had to take advantage of the gaps and kill those thorny lizards to truly end it all. The black barrel of the first level robot stretched out from between the bodies of the iron barrel robot, flashing bright flames. But the skin of the thorny lizard was hard, and it took 7 or 8 bullets to kill one. Whoosh! Wow! The electronic eye of an iron barrel robot was pierced by the spikes, and the whole body suddenly burst into electricity and black smoke, and fell to the ground with a bang. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its weakest point, and the iron barrel robot also has weak parts. Attention, players, unknown disturbances occurred in the thorn lizard's nest. All thorn lizards enter a violent state, with no upper limit on the number, and will continue to attack players for 120 seconds. Lords, please do your best to protect your base. Luo's face trembled. The rules are different. In the previous game, the first wave of attack was only 20 thorn lizards. Boom! Another iron barrel robot fell down, emitting thick black smoke. This is too difficult. Too difficult. Luo's pupils contracted, and he prayed and was terrified in the rain of spikes. He hoped that he could survive 200 seconds safely. He still had too many tricks to use. The future belonged to him, and he didn't want to fail like this. On a 5-meter-high metal wall, 37 double-gun Bluefire Gatling robots stood in a circle, one next to the other. Dazzling fire snakes spewed out from the high-speed rotating barrels, and bullets were connected in a string in the dim light, like 360-degree celestial flowers scattered by a fairy. The advantage of a large caliber is that it has stronger kinetic energy and range. The thorny lizards could not get close to the 30-meter range of Chang-Chi's base. In the distance, the grass and trees were splashing, the ground was cracking, and the various thorny lizards didn't understand what was going on and fell down. Energy points *2. Energy points *2. Energy points *2. Chang-Chi's perspective was filled with the same prompts. 120 seconds of unlimited attack? Isn't this too humane? Won't this wave be good? Seeing the energy points gathering more and more, Chang-Chi was doing nothing inside the city wall. He immediately built 8 iron barrel robots, and then synthesized 2 idle Gatling robots. The blue light shone. Similar technological creations detected. Synthesis successful. Quadruped heavy-duty robot, *1. A domineering mechanical body with a white paint and a height of 5 meters appeared in front of him. Its lower body was 4 thick mechanical legs, and on both sides of its upper body were 2 oversized Gatlings, and 2 light missiles were hung on its waist. Iron Sentinel Type 3 4-legged heavy guard. Level 3, attack power, 5, defense power, 4, speed, 1, special weapons, 155mm Gatling cannon, cruiser surface-to-surface missile. The technological level of this robot is not high, but it is really handsome. The child's eyes sparkled, and he reached out to touch the white-painted, slightly cool mecha. The attack power and defense power have been greatly improved, but the speed is a bit weak. It is a real heavy guard, and it is very suitable for siege. Players, please pay attention. The first wave of attack is over. In this round of attack, 6,563 lords died and exited the game. The number of remaining lords is 7,437. The second wave of attack will begin in 30 minutes. Chang-Chi paused slightly. So many people failed. Are the duo and Yang Di okay? I hope they are safe and sound. I must find them as soon as possible. Players, please pay attention. The second stage boss has been refreshed. If a player can kill it, there is a chance to open the Lord's Breath, which is the player communication module. Communication module between players? Chang-Chi climbed up the metal wall and saw the barrel of the machine was red like a branding iron, with smoke everywhere and thorny lizard corpses everywhere. At the same time, Chang-Chi keenly noticed one thing. The remaining 7 or 8 thorny lizards were fleeing to the deep mountains on the north side in a panic. Is that the lizard's nest? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about the next move. Chapter 471. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The sun shone through the gaps in the clouds onto the earth. Everything around became bright and warm again. With the help of STC, Chang-Chi's state in the game can be described in 4 words. Like a fish in water. Next, he will only become stronger, stronger, and very strong. He looked at his game data. Lord 13999, Chang-Chi, base core, initial, energy points, 798. In the previous attack, the robots killed 399 thorny lizards, each of which is worth 2 energy points. Although it is 120 seconds of unlimited attack, the thorny lizards still need time to move and gather. The killing speed of 3 per second is already emergence second. Chang-Chi's current firepower is completely excessive. 798 energy points. Chang-Chi speculated that this must be a very amazing result that would make other players envious to the point of autism. In the system prompt just now, more than 6,500 lords were eliminated. It can be imagined that although the remaining lords survived, the process must have been very difficult. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. I don't know what's going on with Lu Lian Mukin and Yang Di. I hope they are all alive and can hold on for a little while longer. And I must find them as soon as possible and provide them with shelter. Notice, Lord number 13999, in the first wave of attack, created a kill record, recorded in the game chronicle, and received a special reward. Notice, Lord number 13999, in the first wave of attack, created a kill record, recorded in the game chronicle, and received a special reward. Chang-Chi paused slightly. 13999, exactly his number, had been on TV twice, and all players could see the notification information. The good news was that he had become a celebrity. The bad news was that, as the game continued to develop and entered the stage where players plundered each other, many people would definitely target him, because everyone knew he was rich. Chang-Chi looked at the special reward again. It was a small metal box. After slowly opening it, there was a partition in the middle of the box, with an item on each side. It's a double reward. On the left is a tube of medicine. Above the metal test tube, there is a line of words floating, Valley Mist Detoxification Potion. Apart from the name, there are no other notes. Based on the principle of I don't know what it is used for, but I can't tell when it will work, Chung-Chi put the medicine in his arms. On the right side of the box is a small black chip. Chung-Chi raised the chip and squinted his eyes to watch. The prompt in the perspective only has the words, Core Base Primary Auxiliary Module 003. Swish. On the round core base, a small hatch suddenly opened, and inside the hatch was a small card slot that perfectly matched the chip in his hand. Chung-Chi nodded. The operation instructions were obvious enough. After putting the small chip into the card slot, the hatch closed. The next second, the core of the entire base flashed a bright technological light. At the top of the base, a part of the cover began to unitize, and it flipped cracklingly, slowly forming a platform about 3 meters high. On the top of the platform, like a mushroom after rain, a radar detector with a diameter of 1 meter rose up, shaped like an iron pot, with a lollipop-like feed antenna in the middle, spinning. At the same time, a virtual screen popped up on the side of the base. It was a holographic map of Chung-Chi's location, with lawns, streams, gullies, and even larger dead trees accurately displayed, but the range was only 20 kilometers. There was also a line of words at the bottom of the screen. No other lords found. This is a detection device. Chung-Chi opened his eyes slightly, feeling like he had found a treasure. In the battlefield, in many cases, the function of eyes is far greater than fists. But this range is really a bit small. It was also at this time that Chung-Chi discovered that this detection auxiliary module actually had an upgrade option, but it would take a full 900 energy points to upgrade from the current level 1 to level 2. Chung-Chi realized something and carefully checked the interface of the Type 3 base core expansion pack, obtained by killing the wolf bear boss before. In the inconspicuous corner, there was also a dim upgrade button. But this expansion pack, which is Chung-Chi's current city wall, is obviously more advanced and luxurious. It takes 2,200 energy points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. This is just 1 to 2. Chung-Chi guessed that the technical content of these equipments is still at a relatively low level, but their final form is very likely to be the peak creation of Entertainment Church in the 5th level civilization period. The so-called art comes from life, which is probably a similar reason. That is to say, these auxiliary modules such as radars and city walls will have a lot of room for improvement, and there will be many levels in the future. The conditions required for upgrading will inevitably increase exponentially, and may be an astronomical figure in the later stage. This requires a lot of small money. That is, energy points. But if they are successfully upgraded, Chung-Chi can personally experience a variety of level 5 civilization creations in the game. Interesting. Why didn't I realize that the game is so fun before? Chung-Chi stroked his chin, but we can't just play around. We have to find those resentful brothers as soon as possible. No one knows how big the game map is, so the only way to find them is to establish communication. Chung-Chi's mind began to trace back to the key points before. The second stage boss has been refreshed. If a player can kill it, there is a chance to open the Lord's Breath, which is the player communication module. Unknown turmoil occurred in the mother nest of the thorn lizard. All thorn lizards enter a violent state, with no upper limit on the number, and will continue to attack players for 120 seconds. This is the system prompt sound that has appeared before. Almost all of them are fleeting. Chung-Chi closed his eyes and tilted his head. He thought of the several thorny lizards that fled to the deep mountains on the north side after the first wave of attacks. At this moment, Chung-Chi immediately opened his eyes and looked at the holographic map he had just obtained. He actually found the fleeing thorny lizards 18 kilometers away. They were always heading north, and the direction was always clear. Seeing that the thorny lizards were about to escape from his extreme monitoring range, Chung-Chi clenched his fist slightly. But at the extreme edge of the detector, the thorny lizards suddenly disappeared. They did not leave the detection range, but drilled into the caves dug in advance and entered the ground. Chung-Chi's eyes slowly narrowed into a slit. Could it be? The reason why the thorn lizard's nest was in turmoil was because of the birth of the second stage boss? Or is the second stage boss simply a mutant thorn lizard, and the few thorn lizards that escaped just now, after being frightened, instinctively fled back to the nest? If the second stage boss is in the nest, then this is equivalent to exposing the location of the second stage boss in disguise. In other words, I am very likely to land next to the strongest novice boss and the second stage boss at the same time. For others, this is tantamount to a catastrophe. But Chang-Chi is a little confused. Am I so lucky? If I kill the second stage boss, there is a chance to open the communication between the lords and find a few resentful brothers. Moreover, as a boss, it also has rich rewards, and it is estimated that it can be on TV again. Although all this is Chang-Chi's analysis and speculation for the time being. But the necessity of this exploration is self-evident. Of course, from a factual point of view, this target is extremely difficult to kill. Because it is not only the second stage boss, it is also located in its own nest. No one knows what kind of environment it is, and how many minions there are. Taking a deep breath, Chang-Chi called up the control panel of his most basic base core, and selected the most basic iron barrel guard robot. 798 energy points. All in, the base was ablaze with light, as if a super assembly line had been opened. Grunt, grunt, one by one, the most basic iron barrel robots lined up and slowly walked out of the base. It was confused but fearless, lagging behind but full of momentum. In an instant, a huge square formation was formed in front of Chang-Chi. Chapter 472. Who is this Lord number 13999? It will definitely become a stumbling block in my plan. After the danger, Luo survived the first wave of attacks. He crawled out from under the bodies of the 4 iron bucket robots with difficulty. At this time, he was wet all over, his hair was wet and stuck to his forehead, and the wound on his cheek was bleeding, which mixed with the rain on his hair and flowed into his collar. He looked extremely embarrassed. About Lord number 13999. In his mind, Chang-Chi's figure suddenly appeared. But he shook his head violently. This was impossible. After standing up, he checked his condition. 6 iron barrel robots were scrapped. They were pierced through the eyes, mouths, and various joints by the spike shot out by the thorn lizards. They died miserably. My face. Luo touched the wound on his face, and his expression became more painful. Although he knew that this was a virtual body, the civilization he belonged to was obsessed with genetic modification. Everyone had a perfect face, and had a strong obsession with appearance. If there was only the slightest flaw in his appearance, he would feel as uncomfortable as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart. He gritted his teeth and turned his anger into strength. Then he checked his battle situation. In the first wave of attacks, he had tried his best to upgrade the base to level 1 in advance. With the long-range attack of the level 1 machine gun robot, he killed 10 thorn lizards in the past 120 seconds and obtained 20 energy points. But Luo believed that the difficulty of the game was significantly upgraded this time, and the harvest of 20 energy points must be outstanding, and the balance seemed so precious and scarce. This can produce 10 level 1 machine gun robots, enough to form a fire network. Time is precious. The second wave of attack will appear in 30 minutes. And upgrading the base again requires 500 energy points, which is impossible to save. He did not hesitate to build 10 level 1 machine gun robots. However, his next move was still against the will of heaven. He ordered the remaining 3 iron barrel robots, and a total of 11 machine gun robots, to plunge into the wilderness ahead and dig the ground frantically. Continue to dig out those little mice that have no vision and can only hide under the ground. Luo showed a smug smile. This is a secret that almost no one knows. His location is the concentrated nest of these mice. Their number can almost be described as infinite. If you underestimate the harvest brought by these little mice, it would be a big mistake. Although each mouse can only bring 0.1 energy points. But this is a real secret move, accumulating strength for a sudden burst. The land under his feet is like an energy mine with amazing reserves, which is inexhaustible. Other lords can only build and improve their base cores in the intervals between monster attacks. But Luo can continuously generate profits. Level 1 robots have increased horsepower, and the speed of digging rat holes has doubled. With a stir of the palm, a large piece of land can be lifted. Then use the machine guns they are equipped with to beat the whole nest of mice into meat paste in an instant. Energy point asterisk 0.1 obtained. Energy point asterisk 0.1 obtained. Energy point asterisk 0.1 obtained. Luo showed a proud expression, and the screen-sweeping wonder appeared in his perspective. In this process, he used the energy points he had just obtained to continue building new level 1 robots. The entire team was growing faster and faster, and the advantages were superimposed. According to his calculations, when the second wave of monsters came, he could build at least 60 level 1 machine gun robots, and he would definitely be able to survive safely. At this moment, he flipped his palm, and a crystal ball the size of an orange appeared in his palm, with a blue glow inside. And in his perspective, the introduction of the ball emerged. Champion Reward Package. This is the only item that belongs to Luo. The only condition to obtain it is to win the previous game championship. Former champions only need to participate in a new game to get this item at the beginning, but when to use it depends on the champion's personal wishes. Luo held the crystal ball. He did not open the package because he knew what was in it. The later he used it, the greater the advantage. Hold on. My championship belongs to us, I must complete my mission. At this moment, Luo saw thick smoke billowing from the south of his base. He immediately looked at the countdown, and found that there were still 7 minutes before the second wave of attacking monsters arrived. Not a monster? Is it another lord? Luo narrowed his eyes. Who is so arrogant? He left his base just after the first wave of attacks, and went out to explore. Isn't he afraid that his base will be attacked? At this moment, Luo realized that something was wrong. The team in the dust and smoke was coming for him. Faintly, Luo saw huge robots slowly emerging from the dust, holding 2 heavy Gatling guns. Is it a level 2 robot? Has someone upgraded the base to level 2? Luo pursed his lips slightly, feeling terrified. The noisy dust stayed in front of Luo's base, and 4 Steel Sentinel Type 2 heavy fire guards, carrying double Gatling guns walked out of the dust. And behind their bodies, a tall creature with blue skin, a face like a Mahjong 8 barrel, and 8 eyes slowly walked out. The 8-eyed creature stood with its hands behind its back, looking proud and squinting at Luo. It turned out to be the kind and generous Lord Luo from the level 4 civilization. Luo's brows suddenly relaxed. It turned out to be the Siren civilization. I am very grateful to Lord Luo for the kind reminder he gave us before the game started. At that time, you were traveling outside the venue, kindly reminding all players and suggesting that we return safely. You also gave us the perfect creation of your civilization, the very delicious gene nutrient solution. The 8-eyed creature nodded, but I'm sorry, we didn't follow Lord Luo's advice, and as Lord 00258, I was lucky to be born next to a mineral vein. I can get energy points by mining. The 8-eyed creature looked at the level 2 robots on both sides, and the 20 level 1 robots behind him. Not only can I be one step ahead and go out for exploration, and I have left enough defense forces in the base. The 8-eyed creature looked at Luo again, just like what Lord Luo said before. As a high-level civilization, you will not easily harm low-level civilizations like us, and you have no reason to deceive us. I am very grateful, so. The 8-eyed creature slowly raised its head. I will not kill you, but all your robots must belong to me. Luo's pupils shrank slightly. Give you 10 seconds to think about it. There was no emotion in the 8-eyed creature's tone. The tall level 2 robot beside him slowly raised the Gatling gun and aimed the muzzle at Luo's base core. Hee. Luo suddenly laughed, and the sound of his laughter became louder and louder. You are really lucky. Your start is much better than mine. You know, the luckier you are, the happier I am. Luo suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the arm of the 8-eyed creature. Friend, didn't you notice that there are a lot of blue spots on your arms and body for no reason? The 8 eyes of the 8-eyed creature wrinkled together. After entering the game, spots did appear on its body, but it thought it was a problem with the game, such as some small bug. The medicine I gave you came from a level 4 civilization that is good at genetic modification, so you didn't waste it, did you? Luo suddenly smiled sinisterly. That medicine is called gene melting. With your level of technology, there is no possibility of cracking it. I remember that your starship is very large, with at least thousands or tens of thousands of people, right? No matter how many people take it, according to the multimedia transmission effect of gene melting, they have all been infected. The initial state is that patches of light appear on the skin. Although this is a game, the state of the body is synchronized with reality. Please check it yourself. After 100 hours, everyone will experience gene dissolution, and the way of death is very gorgeous. The whole body turns into blue light, forming a short period of light pollution, and then disappears into ashes. The 8-eyed creature's facial muscles twitched, and it subconsciously took a step back. Luo raised his head. It's just a game. If you fail, there is a chance that you will become disabled at most. Moreover, the effect only affects you as a participant in the game, but if I don't detoxify you, then what awaits you can only be total destruction. Are your family, your partner, and your children on that starship? Besides them, how many of your comrades and tribesmen are on the starship? Luo sneered. Speak up. The 8-eyed creature gritted his teeth and slowly said, your generosity and kindness before were all fake. How many people did you deceive? Luo counted on his fingers in a ridiculous way. I deceived more than half of the civilizations below level 4. Under the premise of my tireless and hard work, the number was not large. About 4,800 players, who drank my poison. The eight-eyed creature's face twitched, and he roared, "You! Despicable! A smile of victory can cover up all doubts. I originally wanted to accumulate enough strength, and then go out to search for you one by one, but I didn't expect you to come to me. You only have one choice now, that is to surrender to me. Your robots, your resources, everything you have, are mine. Before the end of the game, you must do your best to serve me. After I win the championship and quit the game, I will naturally detoxify you. Do you understand? Whatever you have, it's mine. All those who take the toxin will have the same fate. Whether in the real world or in the game, you are all my playthings. You must support the only champion." Luo's face instantly became ferocious, his eyes widened, like a man-eating devil, and he roared sharply, "Otherwise, die!" Chapter 473. In another vast wilderness. A huge cloud of dust was also raised, with the highest point reaching 50 meters, like a wall of sandstorm, slowly advancing. At the front of the dust, Chang-Chi sat cross-legged on the head of a steel sentinel type 3 four-legged heavy guard, and the robot was running at full speed. And in the dust behind Chang-Chi, there was a rumbling sound like a galloping horse. There were 10 minutes left before the next wave of attack. A 20-kilometer march would take up a lot of time, which was a headache. Chang-Chi was afraid that he would not be able to return to the core of the base in time, but his base had the only defense module in the entire map, and Chang-Chi also left enough redundant defense forces there. The current goal was to complete a 20-kilometer trek and overturn the mother nest of the thorny lizard. Stop! There was still a distance of 3 kilometers from the thorny lizard's nest. Chang-Chi suddenly spoke, and the four-legged robot suddenly stopped. The galloping horses hidden in the dust suddenly stopped, but the dust was noisy, and the scene inside was still unclear. On a distant wall, there was a crystal-like object, reflecting bright light, shining into Chang-Chi's eyes. He jumped off the four-legged robot and landed in front of the crystal. He found a series of staggering footprints and some bright red blood on the back of the crystal, but there was no one around. Chang-Chi picked up the small crystal block, and a prompt message popped up in his view. Despair crystal, dropped after the Lord dies. After use, the monster strength increases by 10%, the energy point income increases by 10%, limited to 300 seconds. Oh? There is such a setting? Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes, and looked at the bright crystal in his hand. Inside was a wisp of black smoke like a ghost. It should be a seriously injured lord who fled here and died, and then turned into a despair crystal. And the effect of this crystal is to increase risk and return at the same time. Just as Chang-Chi was thinking, a hissing sound suddenly came from behind a piece of gravel in the distance. A 2-meter-long large thorny lizard suddenly jumped up. It was obvious that it had been observing secretly for a long time. At this time, it found an opportunity and pounced on Chang-Chi. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out in the dust behind Chang-Chi. The sound was heavy and dull, and it echoed. It was obviously a large-caliber sniper rifle. The head of the thorny lizard exploded directly, and turned into 2 energy points. Looking at the body of the thorny lizard, Chang-Chi shook his head and said, "Brother, you dare to think about it. I have a bodyguard now." Chang-Chi climbed onto the top of the four-legged robot again. "Keep going." Boom! 10,000 horses galloping. After traveling the last 3 kilometers, Chang-Chi discovered an amazing scene. The terrain in front of me was exactly where the thorny lizards had escaped. But it was different from what I had observed before. The ground had collapsed, forming a huge cave entrance with a diameter of 50 meters. It was like a bullet hole in the earth. The inside was pitch black, and a cold wind mixed with fishy smell was blowing out, accompanied by the sound of ghosts and wolves howling. Roar! Suddenly, an extremely shocking roar came from the depths of the cave. This sound was amplified by the cave, and it seemed even more shocking and terrifying. It was bloody and deafening. The dust around the cave was blown back. Even Chang-Chi's hair was blown back 20 meters away. Coincidentally, behind the cave, 20 kilometers away, there was another lord stationed. He had just survived the first wave of attacks with difficulty, and suddenly heard a shocking roar from the sky, and he peed directly. "What is that? It must be the second stage boss. It's near me, in front of the cave." Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. "It seems that my guess is right. There is indeed a big guy here." At this moment, there was a dense crawling sound in the cave, and countless creatures were crawling quickly in it, stirring up the gravel. The next second, densely packed, countless thorny lizards, like a blowout, emerged from the cave entrance. Having encountered these guys before, Chang-Chi knew their combat power and defense. In Chang-Chi's eyes, these thorny lizards were countless small coins. With a smile on his lips, Chang-Chi slowly took a step back. The invisible wind blew away a layer of noisy dust. The first battle line behind Chang-Chi was revealed. 100 Iron Sentinel Type 2 heavy fire guards raised their 6-barreled Gatling machine guns, and the buzzing sound of the barrels suddenly came from the sky. The next moment, 200 blue flames appeared. Large caliber bullets, like glowing beads scattered into the sky, instantly intertwined into an airtight firepower network. Since the establishment of the 10,000 Races survival battlefield, there has never been such a situation. Just after the first wave of attacks, a player was able to bring out such powerful, even abnormal firepower. The setting of the Thorn Lizard's nest is extremely difficult. In normal logic, players can't even really see the boss inside, but are directly overwhelmed by a large number of Thorn Lizards. Anyone with some game experience will never think of playing this cave. Get energy points *2. Get energy points *2. Get energy points *2. In Chang-Chi's perspective, a blue waterfall flashed, and the prompt information in it was refreshed at a speed that was almost dazzling. Haha, the game is really fun, I love playing it. Chang-Chi looked at the cave where the Thorn Lizards kept pouring out, hoping that the boss would show up soon, and hoping to harvest endlessly. He took out the Despair Crystal he had just picked up on the road from his pocket. If I don't use it now, when will I use it? How to use it? After thinking for a moment, Chang-Chi exerted a little force on his palm, and the crystal shattered. The soul sealed in it, like a wisp of black smoke, slowly floated out and gradually formed the body of an alien creature. It looked at Chang-Chi with a look of regret and unwillingness, but it seemed helpless. Afterwards, the ghost opened its arms and embraced Chang-Chi. Just as the ghost was about to touch Chang-Chi, it faded into the air. Player uses Despair Crystal, monster strength increases by 10%, energy point income increases by 10%, limited to 300 seconds, gain energy points *2.2, gain energy points *2.2, gain energy points *2.2. The screen data suddenly changed. A small improvement will accumulate more additional income. However, the increase in the monster strength was not very obvious under Chang-Chi's exaggerated firepower. Very cool. Chang-Chi took another step back, and the huge smoke and dust dissipated again. 19 Iron Sentinel Type 3 4-legged heavy guards fought to execute the attack order. Boom boom boom. The Gatling gun of the 4-legged medium-armored guard had a much slower firing rate than the Gatling gun, but each shot was a small grenade, like a powerful hammer. After the grenade fell, a fireball with a diameter of 6 meters splashed in the group of Thorn Lizards. One shell could kill 4 or 5 Thorn Lizards in seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, the ground-to-ground missile on the body of the 4-legged heavy guard, with thick white smoke spurting out from the tail, also shot into the cave, and after the explosion, the ground shook. 20 kilometers away. The terrified lord curled up in the center of his robot, staring into the distance with frightened eyes. It first heard the sound of heavy machine guns, but the intensity of the gunfire made its eyes twitch wildly. How many level 1 robots are there? Someone is killing the boss. Too strong. But then, it heard the sound of howitzers and even stronger explosions, like missiles, and they were still very dense. The lord felt incredible. This was a bit beyond his cognition. How long has this game been played? How can there be such strong firepower? My robot is still stuck in the era of cold weapons. Who is this person? This is too abnormal. How did it do it? Could it be that the legendary 13999 Lord is right next to me? Chapter 474. Chang-Chi smiled faintly. He took another step back. Another layer of dust dissipated, revealing 11 robots of even more exaggerated size. They were upgraded versions of the quadrupedal heavy-duty robots, with 8 thicker mechanical legs, and their bodies were like a platform. In the center of the platform were 2 groups of honeycomb surface-to-surface missiles. As their name suggests, the missiles looked like a diamond-shaped honeycomb, and in the densely packed gun barrels were light honeycomb missiles. On one side of its body, there is also a flexible heavy sniper rifle with an optical aiming system that can achieve long-distance fixed-point sniping. And on the back of its body, there is also a large camouflage system. Chang-Chi naturally has no ability to control the dust. The dust that filled the sky before was created by this camouflage system, which can be used to hide the formation of one's own team during the march, or to escape. Iron Sentinel Type 4 8-legged heavy war machine, they are already level 4 robots in the game. At this time, they are firing at full power, with missiles flying all over the sky, but they are attacking the second wave of attacking monsters in a dimensionality-reducing manner. There is no justice, no heart, no martial ethics. Not good. Chang-Chi's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his body tensed up. Not enough monsters to kill. Weak thorn lizard, do you want to die or not? Roar! From the depths of the cave, there came a true king's roar. The thorn lizard, who was about to die under the gunfire, looked back at the depths of the cave, and even ignited the courage to fearlessly die. Even when it turned into a fireball, it roared to the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around was shaking violently. As the roar got closer, Chang-Chi clenched his fists and could clearly tell that a huge monster was getting closer and closer to the cave entrance. At this moment, a huge, red-colored two-headed snake appeared in the cave. The one in the thorn lizard's nest is actually a snake? Not quite. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. It looks like a tongue. Boom! The ground in front of him, which was hundreds of square meters, suddenly exploded, and a huge thorn lizard crawled out from the ground, smashing the soil with its body, and the red two-headed snake that appeared before was the tongue it spit out of its mouth. Its body was 200 meters long. Ordinary thorny lizards have 4 legs, but its narrow body had 12 pairs of legs. It raised half of its body, casting a shadow over Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi looked up, and could clearly see the hard scales on its white belly that were as big as a house. The giant lizard howled, and Chang-Chi's eardrums felt a sting. Very strong. Chang-Chi frowned and took another step back slowly. The layer of sand and dust at the end of the entire team was recovered by the 8-legged heavy war robot. The floating dust swept over the exposed armor of the large ground weapons, and the golden metal surface also shone. Iron Sentinel Type 5 flywheel tank. It was 2 heavy tanks weighing 115 tons, made of golden alloy. It did not have a conventional gun barrel, but installed a golden flywheel with a diameter of 8 meters, weighing 3.5 tons, and sharp edges above the tracks. This was a level 5 robot that other lords dared not even think about. The moment it was synthesized, Chang-Chi understood its advantages. It was obviously born to kill giant creatures. This is all the firepower Chang-Chi has at present. He spent 798 energy points to create 798 initial iron barrel robots, and synthesized these robots in a planned way. The minimum standard is a level 2 heavy-duty Gatling robot, which is to ensure firepower coverage. Then, there are different numbers of quadruped robots, 8-legged robots, and the flywheel tank that just appeared. Chang-Chi knew very well that the battle of the thorny lizard's nest must be a large-scale battle. Resources are limited, and the number of arms must be considered, and they cannot be synthesized blindly. Moreover, more advanced robots will have different positioning, and may not be suitable for all battles. In other words, if the step is too big, it is easy to pull the balls. Roar! The giant lizard roared again. Its mouth opened in an amazing arc, and its jaws seemed to have reached a state of dislocation. Then, thick black smoke suddenly spurted out of its throat, like a volcanic eruption. In just a dozen seconds, thick black smoke filled the sky within a radius of 3 kilometers, as if entering the night. Chang-Chi suddenly felt dizzy in his brain, and his vision began to double. Poison? This guy sprays poison? Although the robot will not be harmed, the Lord will die from the poison. Chang-Chi shook his head, trying to control the dizziness in his brain. Poison. His eyes lit up. Chang-Chi took out the strange, Valley Mist antidote that he had obtained before. Since it's a game, there must be a way to win. Could this be the antidote? Chang-Chi gritted his teeth and drank the potion in one gulp. He didn't know why, but he felt that his luck had exploded since he entered the game. After only 2 seconds, Chang-Chi's mind suddenly became clear. He didn't know whether he had been detoxified or gained the ability to resist toxins. In short, the black fog in the sky could no longer affect him in the slightest. Fun loved to play. The child from a poor family really experienced the joy of the game. Then, it's my turn to attack. Chang-Chi's eyes flickered. 2 golden discs suddenly lit up in the thick black fog behind his body. It was like a huge bowstring that suddenly flickered. One of the golden discs was suddenly shot into the air. As it moved forward, it was spinning at an astonishing speed, but the size of the disc was like a button compared to the huge thorny lizard boss. Buzz! Countless straight red beams suddenly bloomed around the disc. The length of the beam was 100 meters, like a piercing thorn, tearing the dark sky apart in an instant. That was just touching the threshold of beam weapons, and it was still a relatively primitive plasma cutting beam. But it was more than enough to cut the flesh and blood of living things. Buzz, swish, the dazzling light wheel penetrated the body of the thorn lizard boss without any hindrance. And the thorn lizard boss seemed to have not noticed it yet, still spitting poison into the sky. Buzz, swish, the second light wheel passed through the body of the thorn lizard again. The yellow giant eyes of the thorn lizard boss suddenly opened wide, feeling the strange changes in his body, and saw his own grandmother in the haze. Boom! The life force of the giant thorn lizard was rapidly fading, and its body began to tilt forward out of control, and its mountain-like body fell towards Chang-Chi. Chang-Chi stood in place, his pupils slightly contracted. Crack! Wow! A bloodline suddenly appeared in the middle of the body of the falling giant thorn lizard, running through the forehead and the tip of the tail. Then, a shocking and exciting scene appeared. The 100-meter-high thorn lizard body was divided into 2 even halves in midair, and in the process of tilting forward, it fell to both sides. Boom! The earth shook, and the body of the thorny lizard boss fell to the ground on both sides. Chang-Chi's chest rose and fell, and he looked down at the red blood under his feet, which was like a rising tide. It's really exciting. Successfully killed the hidden boss. The misty thorny lizard in the valley obtained energy points * 2200, 200 points for the despair crystal bonus. The boss dropped equipment drawings, transport airship. Is this a hidden boss? It's not the second stage boss, and there is no communication between players? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. Killing the boss was very satisfying, but his most important purpose was to contact his brothers. The game map was vast and boundless, and now their life and death were unknown, which combined into an extremely unpleasant feeling. At this moment, the system broadcast appeared. Announcement: Lord 00001 successfully killed the second stage boss, and successfully opened the Lord's Breath module, and obtained the exclusive meritorious reward. After 10 seconds, players can communicate freely. Announcement: Lord 00001 successfully killed the second stage boss, and successfully opened the Lord's Breath module, and obtained the exclusive meritorious reward. After 9 seconds, players can communicate freely. The continuous announcements were shocking. Chang-Chi's pupils shrank slightly. Did anyone else succeed? The second stage boss must be strong, and this player numbered 00001 is also a strong existence. It is worthy of being the 10,000 races survival battlefield, with many masters. Very interesting. Chapter 475. Current energy points: 46,222.3. The last wisp of gunpowder smoke dissipated from the battlefield. Chang-Chi looked at his final harvest, and the number seemed to have a kind of impact. This is an exaggerated number. If other players saw this amount of reserves, they would probably be shocked. The bonus that STC brings to himself is unique. At this stage, there is probably no other person who can clear the entire thorn lizard nest and successfully kill the thorn lizard boss. With these energy points, Chang-Chi can upgrade those expensive auxiliary modules and create a larger mechanical army. Next, Chang-Chi's advantages will continue to accumulate at an even more exaggerated scale. In the perspective, a blue window slowly reappears, turning from virtual to real. At the top of the window, the words "Public Dialogue Channel of the Survival Battlefield of 10,000 Races" were written. As the system said, the communication function between players has been turned on. But at this time, the dialogue window was empty, and there was no information. Chang-Chi checked the dialogue rules, and found that he could only establish a private communication with someone after he sent a message in the public channel. If he wanted to send a message in the public channel, he would need to consume a full 100 energy points. No wonder he couldn't see the message. 100 energy points were too extravagant, enough to upgrade the base or make 100 iron bucket robots. This was simply a drain on the players, who were struggling to survive. But 100 energy points were not a burden at all for Chang-Chi now. Chang-Chi thought about it. The only way now was to send a message himself, and then let the resentful brothers recognize him and establish contact with him. But naming the names directly might not be a good thing. If he posted the message himself, his ID must be the famous Lord number 13999. For the sake of caution, it is best not to mention the names of the 3 brothers and any identifiable characteristics. If other players connect the 3 with Lord number 13999, then the good ones will flatter, but the bad ones will do evil. The 3 brothers of the resentful species do not know their own identities, so the content is best to be some jokes that only humans can understand, which only need to be understood, not explained. I am seeking a son with a large sum of money. I am a male, 18 years old, strong and powerful, with powerful resources. In order to pass on the family business, I am looking for a compatible species and promise to provide strong protection for it and ensure its life safety. If you meet the conditions, please contact me and attach the verification method. If you are not serious, please do not disturb me. Yes, you read it right. I am looking for sons 3. Chang-Chi finished editing the message and sent it to the public channel. I hope the three guys are safe and sound. Be sensible and reply as soon as possible. Crash! Crash! At this moment, the sound of rubble rolling down suddenly came from the collapsed thorn lizard cave in front, as if something was crawling. Chang-Chi stood in the middle of countless thorn lizard corpses and squinted. Are there any omissions? A large piece of dirt in front was pushed away from below. Then, a petite figure crawled out from under the soil. It was a little girl of 12 or 13 years old, wearing a military green long-sleeved shirt and shorts, carrying a military green backpack, like a little explorer, with 2 pigtails, delicate features, and skin that was a white color that did not belong to humans. Around her left eye socket, there was a very precise electronic circuit that looked like gold foil. These electronic circuits extended to her forehead and finally gathered in the center of her forehead, a chip that looked like a computer CPU. As she walked, the chip on her forehead flickered with a blue light that flickered. Chang-Chi was very confused. There are still people in the thorn lizard cave. Humanoid creatures? Hello, my name is Xiao Yi. The little girl wiped the dirt off her face. Her white legs were trembling, and blood was flowing between her legs. Chang-Chi frowned slightly. Are you the Lord? I am Xiao Yi. The little girl's legs became weak and she sat on a stone. I am a resident of the entertainment church, originally living in another virtual world, but I was playful and activated the piercing module that my father locked up, and then I came to the game map. Chang-Chi was a little surprised. The creator of this game is the Level 6 Technological Civilization, Entertainment Church. They abandoned their physical bodies a long time ago and uploaded their consciousness to the virtual world. But before entering the game, the invisible commentator mentioned that players would not meet the people of Entertainment Church in the game. Entertainment Church and 10,000 Races Survival Battlefield should be 2 independent virtual worlds. And the little girl in front of him actually penetrated the barrier in the middle. Chang-Chi looked at the blood on the little girl's thigh. Are you injured? It's okay. I was captured by lizards and stored as food. While I was imprisoned, some lizards tried to reproduce with me. The little girl seemed very strong, turning sideways to flip her backpack. Thank you for killing the hateful lizards. I can handle the rest myself. Chang-Chi paused. It seemed that he knew what this poor little girl had experienced. But the little girl slowly took out some precise metal building blocks from the package and spread them on the stone. Chang-Chi stepped forward. What are you doing? The little girl lowered her head and worked, put together the piercing module, and I can return to my home. In the distant wasteland, there was a sudden roar of an unknown beast. The little girl paused, her body shook violently, and she looked around with a horrified look. Chang-Chi slowly exhaled. How long will it take to put this thing together? The little girl pursed her lips. No more than 10 minutes. I give you 5 minutes. Chang-Chi said, I protect you here for 5 minutes. Hurry up and fix your device and go back to your parents. Thank you. Are you a player? The little girl paused, but I'm a bug after all. I don't know if it will have any effect on you. Effect? Chang-Chi turned around, looked at his iron army, and then looked at the little girl. Just hurry up. You are a kind player. You will definitely have good luck. The little girl looked at Chang-Chi with emotion, and then immediately focused on the metal building blocks. Those building blocks looked like educational toys from ancient D country, and they required certain skills to put them together. Click, click. The little girl put the metal building blocks together in an orderly manner. Each of its metal parts has a slight magnetic force, and the collision sound is very pleasant, and there is even a sense of immersion with comfort and decompression. As the blocks were put together, they gradually took shape. It looked like an exquisite metal Rubik's Cube, with smooth outer walls and no visible gaps. It flashed and reflected light, occasionally shining into Chang-Chi's eyes. Click! The little girl loosened her fingers, and the last part was attracted by the magnetic force of the Rubik's Cube to form the final corners. Chang-Chi nodded. It took 3 minutes, which didn't waste too much time, and the assembly process was very pleasing to the eye. Thank you. The little girl stood up, waved to Chang-Chi, and then threw the Rubik's Cube forward. The precise metal cube was magically suspended in the air, releasing a strange blue luster. As the luster spread, it seemed to cause some kind of spatial fluctuation, and gradually formed a vortex of emptiness around the little girl. The little girl looked back at Chang-Chi, turned around and walked into the vortex. After her figure disappeared, the gorgeous vortex began to shrink continuously, and finally turned into a sesame-sized light dot, flashed, and completely extinguished, as if it had never existed. Chang-Chi stood there, his eyes flickering. This child is capable and calm. We just met by chance, and I have done my best. I hope she will not be punished by her parents. At this moment, Chang-Chi heard a system broadcast that was a bit unbelievable, and even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Lords, please note that the 6th wave of attacks will arrive in 30 seconds. Please be prepared for defense. After Chang-Chi carefully confirmed that the information was correct, he was stunned. The 6th wave? Shouldn't it be the 2nd wave? Chapter 476. Is there something wrong with the game system? Chang-Chi suddenly realized something, and immediately opened his public chat channel. Suddenly, he found that he had a lot of unread private messages, and it was humanized to show 999+. After clicking on the message content, he found that the language had been translated by the system. Is it Lord number 13999? You are worthy of being the first to send a public message. I am willing to be your son. I am a very beautiful female. You only need to give me 20 energy points, and I can do anything for you. Boss, I have 100 kilograms of spiny lizard meat here. Do you need to stock up on food? I can sell it to you for only 5 energy points. Connection code, M14 Black Ghost Mecha. Lord 13999, although you have gained many adventures, I still declare war on you. In my eyes, you are just an ant with a little luck. I don't even want to stain the long sword in my hand with your cheap blood. After the 5th wave of attack, my army will trample the continent, and be the first to kill you. The player has died in the 4th wave of attacks and is offline. Chang-Chi was dazzled by the massive amount of information, and felt like a suddenly popular internet celebrity. The message he just checked caught him off guard, that is, the gray system prompt, the player has died in the 4th wave of attacks and is offline. The 4th wave. And this is a message from an hour ago. Chang-Chi confirmed the current situation. Time in the game passed before he noticed it. According to the half-hour interval between each wave of attacks, the 2nd wave of attacks suddenly jumped to the 6th wave, and Chang-Chi lost 2 hours of time. Looking at the surrounding environment, a large number of thorny lizard corpses have become dry, and the blood that has flowed out has coagulated, attracting many mosquitoes. The red barrel of the robot before has also completely cooled down. How could this happen? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly, and thought of the little girl just now. Is there really a bug? The 2 people and Yang Di and the others? Chang-Chi's eyes trembled, and suddenly he thought of a familiar content mixed in the pile of information just now. Connection code, M14 Black Phantom Mecha. This is Mu Chen. M14 Black Phantom is his mecha, and I have stolen many of them. Chang-Chi looked carefully, and found that there was no player death prompt behind this message, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Chang-Chi quickly flipped through the massive amount of information, and continued to search in it. After a moment, Chang-Chi's eyes lit up. I found 2 pieces of content that stood out, and only I could understand. From Lord 13059, A Showdown, High, Low. And from Lord 13211, your VIP has 363 days left. There is no player death prompt behind these 2 messages. Chang-Chi's tense nerves finally relaxed. These guys are very tough. No, they are all very strong. Then, Chang-Chi clicked on Mukin's message and found a series of content behind it. Do you want to die or not? Why are you paying a lot of money to have a child? This young master is alive and well now, and has a lot of available resources. You are so lucky, you are ahead in the game. You should pay attention to those 2 guys. I easily survived the 3rd wave. If you can't bear it, give me a position, I can help you. Why don't you reply? You died first? I seem to have encountered some problems. The game has just opened the map system. I am in the F5 area. Coordinates 415612/65452. But Mukin's last message was sent half an hour ago, and there has been no movement for a long time. Chang-Chi clicked on Lu Lian's message again. Please, sister. I am alive and well now. You can imagine that my wit skills have been fully utilized here, which has greatly enhanced my combat power. I am very stable. Please pay more attention to the other 2 guys. Is Mu Chen going to die soon? Hey, something seems to have gone wrong. I can handle it myself. My location is N1 area, 65943/33443. Lu Lian's information is up to 1 hour ago. Chang-Chi frowned and clicked on Yang Di's message again. Mr. Chang-Chi, you are really humorous and interesting. Even the missing person notice is so creative. I really don't want to trouble you, but my condition doesn't seem to be very good. Not good, the 5th wave of attacks is coming, but I have almost no means of defense. Wait a minute, there seems to be some turning point. Mr. Chang-Chi, you don't have to worry. To reassure you, I tell you my location. I'm his. Yang Di's message seemed to be interfered with in some way, and the subsequent content could not be heard clearly. and his message came from half an hour ago. Chang-Chi frowned. What was going on? Especially Yang-Di's signal problem. At this time, a huge system voice sounded. The sixth wave of monsters is coming in the battlefield of survival of all races. Please fight, lords. Then, Chang-Chi's perspective appeared on the screen. Core base under attack. Durability 29%. Durability 28.99%. Durability 28.98%. Warning, base damaged. Player dead. Game failed. Chang-Chi opened his eyes. His base couldn't stand it anymore. In the blink of an eye, the sixth wave of attacks arrived. The defensive measures left before were probably almost exhausted. The loss of time made the once carefree situation become full of dangers. The dust was noisy and instantly evaporated more than 10 meters. Chang-Chi's mechanical troops immediately turned around and headed back to the core of the base. Although he was a lord, he could not perform any operations after leaving the base. The life of the base was decreasing bit by bit. If it was destroyed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Chang-Chi frowned. The machine army has reached its maximum speed. Fast, fast, fast. Durability 25.48%. Durability 12.99%. Durability 5.12%. Finally, after a 20-kilometer trek, Chang-Chi saw the core of his base from afar. About 100 creatures that looked like rhinos, but had teeth like ancient mammoths gathered around the core of their base, using their huge and sharp teeth to constantly ram the walls of the base. Fortunately, Chang-Chi had obtained the Type 3 base core expansion pack before, which expanded it into a 4-meter-high metal wall. Otherwise, the base exposed outside would not last for more than a minute. At this time, the metal wall had been distorted and sunken on a large scale. Most of the electromagnetic coils on the outside of the wall were damaged, emitting faint black smoke. Only about 1/10 of them remained, and their power had been greatly reduced. Whenever the electromagnetic fence was released, it could only make the nearby rhinoceros wail, but could not kill them. Of the 38 Gatling robots left by Chang-Chi, only 5 remained. The rest had fallen under the city wall, and were trampled into metal fragments by the rhinos. They were already within range. Chang-Chi frowned. Fire. At that moment, flames shot up from behind Chang-Chi. Large caliber bullets and light surface-to-surface missiles were scattered among the rhinos, like a horizontal rainstorm in an instant. Chapter 477. Firepower is status, range is truth. 2 minutes later. Around the core of the base, the land turned upside down, the soil was charred, and there was a faint green smoke. The surroundings were filled with pungent sulfides, and the smell of burnt animal fur. Nearly 200 mammoth rhinos were completely wiped out with their hooves facing the sky. Each one was worth 8 energy points, contributing 12 energy points to Chang-Chi again. The life of the core of the base was only 4.9% left. It was a matter of life and death. Chang-Chi frowned. Why did I lose? Game time. Is there something wrong with that girl named Xiao Yi? Or did I simply encounter a game bug? In fact, what Chang-Chi really wondered was whether this was an accident or he was being targeted. Focus your attention on what is in front of you. The walls of the base are almost scrapped, and 38 level 2 Gatling robots have been loyal to their duties, running out of ammunition and food, and all of them have been killed or injured. The durability of the base itself can only be described as a little bit of health. A prompt pops up in the perspective that even if the base is upgraded, the durability cannot be restored, and all players only have one chance. Chang-Chi looked at the puppet base simulated by the core expansion pack 500 meters away. The base was also covered with craters. I have seen the function introduction before. Only attacking monsters can find the location of their real base, and the role of the puppet base is to deceive other players. In other words, has my base been attacked by other players? Fortunately, those players did not see through the deception and just bombarded their puppet base. The loss of 2 hours was a very high price, and it was too miserable to describe it. Other players had already developed fully, and even started to march long distances, bullying the weak. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. I'm back, your brother Chi. Chang-Chi moved his shoulders and walked into the core of his base. He now had nearly 50,000 energy points, enough for him to turn things around and make a comeback. First, he called up the Type 3 base core expansion pack interface. The expansion pack is currently at level 1. To upgrade to level 2, it requires 2,200 energy points. Although the base core does not get a brand new look with the upgrade, the expansion pack has a clear note: redeploy after the upgrade. Chang-Chi stretched out his finger and lightly touched the empty screen. The upgrade button sank gently, flashing a blue light. The energy point balance decreased rapidly. The broken metal walls around the base made a metallic trembling sound. And in the center of the metal wall, a brand new silver metal module suddenly flipped out, and then it seemed to cause a chain reaction. On the entire wall, it was like countless pages of books flipped, forming a dazzling silver light. The diameter of the city wall suddenly expanded by 10 meters, and the height increased from 4 meters to 8 meters, and the thickness increased by 3 times. The electromagnetic collars on the outside of the city wall, which were twice as thick as before, also popped up like mushrooms after rain. And at the top of the city wall, every 4 meters, a beam turret with a diameter of 2 meters flipped out. At this moment, the initial program was activated, and it was rotating 360 degrees. The thick muzzle flashed with a creepy cold light. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes. Not only did the level 2 city wall look brand new, but its defense and attack power were more than double than before. There were nearly 40 dense turrets on the city wall, and there was a sense of déjà vu that if you approached, you would become a sieve. I'm afraid that only this level 2 wall can resist the monsters. The only auxiliary module is really strong. It takes 4,400 energy points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Chang-Chi secretly calculated that he could still afford it. He pressed his finger down, and the upgrade button sank again. The next moment, the ground under Chang-Chi's feet began to tremble violently. The root of the wall was like a closed grab, forming a silver alloy ground. Even the core of his base was grabbed by this grab and left the soil. Boom! Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. The completely closed wall at the bottom actually carried the core of his base, and slowly rose into the air. After a moment, Chang-Chi's base core came to a height of nearly 50 meters. It was like a silver shining space fortress. Below the base, in addition to a whole circle of flame propulsion devices, there was also a void projection device of unknown technological level in the center. A cone-shaped beam of light was released from the bottom of the base, projecting a very realistic core base on the ground. The base in the sky, after flashing a brilliant light and shadow effect, completely disappeared. Chang-Chi was a little stunned. Isn't this equivalent to always being at the commanding heights? Chang-Chi manipulated the virtual panel and found that he could control the core base to move in the air like driving a starship, while the puppet base below was like a projected shadow, following him and gliding silently on the ground. Chang-Chi was even more surprised. The biggest limitation of this game is the fixed position of the base core, which makes players afraid to go on an expedition without worrying about being stolen. Now Chang-Chi can already travel far with the core base by driving the city wall. For him personally, it has essentially subverted the rules of the game. At the same time, Chang-Chi also discovered a very practical function. The puppet base under his feet can attract the attention of idle beasts, forming a similar effect of gathering, which is the legendary attracting hatred. And he can look down from a high place and complete the harvest of the gathered beasts. Too practical. Chang-Chi looked at the unique air base, and the decline disappeared, and it was completely renewed. If the city wall is upgraded, the cost has reached an astonishing 8,800 energy points. Chang-Chi thought for a moment and set his sights on Core Base Primary Auxiliary Module 003, which is his eyes. The upgrade cost is 900 energy points. Without any hesitation, Chang-Chi raised his hand and clicked the Upgrade button. This module is not as prominent and powerful as the Type 3 Base Core Expansion Pack, and its functions are relatively simple. After the upgrade, the radar on the top of the base expanded in size. The terrain of 40 kilometers around was in full view. After spending another 1,800 energy points, the number of big pot radars increased from 1 to 2, and the surrounding 80 kilometers range was in full view. At the same time, the radar sounded a prompt, and a flashing red dot appeared on the virtual map. 41 kilometers to the west, at the coordinate point 33443/25321, a level 3 lord was found. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Not surprisingly, this was the guy who had attacked his puppet base. Chang-Chi entered the coordinates that Lu Lian had left for him into the holographic map. Although the status of the coordinate points could not be displayed, a direction could be formed within a limited detection range. It was like a navigation map that only showed part of the content, but as long as you follow the direction, you should be able to reach the coordinate point provided by Lu Lian. And the lord, who might have attacked him, happened to be on this route. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Revenge and finding teammates can be done at the same time. At this time, Chang-Chi found a flashing red dot on the core panel of his base. There was no such prompt before. It should be a new function opened with the wave upgrade. The name of the function is Achievement. At this time, the system prompts that Chang-Chi actually has 3 unclaimed achievements. Chang-Chi is also confused. He didn't do anything remarkable. He even lost time. How can there be achievements? He then clicked the achievement button. Received a reward. Equipment blueprint upgrade permission once, comma. Special achievement. 1 build 700 basic barrel robots cumulatively, comma. Received a reward. Equipment blueprint upgrade permission once, comma. Special achievement. 2 use the initial base to successfully resist the last 5 waves of attacking monsters, comma. Received a reward. Equipment blueprint upgrade permission once, comma. Special achievement. 3 use the initial base to successfully resist the last 6 waves of attacking monsters, comma. Received a reward. Equipment blueprint upgrade permission once. Chang-Chi paused. The so-called achievement is to do something that others cannot do. Of course, no lord with a normal mind can do his 3 achievements. If other lords do similar things, the grass on their graves would probably be half a meter high. Equipment blueprint upgrade rights? Chang-Chi thought of the blueprint of the airship dropped by the thorny lizard boss he killed before. Airship. As the name suggests, it is huge and slow. It seems that Chang-Chi should be able to upgrade it, so that his mechanical army will also have flexible mobility. Very good. Chang-Chi looked at his energy point balance, 38,434.3. Simple mental calculation, using a small amount of energy points to upgrade the base, create more advanced robots, and then synthesize and upgrade, is a more cost-effective operation. Just as Chang-Chi raised his hand, and was about to press the upgrade button of the base core, a strip of mosaic suddenly appeared in the perspective, as if it was hacked. The picture in it was distorted and flickered, and after a group of garbled characters appeared, it gradually gathered into a line of Chinese characters. Don't upgrade, comma, don't upgrade, comma. If you follow the logic of the system, you will never be able to defeat it. Chapter 478. Defeat it? Who is it, and who are you? Chang-Chi stopped what he was doing and looked at the words that appeared inexplicably. He was already in a virtual game, and this line of text gave him a sense of shame, like a hacker invasion. Believe me. Please believe me. The mysterious words appeared again, seeming to be extremely anxious, expressing strong emotions. It was as if Chang-Chi was already standing in front of a bottomless abyss, and if he took another step forward, he would be crushed to pieces. At this time, the text in front of him seemed to be being corrected. It flickered stubbornly, but still could not resist. It began to fade rapidly, and finally disappeared completely, revealing a clear sky. Chang-Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. His finger hovered on the upgrade button at the core of the base, but did not drop it. After a few seconds, Chang-Chi's pupils dilated slightly. His finger slowly moved down a few millimeters, but then hovered in the air. Then, Chang-Chi frowned. His finger lifted up again, away from the upgrade button. Finally, Chang-Chi retracted his arm raised in the air, and gave up the idea of upgrading the core base. His eyes flickered. The core of the base is its function, and the core is its attribute. I am afraid that every player will do his best to upgrade it, which will inevitably lead everyone to the same path. If there is some conspiracy behind all this, then the enemy only needs to open his bloody mouth at the end of this road, and everyone will immediately walk in and fall in. Chang-Chi took a deep breath and decided to take a different path. Because of the help of STC, his pace would not be slowed down, and he would even be ahead of everyone. As for the various strange phenomena he encountered, there would definitely be a reasonable explanation as the events developed. Time was running out, and Chang-Chi still had a lot of work to do. The life and death of his 3 brothers was still unknown. Chang-Chi first took out the carrier airship blueprint dropped by the thorny lizard boss when he killed it before. It was a precise and small black square. After gently touching it, a palm-sized blue projection was projected on it. Inside the projection is an airship made of blue lines, with a god's eye view, a transparent structure, and a 720-degree rotation. The right side of the screen shows the detailed parameters of the airship. The technological level is clear at a glance. It looks like a creation of human civilization 300 years ago, bulky, slow-moving, and although huge in size, most of it is the hull. Only the pod below can carry items, and the carrying capacity is very small. Objectively speaking, in the game, an aircraft that can fly and carry robot soldiers does have a replaceable value, and is very precious. But for Chang-Chi at this moment, it was not enough. On one side of the blueprint, there was an upgrade button, which was now lit, and there was also a 3 mark. This came from Chang-Chi's special achievement reward, that is, equipment blueprint upgrade permission. This permission cannot be used anywhere else, only for blueprints. Chang-Chi did not hesitate and clicked the upgrade button. The black block in his hand flashed, and became larger and thicker. The holographic image released by the Cloud Whale large carrier blueprint changed from a backward airship to a big-bellied carrier aircraft. On the huge wings, there were 16 turbine engines installed, with a payload of 50 tons and a maximum flight speed of 120 kilometers per hour. But it needs a wide enough runway for takeoff. Upgrade. Chang-Chi did not hesitate at all, because the existing transporters were completely unusable. In the miniature holographic image of the K-7 ground effect carrier, a large square platform appeared, with a wide surface, a payload of 1,500 tons, and a maximum flight speed of 200 kilometers per hour. It was completely impractical, because this vehicle could only fly about 10 meters above the ground, and it was too conspicuous, and it was completely a target. Upgrade. Titan Heel Planetary Landing Ship, TL-5. Chang-Chi was even slightly stunned. Starship? The vehicle in the blueprint is like a spaceship, huge and 100 meters long, with a heavy appearance, like a giant ship. Although it does not have any weapons or systems, the payload is suddenly pulled up to 3,200 tons. In a non-vacuum environment, the maximum cruising speed is 450 kilometers per hour, vertical takeoff and landing, and there is no limit to the flight altitude. Chang-Chi originally wanted to build a large vehicle to facilitate the transportation of his own mechanical army. After all, the space in the core base is limited. A large number of robots, manufactured in advance, cannot be stored or carried. If they are rubbed on the spot after the battle, it is really a bit like digging a well when you are thirsty. It is too late. Unexpectedly, a Starship blueprint was directly upgraded. The current technology level in the game has not even reached level 2. The advent of this starship is really a dimensionality reduction attack. Chang-Chi put the heavy design blueprint into the card slot of the base core. The blueprint construction module immediately appeared in the virtual panel of the base core. Titan Heel Planetary Landing Ship, TL-5. Cost 4,500 energy points. Do you want to build it? Chang-Chi opened his eyes slightly. Build. The next moment, the base glowed with blue light, and a blue laser was projected from the top, sweeping back and forth in the sky. The outline of the planetary landing ship slowly reappeared, first with rough lines, and then supplemented inch by inch. The internal cabin and power structure also emerged inch by inch, and after forming a precise skeleton, the starship began to be colored again. The virtual world is really different. Without any raw materials, the starship was built like this. Chang-Chi looked up at the sky, and the last touch of metallic paint on the starship was completed, just like a drawing, and in an instant, the ultrafine 3D rendering was completed, becoming extremely realistic. No, it was not just realistic, it was completely a physical entity. The starship's engine started instantly, blue flames gushed out, and the entire starship was stable and suspended in the air. The base defense has been upgraded, and the carrier is ready. Next is the robot army. Chang-Chi took a look at the remaining energy points, 33,934.3 points. The most basic iron bucket robot. 30,000 first. In the core of the base, the super assembly line started, and blue lights gathered at the exit. One by one, the iron bucket robots walked out slowly with heavy steps. The planetary landing ship descended, opened the huge cargo door, and docked with the core of the base suspended in the air. The iron barrel robots, seemingly endless, lined up in a straight line, and walked into the starship. During this period, Chang-Chi noticed a strange phenomenon. The puppet base on the ground below him was strangely emitting black smoke. The black smoke had no roots or sources, and sometimes it would gather into a terrible skeleton, as if it came from hell. When Chang-Chi wanted to observe this phenomenon carefully, the black smoke disappeared inexplicably, as if it had never existed. Chang-Chi was very confused, but he couldn't trace it back. At this time, a system prompt sounded between heaven and earth. Notice, the sixth wave of attacks has ended, 1022 lords died, and 653 lords remain. You have been able to hold on until now, and you are already the best among the players. More powerful monsters are about to appear. Please improve your strength as soon as possible, or go out to explore and find opportunities. Chapter 479. Similar technological creations detected. Do you want to start synthesis? Chang-Chi stood in the cargo hold of the planetary landing ship, staring at his huge iron barrel robot team. The huge number was enough for him to explore the level limit of the Sentinel robot. What Chang-Chi had to do was to understand the entire system clearly, and then reasonably allocate the number of different arms to form the best team. Start synthesis. Chang-Chi's eyes were focused on a small team. The azure light that opened the extraordinary journey of the scavenger boy shone slowly. Iron Sentinel Type 2 Heavy Fire Guard, Iron Sentinel Type 3 4-legged heavy guard, Iron Sentinel Type 4 8-legged heavy war machine, Iron Sentinel Type 5 flywheel tank. The previously synthesized robots all appeared. But this is just the beginning. Iron Sentinel Type 6 heavy fortress, pulse cannon attack, can switch defense mode to form energy wall, sacrifice mobility in exchange for shield generator, Iron Sentinel 7 Hunter AA, dual-linked high-speed pulse machine gun, magnetic rail sliding chassis, carrying EMP jamming bombs, good at attacking other Lord mechanical soldiers, Iron Sentinel 8 Titan G3, back plasma turret, double-arm hydraulic impact hammer, earthquake core, forming range shock. Wave, Iron Sentinel 9 mechanical speaker, construction limit 1, nuclear collapse reactor power supply, carrying hell coming. Area annihilation cannon, main shells are launched into the air, split into 7,800 medium-sized neutron warheads, covering an attack range of 8 kilometers, forming a chain explosion reaction. Iron Sentinel X full domination, hidden soldier, giant war machine, equipped with Judgment Day particle beam array, shoulder folding fixed matrix generation system. Emits ultra-high temperature plasma and antiproton mixed flow, can dismantle all known solid armor within 20 kilometers. 41 kilometers to the west, there stands a level 3 base core. After the upgrade, the core of the base became a 4-layer structure, like 3 larger metal discs piled together. In front of the base, there stood 20 Iron Sentinel Type 2 heavy fire guards, and 10 Iron Sentinel Type 3 4-legged heavy guards. Further away, there were scattered monster corpses. This lord obviously had great strength, and had survived the 6th wave of attacks. Inside the base wall made of huge stones, there was a strange sound, like some kind of chanting, with a strange tone and unheard of language. The appearance, clothing, and movements of this lord were all very strange. It was some kind of creature, wearing a rotten cloak that covered its body and face, revealing only 2 red eyes. It held a hideous tree-knot cane and danced in circles around its base. It was like the shaman dance in the old times of mankind. It comes from the witch civilization, which has a long history, but the development of science and technology is only a byproduct of their civilizational progress. They specialize in dark universe arts, which is witchcraft in human understanding. They believe that the undetectable dark matter in the universe comes from the great god of darkness, and they only need to have devout faith and use the complex greeting method with the god of darkness that the entire civilization has explored for tens of thousands of years to get the attention of the god of darkness and briefly call on dark energy. At present, their black universe technique cannot cause any substantial attack, but the god of darkness has recognized them. Whenever they curse others, black mist without roots and without cause will emerge around those people. And this person's luck has also greatly declined in the dark, encountering adversity everywhere, and finally becoming extremely weak. Scientists in the civilization have tried to crack this phenomenon, suspecting that their civilization has mastered some quantum physics technology without knowing it, and created some long-distance entanglement. If they study it in depth, then the entire civilization is very likely to reach a new scientific height, master the quantum secrets that are impossible to master, and have a chance to be promoted to a god-level civilization. But the high priest of the civilization said that the scientists were farting, and it was clearly the favor of the god of darkness. Then, the high priest executed all the scientists in the civilization to show his loyalty to the great god of darkness. Lord number 12,000 tried hard to maintain his weird dance posture and greeted the god of darkness. He supported the high priest 100% and benefited from it. In this game, he used his witchcraft to curse every lord he saw. As expected, they were beaten half to death by the attacking monsters, and then he showed up, annihilated them, and swallowed up their resources. The only exception was that it found a strange base core 41 kilometers away. It looked no different from other bases, but every time it attacked it, all the bullets seemed to hit some kind of phantom, and only formed craters on the ground. Lord number 12,000 thought it was his adventure. He must destroy the magical base core. Moreover, it has been cursing the base for an hour and a half. All the spells learned from the high priest have been used up, and it had no choice but to mix in more than 300 swear words. Go to hell. At this moment, it stood on the ground with one leg raised, its red eyes narrowed slightly. On the hillside 3 kilometers away, a core of the original real base slid towards him along the hillside. The city lord number 12,000 was stunned. The core of the base can actually move? Why is it like sitting on a skateboard? It tried hard to digest the scene in front of it, and suddenly its eyes lit up. It's the power of the god of darkness. He felt my piety and saw my efforts, and actually sent that base to me. It's you who attacked my base? And you're still drawing circles and cursing me? A mysterious and huge voice suddenly came from the sky. Lord number 12,000 was stunned again, and quickly turned his head, looking around in horror. After locking the source of the sound, he raised his head, and looked at the empty sky in disbelief. What kind of demon are you? Are you a hidden boss? The great dark god protects me. I am not afraid of you. Lord number 12,000 suddenly straightened his chest, and his firm belief brought him unparalleled courage, but at this moment, his red eyes suddenly opened wide. Outside the atmosphere, missiles as dense as a rainstorm were seen pouring down. The bright flames and silver warheads became clearer and clearer, forming a reflection in his pupils. He turned pale. I'm a asterisk. Boom boom boom. A series of huge explosions. Lord number 12,000 and its base were engulfed by the steaming sea of fire. Whether it was the stone walls, the defense shield of the level 3 base, or the heavy robots, the level and firepower were incomparably different, and they were completely vulnerable. In just 30 seconds, this place became a ruin. A huge voice came from the air again. Psycho. Kill the level 3 lord. All the opponent's resources are converted into 6,600 energy points, and the level 3 despair crystal is dropped. After use, the monster strength increases by 30%, the benefit is added by 30%, and the duration is 300 seconds. In one area, there was a large-scale crustal movement here. The intensity was far beyond the earthquake known to humans. The earth was like a shaking tablecloth, forming waves, wrinkles in many places, and huge canyons in many places. What was even more amazing was that because of the crustal movement, the cores of the 7 bases were actually brought together under the push of the crust. This included Lu Lian, the level 5 lord with ID 13059. At this moment, in order to avoid the fierce mudslide, Lu Lian stood on the top of the 5th floor base and looked around in despair. Can anyone give me an explanation? What does it mean that the group boss rock dragons are disturbed by the stink bugs and go on a rampage? How can a huge dragon like you, which is nearly 50 meters in size, be disturbed by stink bugs? Okay, I understand you, okay? But why are you going on a rampage? Can you just slap the stink bugs to death? I can understand the so-called boss. But can someone explain to me what a group boss is? Haven't you heard that there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain? Don't you fight when you are together? The core of the 7 bases is located in a huge basin, tightly together, and the lords are trembling. And all around, it is completely closed together, a huge black mountain stretching for 20 kilometers. The roar of dragons that shook the sky came. 30 huge rock and earth flying dragons, like monsters guarding purgatory, for claws clinging to the top of the mountain, dragon mouth facing the sky, violent and angry. Behind him, a strange alien creature with a flower bud on its head, its light green pupils trembled violently. It made a voice like a girl. Lord Lu Lian, you said you have a powerful friend who will come to save us. Although there are only roots in my brain, I think this is not very realistic even if I think with roots. Lu Lian's body trembled slightly. To be honest, I think this is not very realistic. Such a long distance. Let's not talk about whether he can come. Even if he comes, such a powerful monster is not something that any lord can fight against. Now, I don't want him to come. Chapter 480. Roar. The dragon roars are like real sound waves. One after another, they overlap and shake the eardrums. The shape of the rock dragon is a huge western evil dragon, not the majestic dragon of Country D. Every time it flaps its wings like a bat, the earth will move. Lu Lian and his companions are located in the center of a huge basin. The towering peaks on the outer circle form a higher basin edge, and also a cage. The rock dragon disdains to kill them personally. Every time it flaps its wings, a large amount of mud and rock flows down from the peaks. It wants to fill the basin and bury the lords alive. Lu Lian looks stern. As a level 5 lord, he was the strongest here. But the light wheel tank he had spent a lot of energy points to build was now floating in the mud with its tracks facing up. The combined combat power of other lords was about 60 robots of different levels. They were now stuck in the mud and even had problems moving, let alone fighting back. It seems that my gaming career has come to an end. I don't know what kind of damage my body will suffer. Lu Lian looked calm. For adventure, you must be prepared to take risks and not regret it. The muddy water under his feet was rising rapidly, submerging the core of the 5-story base. The other lords had no choice but to jump onto Lu Lian's base, but the mud soon submerged them to their waists, and their feet seemed to be stuck in glue, and there was no way to escape. In 5 minutes at most, everyone would suffocate in the mud. Lu Lian looked up at the sky, and was about to close his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Suddenly, Lu Lian saw a base core on the hillside in the distance, which was washed down with a mudslide like a waterfall. Lu Lian had a complicated expression. That base was too small, just a level 1 Lord base. It must have amazing luck to survive until now. But at this moment, its luck had run out. It was like a lone boat in a storm, a hat floating in the mud. Its owner was now struggling and suffocating under the mud, and must be full of despair. Lu Lian was already in hell, but he saw another person, under the influence of force majeure, coming to hell. Finally, the thin level 1 Lord base floated in front of Lu Lian. But the corresponding Lord could not be seen. Perhaps he was dead. Finally found you. A familiar voice suddenly came from above. Lu Lian was stunned and looked at the empty sky. Is it Chang-Chi? He ascended to heaven? Beside him, an alien creature with roots in its head stared with green pupils. Lord Lu Lian, is this your friend? Lu Lian was a little confused. Is it? At this moment, above the distant sky, it seemed to be outside the atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a vibration of the engine, and some kind of huge monster slowly descended outside the clouds, disturbing the white clouds. Lu Lian raised her head. Her throat twitched. Damn. It's not surprising to see a starship of this size when sailing in the universe, but at present, everyone is in the game, and the top combat power is nothing more than a heavy tank. In the air, the cargo door of the planetary landing ship slowly opened. One after another, huge robots jumped from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Those large robots that everyone had never seen before fell on the surrounding mountains like beans. Iron Sentinel 8 Titan G3, back plasma turret, double-arm hydraulic impact hammer, can form an earthquake core and form a range shock wave. These robots are 7 meters tall, with extremely strong bodies, and their arms are 2 huge metal impact hammers as tall as themselves. After they selected their positions, they moved in unison, raising their arms high to strike. At the same time, 50 robots of the same model used hammers to slam into the mountain below. Boom, all the impact forces were superimposed together, forming a terrifying shock wave. The surrounding mountains burst into clear cracks in an instant, and steaming stone powder also rose from the cracks. Boom, boom, boom. A circle of huge robots transformed into pile drivers, and the giant hammers were in unison, as if flickering afterimages. The ground was shaking, making people's feet numb. The ring-shaped mountain was covered with cracks. Crash! The mountain began to collapse, and the accumulated mud immediately found a breakthrough. The terrifying pressure was released, and immediately caused a series of mountain collapses. The impact hammer robot did not stop working. Finally, at a certain moment, a larger chain reaction appeared. The ring-shaped mountain was like a domino, one after another, completely collapsed. The mud around Lu Lian also quickly dissipated. Several people stood on the top of the base, stunned. Roar! 30 rock dragons flew up into the air with their huge wings flashing because their footholds collapsed. They soared in the air, their earth-yellow eyes full of anger. But they did not find the instigator. The huge body turned in the air, opened its mouth, and sprayed high-speed gravel rain that was comparable to bullets, and seemed to be able to cut a wound in the space towards Lu Lian and others in the middle of the basin. Lu Lian's pupils shrank in an instant. At this moment, densely packed robots jumped out of the planetary landing ship above their heads again, still like scattering beans, at least 30 robots. Iron Sentinel Type 6 Heavy Fortress, Pulse Cannon Attack, can switch defense mode to form energy wall, sacrifice mobility in exchange for shield generator. These robots carrying huge boxes on their backs landed around several city lords with a bang, and the boxes behind them unfolded like 3 folds, forming a 10 square meter device that looked like a solar panel. Buzz! These solar panels released light green energy, seamlessly connected, and formed a square force field, protecting Lu Lian and his group. Crack! The gravel spit out by the Earth Dragon hit the defense field, and was instantly shattered into powder due to the huge force, but it could not penetrate. What level of robots are these? Lu Lian's eyes trembled, so strong. Is this your friend? The brain root alien next to him had green eyes. He has 50 robots, so rich. Roar! The dragon flying in the sky was extremely angry, and made some strange dragon roar. On the surrounding land, in the rubble of the collapsed mountain, in the mud, some kind of living thing suddenly began to stir. It rolled under the soil, waved large pieces of rubble, and floated up in the mud. It seemed that everything was moving. The creatures hidden in the mud had never appeared before, but now they revived, and their number was uncountable. Finally, The first underground creature showed its head. Earthworm. But this earthworm was thicker than a python, with a light pink body and a sticky body that kept wriggling, which was extremely disgusting. Suddenly, the earthworm stood up from the ground. Under its body, it actually had feet with scales and sharp nails, like a pangolin. Then, the earthworm's pink head, like a round ball, suddenly split open, revealing a big mouth with layers of teeth like an abyss worm. The soil shook, and similar earthworms kept drilling out of the soil, opening their mouths and roaring. They were countless, and filled the mountains and plains. Lu Lian's expression was stern, as if he realized something. Those dragons can't control the soil, but through commanding these earthworm brothers. Huh? Why is it dark? Lu Lian was stunned and looked up at the sky, only to see thousands of Iron Sentinel Type 2 heavy fire guards, densely packed, like rain, covering the light in the sky. Oh my god! Lu Lian's eyes widened. How many robots do you have? Chapter 481. Bang, 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 bang. Countless six-barreled Gatling guns, emitting bright blue flames. The wheels are almost turning and smoking. The firepower of the Gatling guns is enough to eliminate these fragile earthworms. Everyone saw a battle with great visual impact, just like a mechanical expedition team came to an alien planet to eliminate the ferocious Zerg. Blood and flesh splattered. Crazy harvesting. Extremely exciting. Kill the earthworm. Get energy *10. Get energy *10. Get energy *10. Chang-Chi observed the battle situation and confirmed that he was at ease. Then he crushed the level 3 despair crystal in his hand. The ghost in the shape of black smoke and holding a tree-knot cane danced in the air, and finally looked at Chang-Chi with contempt and slowly dissipated. Monster strength increased by 30%. Energy point income increased by 30%. Get energy *13. Get energy *13. The energy point balance was jumping wildly, like a countdown with milliseconds. Chang-Chi tilted his head, raised his hand, and built another Titan's Heel planetary landing ship, TL-5. Before, Chang-Chi's troops were limited because the volume of the planetary landing starship was limited, and one was not enough. It's better to have another one. We need to save some energy points. Chang-Chi paused for a few seconds and nodded secretly. Okay, I've saved enough. The third, Titan's Heel planetary landing ship, TL-5, slowly emerged in the sky. Chang-Chi stood on the core of his base, the wind in the sky blowing his hair. He tilted his head, suddenly smiled slightly, raised his right wrist, and the blue light flashed brilliantly. Similar technological creations detected. Synthesis successful. Titan's Heel planetary landing ship, TL-6, *1. A supercarrying planetary ship with a total length of 800 meters, like an aircraft carrier in the sky, appeared in the air. Although it does not have a weapon system, from a certain perspective, it is just a space transport truck, but its maximum load has been expanded by nearly 8 times compared to before, and a new electric beam lock hanging function has been added to enable rapid loading. Next, increase the troops. Chang-Chi smiled. A large number of energy points are still needed. Okay, enough. I am a base core. I only need to lie flat. When the player collects the pitiful energy points, I will do symbolic work for a while, but I didn't expect that becoming Chang-Chi's base core would be the worst time in my life. It won't upgrade me at all, and requires me to work overtime indefinitely. Let the horse run, but don't give it grass to eat. I want to smoke, I want to spontaneously combust, and strongly resist the oppression of the bourgeoisie, from the inner complaints of a mechanical core that can't express and can't change reality. The mechanical core flashes, and the blue light like flowing water keeps beating. One by one, the most primitive iron barrel robots slowly walked out of the hatch of the mechanical core. There are too many earthworms. These robots are not enough. Lu Lian called a few lords. Check your situation and see if you can help. The next second, 1,000 Iron Sentinels Type 2 fell from the sky, hitting the ground like a meteorite. The slightly bent metal knees slowly straightened up, the metal armor reflected the cold light, and the motors of the double-gun 6-barreled Gatling guns were already buzzing. Lu Lian paused. How did that guy do it, and still have stock? Boom boom boom. Another 1,000 Type 2 Iron Sentinels fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. Before Lu Lian could react, the ground shook again, and another 1,000 Type 2 Iron Sentinels fell from the sky. Lu Lian was dumbfounded. The robots he saw had formed a huge torrent. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The interweaving of the firepower network became more amazing, more dense, and more terrifying. The sturdy earthworms were shot into the air by bullets, and then beaten into meat paste by the fierce bullets, scattered all over the ground. The giant rock dragons roared in the air. Without the earthworms at their disposal, they were left with only their strong bodies. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking through the air was heard, and large mass equipment appeared in the sky again. Bang! These equipment fell to the ground, splashing mud and water for several meters. They were Iron Sentinel Type 5 flywheel tanks. This kind of equipment, which was regarded as the ultimate killer by Lu Lian and others, and was extremely precious, fell to the ground like dumplings. In a blink of an eye, the huge beam flywheels of nearly 200 flywheel tanks on the ground hummed and rotated, forming a dense buzzing sound. The lords were stunned. How many energy points did this cost? The rock dragons in the sky had already realized the serious crisis, and they all turned around and swooped down. Buzz! 200 lightspeed flywheels suddenly bounced into the air, and countless red plasma-cutting beams were instantly deployed. The sky and the earth seemed to dim for a moment, and the slender red beams intertwined in the sky, like a red net bag made of lasers, slinging from the ground to the sky, as if mortals were provoking the gods. As the light wheel rotated, the shape of the net bag also changed, and the air was filled with hissing sounds. Swish! The huge net bag passed over the 30 dragons that swooped down, silently, and seemed to have caused no damage. But those flywheels were like boomerangs. When they reached their maximum height, they would automatically turn back and return to their tower bases. And in the process of turning back, countless plasma beams cut through the flying dragons. Roar! The swooping dragons roared in shock, but in the next second, dense red blood lines appeared on their bodies. The resistance of the air revealed the effect of the attack. The dragons turned into countless corpses in the process of falling, and blood like a waterfall was spilt, forming a wave in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's body fell to the ground with a dull sound. 1/5 of the dragon's head rolled down beside Lu Lian's base. The dragon's big yellowish eyes were still wide open, staring at Lu Lian. Lu Lian squinted and looked at the dragon's eyeballs, and found that they were covered with thread-like cutting marks. Crashed! 1/5 of the dragon's head also broke into a pile of meat. Lu Lian took a breath of cold air. A level 5 light wheel tank, used as a Gatling gun. The boss dragon couldn't stand it either, and died very aggrieved. Kill the group boss Rock and Earth Dragon Guard. Get energy points *2000. Kill the group boss Rock and Earth Dragon Guard. Get energy points *2000. Kill the group boss Rock and Earth Dragon Guard. Get energy points *2000. 30 messages flashed on the screen. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes, and caught the key word guard. It was also at this time. The ground in the distance suddenly collapsed violently, revealing a huge cave with a diameter of 4 kilometers. In the cave, there were dozens of young yellow Earth dragons. Has gained control of the Earth Dragon's nest, choice 1, destroy it, and gain 40,000 energy points, choice 2, become the nest owner and gain control of the Earth Dragon's nest. Chung-Chi narrowed his eyes. The reason for living in groups is to protect the cubs. Chung-Chi stood on the muddy ground. The black mud on the ground, and the blood of countless monsters mixed into a pool, and the surroundings were filled with monster corpses. The huge planetary landing ship was hovering at an altitude of about 20 meters. Countless electronic slings extended from below. All the robots participating in the battle were being collected together. Lu Lian and the 6 lords behind him looked at this scene in shock. This guy is strong, like an interstellar predator, a battlefield master, and the top player in the game. Awesome. Lu Lian stepped forward and shook hands with Chung-Chi. I wanted to compete with you, but now, anyway, I will find a chance later. Let's go find Mu Chun and Yan Di. Chung-Chi didn't say much. Let's go! Lu Lian was stunned. Can your starship move my base? Chung-Chi shook his head. I tried it, but players can only destroy each other, and the starship can't move your base. Lu Lian shook his head and sighed. Don't worry about me. Although I can't move your base, they can. Chung-Chi looked up and looked into the distance. 2 young Earth dragons rose into the air from the east and roared over. Although they were young, they were still more than 10 meters long. They came to the sky above Lu Lian's base. One on the left and one on the right, grabbed Lu Lian's base with their dragon claws, flapped their wings, and the whole base made a trembling sound, and was gradually lifted off the ground and into the air. Lu Lian's facial muscles trembled violently. They belong to you? That's fine. Chung-Chi pondered. We seem to be always attacked by the boss, but if we consider my ability, this is actually a kind of luck, as if someone is giving us a luck bonus. I saw a strange alien race before, and it can actually use curse, which is bad luck. Chung-Chi was a little confused. Is there a kind of energy in this world that we mistakenly think is luck? This is a bit too profound. Perhaps only a certain advanced civilization can control this kind of thing. Lu Lian looked at Chang-Chi, pointed behind him, and hesitated. Can you take them away too? Them? Chang-Chi looked at the 6 lords of different appearances behind Lu Lian. I have been with them for a while before. They have no intention of harming anyone, nor did they participate in the game voluntarily. They were kidnapped by a level 4 civilization and forced to participate in the game in order to increase the probability of opportunity. No matter how much they grow or what they gain, they will eventually be handed over to that level 4 civilization. Lu Lian looked at the girl behind him, who looked like a plant in disguise. Their mission is to assist someone in that level 4 civilization and help it win the championship. Just received a message from Myukin. Chang-Chi narrowed his eyes slowly, gritted his teeth, and said, Myukin was besieged by a group of guys who claimed to be a level 4 civilization and then kidnapped by them. Myukin said that they have gathered the assets of nearly 700 players and are now extremely powerful. Myukin's last message said he didn't want to provide his technology to those guys, because those guys would target me sooner or later. So, he committed suicide. Chapter 482. All mine. Give it all to me. Everything is mine. Luo, whose face is almost flawless, like a perfect angel, stands in front of the core of his level 6 base. His appearance is almost a combination of the most beautiful words in the world: handsome, pure, extraordinary. These words are not enough to describe 1% of his appearance. Although he is an alien creature, most species in the universe seem to have a similar judgment logic for beauty, such as the golden ratio. When a level 4 civilization creates a perfect gene, it must follow a similar calculation method. Luo's face, if seen by human women, would surely cause madness. This face alone is enough to make human women lose their rationality and undress, ready to sacrifice themselves at any time. But Luo at this moment, his face was slightly distorted, showing an undisguised greed. All valuable items, no matter how low the value, would arouse his desire to plunder. And the scene around him was also completely different from when the game started. Behind the core of Luo's base, there were nearly 500 core bases of other lords. The lowest level was level 3, and the highest level was level 5, one level lower than Luo. It was not that there were no outstanding ones among them, but their level was not allowed to exceed Luo. Farther away, there was a huge team. They were mammoth rhinos, tied with huge hemp ropes made of tough vines, like coolies in ancient Roman culture, dragging the core of the base and gathering towards Luo. And the mammoth rhinos were the previous wave of attacking monsters. As the champion of the previous session, Luo had a lot of practical experience. He successfully found the mammoth rhinoceros nest, occupied it, and gained control of the mammoth rhinoceros, just like Chang-Chi controlled the rock dragon. The game always has such hidden settings. As long as you have enough strength, the nests of individual species can be domesticated by attacking and conquering certain species, and become survival tools for players in the game. As for the location of the core of the base, players cannot move or carry it. But the native organisms here can change the location of the core of the base through force based on the setting that they can destroy the base. Luo is carrying out his plan step by step. Before the game starts, he disguises himself as a well-intentioned advanced civilization, and then deceives other players into taking his genetic toxins. After entering the game, it threatened to exterminate the entire race, forcing thousands of players to serve it and hand over their resources. In addition, it kidnapped many weak alien races and let them enter the game as independent players, but in essence, they were all Luo's slaves. Through the dragging of the mammoth rhino, the players controlled by Luo were gradually gathered around. A dense lord base was formed here. After the Lord's Breath module was turned on, players could not only send messages, but also trade with each other. All the lords gathered here must hand over 70% of their energy points to Luo and obey Luo's deployment. Some lords follow Luo's command to explore the mysterious place, and almost all of them can get different rewards, but they must hand them in. Some lords are responsible for contacting other victims and escorting them here. In the process, some innocent players will also be kidnapped. And around the base, there are layers and layers of robots of various levels, nearly 5,000 in number, all of which are built by Luo. Because of the concentration of the base, when each wave of attacking monsters arrives, the monsters belonging to different players will also be concentrated here. The number is amazing, and the energy points contained are equally amazing. But the players cannot harvest. All the attacking monsters will be killed by Luo's robots, and the benefits will belong to him alone. All the advantages are converging towards Luo. Its strength is like a snowball sliding down a snowy mountain, rolling bigger and bigger, and becoming more and more unshakable. And Luo himself is like a dictatorial tyrant, selfish, greedy, and vicious. Stop right there. Luo suddenly turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked at a lord who had just gone out for an adventure. What was the result? The lord trembled. Lord Luo, you are indeed experienced. I successfully cleared a frog snake nest, and all the rewards I got have been handed in. Really? Luo's eyes were cold, but as far as I know, there are also small green stones in the frog snake's nest. Why didn't I see you hand them in? The lord paused slightly. Oh Lord Luo, I did collect some green small stones, but according to the description in the item notes, it is just a green dye. When applied to the robot's armor, it can achieve a camouflage effect, which is convenient for hiding in the dense forest, but your team is already so large, this dye is meaningless to you, and there is no need to use such a low-level thing. You're right, that thing really doesn't mean anything to me. But? A hint of anger flashed across Luo's perfect face. Whether it's meaningful or not, everything you collect is mine. All resources, no matter what they are, every penny, even a speck of glowing dust, must be gathered in my hands. The alien lord shuddered, knelt on the ground, and quickly took out a handful of green stones from his pocket and raised them high above his head. He trembled and said, I'm sorry, Lord Luo. I'm willing to offer you all the items. Lord 00569. Luo narrowed his eyes and looked at the terrified alien species. I'm sorry, because of your rat-like behavior, I can't detoxify all your people. I think 1,000 of them paid the price of their lives because of your stupidity. The alien lord was already crying. Lord Luo, please don't be like this. These are just some small stones that don't have much effect. I beg you to let them go. Luo gritted his teeth and roared. I tell you one last time. Here, no matter you or anyone else, everything you get must be gathered in my hands. The busy lords around were like forced laborers. When they heard Luo's roar, they couldn't help but tremble. They wanted to get some precious technology by passing the level 6 civilization game. But they didn't expect that there was no fairness here at all. This was a hell full of exploitation. Luo looked up and scanned his territory, which was like a steel city. He gritted his teeth and showed a paranoid smile. He could hardly imagine it. Behind him, there were still 7 or 8 most basic iron bucket robots, digging the land non-stop. Their purpose was to dig out the baby mice under the ground, kill them, and obtain energy points. The game has developed to this point, and each baby mouse is only worth 0.1 energy points, which is an extremely small income. But Luo still refused to give up. As Luo said, everything here must be gathered in his hands. Even if a slightly fatter mosquito flies by, he must be named Luo. Chapter 483. Mu Chen committed suicide? Lu Lian's pupils suddenly contracted, and a complex emotion flashed in his expression. Cheng Qi frowned slightly. Knowing that after such a long time of working together, the relationship between the two has been very good. But he has been sending me messages. Lu Lian suddenly said something shocking, opened his communication interface, opened the sharing permission, and presented it in front of Cheng Qi. Lu Lian. I found the way to move the core base, which is through those beasts. You quickly meet up with Cheng Qi to save this young master. Cheng Qi was stunned and confirmed that the Lord's number was exactly the same as Mu Chen's number in his address book. But a few minutes ago, the gray words player dead were displayed behind Mu Chen's name. Cheng Qi immediately opened his communication interface. He found that Mu Chen in the directory was also alive. Cheng Qi. I did commit suicide just now, but inexplicably, I was reborn again. Cheng Qi opened his eyes slightly. Is there such a thing? I have a feeling that this game journey will never end in failure. Remember the ultimate goal of the game, which is to survive alone. That guy Luo has now gathered almost all the remaining lords together. As long as we defeat them, we can become the final winner. I heard them say that the longer you survive, the smaller the penalty after losing the game. At the last moment, Lu Lian and I can give the championship to you. F4 area, coordinates 34567/77433. This is the location of Luo's base. I also got a special item before, which is a key to open a hidden map. Come quickly. Through a series of messages from Mukin, Cheng Qi had a new goal. But there was a huge doubt in the middle. Why could Mukin come back to life? And why did he have 2 lives? Dear Mr. Cheng, how are you? Your VIP has 363 days left. At this moment, Cheng Qi paused slightly, and a familiar voice sounded in his ears. The somewhat sharp voice also carried an inexplicable excitement. Yang Di? Cheng Qi and Lu Lian shouted the same name in unison. Then the two looked at each other in surprise. You heard it too? There was no sign of Yang Di nearby, and it was impossible for him to be there, but the sound was similar to the previous game broadcast, and it rang in the ears of the two people at the same time. Haha, Mr. Chung and Mr. Lu Lian, hello. No need to look around, I am your friend Yang Di, absolutely true. In the previous monster attack, I was attacked by a thorny lizard, but I didn't expect that there was a thorny lizard in the thorny lizard group that accidentally ate poisonous wild fruits. It had hallucinations, and released spikes in the thorny lizard group. Because it was a close-range shooting, it shot all its teammates to death. I did nothing and survived the second wave of attacks. Then in the third wave of attacks, the large duck-billed tortoises were about to attack my base, but unexpectedly they were crushed to death by a nearby landslide. I did nothing and survived the second wave of attacks again. And I never expected that among those tortoises, there was a mutant virus tortoise, which formed a nest of mosses around my base after its death. When the subsequent two waves of monsters attacked me, they stepped on the nest of mosses, then were poisoned and fainted, and finally the nest of mosses slowly corrupted and devoured them. I didn't do anything, and made it to the fifth wave. I unlocked a hidden achievement, and gained a special identity, Battlefield Observer. Chung Chi and Lu Lian both opened their mouths wide. What? Now I have left the identity of an ordinary player, and become a perspective wandering around the entire map. I am no longer a lord, I don't have a base, and I won't die. I will exist like this until the end of the game. Of course, after the game is over, I will not be punished in any way. Lu Lian was a little surprised and said, "Can it be like this? Isn't this just lying down? I can't do anything." Yang Di's voice continued to come, "I can only watch you quietly, and then make a sound, just like the off-field commentary of a game." Chung Chi nodded in amazement. This is still a good ending. At least Yang Di will not encounter any danger again. Haha, I am so suitable for this identity. During the adaptation process just now, I completed the blessing for Mr. Chung, Mr. Lu Lian, and Mr. Mukin. I wish you immortality in the game, standing out from the crowd, and winning the championship. Hiss, for some reason, Chung Chi suddenly felt a chill in his palms. Immortality. Isn't that what I thought? Next, I will give full play to my strengths. Focus on yourself, strictly demand yourself, use, methodology, granularity, assist, ecological combination, create a perfect, closed loop, and complete the task of providing emotional value for VIP Mr. Chung. Chung Chi's face sternly said, "I forgot about this." Haha. F4 area, coordinates 34567/77433, let's go. Yang Di's voice was so loud that it enveloped the surrounding space. Just like a game commentary, enemy, tremble, Mr. Chung Chi will come to you with an invincible and thunderous momentum, and the iron torrent under his command will sweep away everything like a rotten wood ollie go. Chung Chi and Lu Lian looked at each other. How should I put it? With Yang Di's words, there really was a sense of going out in a domineering manner. He took a deep breath. Chung Chi's base core slowly rose into the air. And the base cores of Lu Lian and several other lords also rose from the ground under the leadership of the Rock Dragon. This strange team left a shuttle shadow on the ground and quickly moved towards the F4 area. Joined with Mukin and won the championship. Lords, please note that the seventh wave of attack will arrive in 10 seconds. The whole ground rumbled loudly, and dust dozens of meters high was splashed in the distance. Nearly 10,000 elephants with crocodile mouths stomped heavily on the ground, like ground tanks, rushing in. Luo stood above his base, confident. He had a clear judgment, thanks to his plunder and the high concentration of resources. The current wave was not proportional to his firepower. This seventh wave of attack would not break through his defense line at all. It was just a wave of massive resources. It's all me. They must all be gathered in my hands. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and squeezed out two words from his teeth: fire. The periphery of the base was suddenly filled with flames. Dense bullets and missiles were showered on the crocodiles and elephants. There were wailing and wailing mixed with a lot of explosions. Get energy points *15, comma. Get energy points *15, comma. Get energy points *15. Ha ha ha. All of them will be gathered in my hands. Luo laughed up to the sky, wantonly and arrogant. About 10 minutes later, the sound of gunfire gradually stopped, and the corpses of crocodiles and elephants covered the wilderness. Luo looked at his energy point balance and the various supplies around the base, and his mouth twitched with excitement. He has actually accumulated 300,000 energy points. This is a number that is enough to make all players scream and go crazy. Lord Luo. A strong-willed overlord like Luo is naturally surrounded by flatterers. A one-eyed alien creature lord, with a smile on his face, "You have collected such amazing resources. You can upgrade the base, build the strongest soldiers, and start to build your own strongest legion. The champion of this session must be you." Luo turned his head and stared at the one-eyed man with a strange look. "I said that everything here will be gathered in my hands. I said we will become the champion, and I also said that you will serve the only champion, but when did I say I want to be the champion myself?" The one-eyed alien was stunned. "You? I suddenly can't understand, haha. Go away." But Luo glared at the one-eyed alien, and with the help of the reflective metal on the base, he carefully tidied his appearance, and even flicked off the tiny dust on his cuffs. He repeatedly confirmed his appearance, and would not cause any discomfort to others. Luo took a deep breath, walked quickly, and came to the back of his tall base. But he saw a circle of the most powerful 8-legged war robots surrounding the back of his base. In the center of the robot, there actually stood a small palace built with trees and green leaves. Luo opened the green leaves and entered the palace. He did not dare to look up, but knelt directly on the ground. "My respected Queen Jing, your loyal follower Luo has collected all the resources for you. As long as you give the order, Rome will give you all the resources, including my own base." Luo stared at the ground, his pupils trembling, suppressing the strong desire to peek in his heart. After a few words, he was already a little dry in the mouth. "You did a great job." A beautiful female voice, like a snow lotus in a cold mountain, came out slowly. Luo's eyes burst out with ecstasy from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you for your praise." At this moment, Luo saw the footprints left by Queen Jing on the ground in front of him, with clear 5 fingers and slender soles. Luo's pupils suddenly contracted, and he tried hard to suppress the trembling of his body. The beautiful female voice came again, "Reward for you." "Thank you." Luo's eyes burst out with uncontrollable desire, or some kind of irrational worship. He immediately lowered his head and kept kissing the footprints on the soil, like an addict, obsessed and crazy. "Luo, it's an honor to do something insignificant for you." Chapter 484. The conditions in the game are simple. Almost no player will do extra work. However, this palace built with trees and huge green leaves is a very different existence. In this tense and depressing atmosphere, where countless machine workers are busy, this building is extremely conspicuous. Other lords passed by and looked sideways, but did not dare to ask questions in their hearts. Deep in the palace, sunlight seeped in from the gaps between the leaves, and shadows swayed. On the chair woven with vines, a slender and attractive figure, with legs crossed, right elbow resting on the armrest, fist pressed against the white and smooth cheek. She was wearing a bright red slim dress, and the fork of the lower part of the dress exposed her equally white calves. Her skin was like porcelain, but her face was in the swaying shadow, and only the delicate and perfect chin under her oval face could be seen. Luo knelt on the muddy ground, his face still red and trembling. "Queen Jing, everything I collected is for you. Only you can become the only champion of this game. I am ready to give you everything at any time." At this moment, outside the base, there was a sudden howl of a wild beast. It was the mammoth rhinoceros that were dragging the base of other lords. They were not attacked, but seemed to be frightened. They raised their front hooves high and made a terrified cry. No matter how hard the robots dragged, they could not continue to work. Luo kept kneeling, moved to the door, and looked out. They seemed to have sensed a higher level of monsters, and had an instinctive fear. Is the next wave of monsters coming? But the timing is wrong. At the same time, a voice sounded above the base, a male voice, shrill and with an inexplicable excitement, as if countless invisible speakers were standing around, and even formed waves of echoes. Opponents tremble. I didn't expect you to gather together so consciously. Well, let the next battle, like a raging fire on the silent plain, refine the true strength and highlight the pride of the champion. Please welcome the Great Lord number 13999. The attack is like a landslide and tsunami, crushing everything in its path. Luo was stunned, looked up at the gray sky. What the hell? Heh. The woman in the red dress on the rattan chair laughed clear and short, and said in an almost lazy tone, "Luo, it looks like someone is attacking, so please help me defeat them." Luo trembled when he heard this, and quickly crawled back to the place where he had just knelt. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and his heart steaming with unstoppable determination. "Yes, my crystal queen." The mammoth rhino became more and more irritable and out of control, ramming back and forth in the base. Luo stood in front of the base, fearless. Lord number 13999, the player who appeared in the system notification twice in the early stage of the game, but in the later stage of the game, he disappeared. How strong can you be? What means can you have? How can you defeat such a powerful alliance with just one person? I received the order from the Crystal Queen, so I must defeat you. Must defeat. There is no other second possibility at this moment. In the wilderness in the distance, a thin and tiny core base suddenly appeared, as if flying close to the ground, sliding over very smoothly. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. The original base? The famous Lord number 13999 is actually the original base. Luo's face trembled. I have received professional training, and I will not laugh unless I have to. Ha ha ha. Great. At the same time, in the silent sky, there was a startling sound, as if someone suddenly struck a broken gong in his ear, which frightened Luo. Great. The enemy has automatically brought in the plot of the online novel, and has begun to mock. Soon, he will be slapped in the face for pretending to be awesome. Luo frowned and looked at the empty sky. What on earth is this? It scared me. Then, Luo adjusted his mentality, looking through his stacked mechanical army, and then through thousands of meters of empty land, staring at the original base core that was still in the wilderness, like a small boat. Lord 13999, do you dare to show your true face? Dragon roar sounded, and on the distant horizon, more than a dozen rock dragons flapped their huge wings and raised dust, grabbing several other bases in their claws and slowly approaching. Luo was shocked and opened his eyes slightly. You control the dragon's nest. No wonder the mammoth rhinoceros rioted. But in front of my army, this is far from enough. It was also at this time. Luo suddenly felt that there was some slight turmoil in the base behind him. He turned around slowly, frowning. However, he saw that in his base, a level 4 base core was running wildly among countless bases. Looking closely, under the level 4 base core, there were all kinds of messy wheels installed. The wheels were of different sizes, and the colors and age of the accessories were also different, but each wheel was spinning with all its might. Luo narrowed his eyes and carefully distinguished, is it that human who would rather die than surrender? How is he alive? When did he transform his base? Ah! Mu Chen stood on the top of his base, using 2 ropes to control the large steering wheel at the front of the base. He rushed left and right, knocking many lords to the ground. Goodbye. Mu Chen came to the back of the front line, and in front of him were countless guard robots belonging to Luo. A large number of driving wheels under the base bounced together, as if springs had exploded. Mu Chen's base was like a tumbling discus, scattered with various parts, flying towards the sky, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, gradually passing over the sky above the defense line. Ha ha ha! Mu Chen held the rope tightly, like a cowboy who conquered a wild horse, feeling so happy. At this moment, it seemed that some kind of mist was dissipating in the sky. A base surrounded by a wide metal wall slowly emerged in everyone's view. The young man in a ragged cloak stood on the wall. Luo's face turned grim. It's you. I have disliked you for a long time, and now I dislike you even more. Finally I found the opportunity. I must defeat you today. Chang-Chi ignored Luo and looked at Mu Chen in the distance. If you escape, I can open fire without worry. What? Mu Chen was stunned. I am white, so the enemy must have played with me. Chang-Chi was also stunned and shouted across the air. As long as we talk at a distance, you are 100% wrong? What? Mu Chen looked up and pointed at Chang-Chi. I am not wearing a white coat at all, and I am not a big idiot. Why are you still cursing? Chapter 485. A bunch of them. A clown. Luo had lost his patience. He stretched out his right hand, raised 2 fingers, and pointed forward. In front of the entire camp, there were nearly 2,000 guard robots, their metal armor flashing with cold light, the sound of Gatling gun wheels turning, and the sound of bullets being loaded. The next second, fire snakes sprayed, bullets and missiles, like black raindrops swung by the god of death, rushed towards Chang-Chi like a tsunami. The shining firelight illuminated Luo's face flickering. Hee. You have never seen such powerful firepower, right? Then you will be buried here completely. A dragon roar came. A giant rock dragon swooped down from the cloud, grabbed the falling Mu Chen and the core of his base with its claws, and flapped its wings violently, returning to the cloud again. At the moment the giant dragon entered the cloud was seamlessly connected like a magician's handkerchief, and suddenly hundreds of heavy robots fell from it. These robots fell to the ground, and the metal boxes behind them suddenly unfolded, releasing a defensive force field that instantly formed a hole, forming another semicircular huge blue shield. Countless artillery fire came one after another, hitting the circular shield, forming dense and interlaced ripples, but they could not penetrate. The lords saved by Lu Lian were trembling because of the opponent's amazing firepower, but at this moment, They saw the giant defense shield reaching the sky and were stunned. Luo was shocked. How can he have so many? Iron Sentinel Type 6 Heavy Fortress, and this kind of robot can actually be used in combination? How did he do it with a very initial base? Luo frowned. A roaring engine sound came from behind. 30 Iron Sentinel Type 5 flywheel tanks drove out of the array, and the flywheel on the turret flashed red light and suddenly bounced into the air. Although the attack power of this weapon is single, the destructive power is extremely strong. As long as the opponent's defense shield is broken, the war will basically be over. Luo's eyes were fixed on the flywheel that cut through the sky. His pupils suddenly shrank. The white clouds in the sky were disturbed, and Luo suddenly saw a huge starship that looked like a space city. What is that? Luo's tone was distorted because of surprise. Ha ha. Of course you know what that is, it's a starship. The sudden sound around him frightened Luo again, and he almost fell off his base. It's just that. In such a game, in such a scene, everyone is guarding that small base, building one robot after another, and the space starship has a great conflict with the worldview here, so when it appears above your head, you feel unbelievable. At this moment, your heart must be full of galloping horses. Every alpaca that roars past is an expression of your inner world. Luo looked around with a twitching face. Who on earth are you, you rude narrator? I don't have any dirty words in my heart. Just when the huge flywheel flashing with the speed of plasma light was about to cut the defense shield, the hatch of the carrier starship in the sky has been fully opened. 100 white-painted, lightning-fast white humanoid robots jumped out of the hatch. With the help of the jet devices on their ankles, they can flexibly adjust their bodies in midair, and the white metal discs they carry are spinning rapidly, releasing light white missiles. Whenever a missile explodes, it will form an electromagnetic wave that slightly distorts the surrounding space. Luo, who once won the championship and has a deep understanding of the game, paused again. That is a robot that he cannot make at present. Steel Sentinel 7 Hunters A, dual-linked high-speed pulse machine guns, magnetic rail sliding chassis, carrying EMP jammers, good at attacking other Lord mechanical soldiers. Under the effect of the EMP jammers, the flywheels in the sky began to flicker, the plasma beams were intermittent, and finally completely extinguished, and the flywheels became dead and lightless, falling obliquely from the sky, and sinking into the soil with a loud bang. Ha ha. Didn't expect that. Mr. Chung has weapons specifically targeting electronic equipment. The sudden voice frightened Luo again. Your fate today must be a galloping horse. Luo gritted his teeth and said nothing. At the back of his formation, 200 eight-legged heavy robots raised honeycomb-shaped missile launchers, white smoke rising, and missiles were fired densely into the sky. Luo finally spoke. Then fight hard. Your robots are varied, but the firepower is insufficient. Boom! In the opposite camp, a huge machine, much larger than other arms, jumped out of the starship and fell to the ground like a giant hammer, causing cracks on the ground. This heavy robot, nearly 10 meters tall and weighing 130 tons, raised its head, which was shaped like a military cap, and bright blue light flashed in its electronic eyes. The nuclear reactor on its chest roared, and a huge gun barrel with a length of 15 meters and a diameter of 4 meters behind it exuded a destructive momentum. The ultimate unit, Iron Sentinel 9 mechanical speaker. Luo's heart twitched. This is a powerful range attack weapon. The maximum construction limit is 1. In the past games, only one player built the only one. How is this possible? That's right. Suddenly, an excited roar came from his ears, and Luo almost fell off the base again. Only scarcity can show the power of Mr. Chung Chi. Are you shocked? Are you dumbfounded? Are you galloping like 1,000 horses? Luo was also angry. Shut up. I have seen and understood this kind of machine. I am not as shocked as you think, and I am not as shocked as 1,000 horses galloping. Boom boom boom. In Chung Chi's camp, several loud noises of heavy objects falling to the ground were heard again. Luo hurriedly looked back, but his whole body seemed to be petrified. But he saw that in Chung Chi's starship, one after another, Iron Sentinel 9 mechanical speakers jumped out. Their majestic bodies were like mechanical commanders, lined up in a row, forming a strong sense of deterrence. Luo's pupil shrank into a black dot. This is impossible. This kind of weapon has a construction limit. Your base core cannot produce so many unique weapons. Chung Chi stood on the top of his original base and smiled slightly. Who said I must build? That's right. Although Luo had tried his best to prepare, he was still frightened by the roar in his ear. People are different. Don't look at Mr. Chung Chi with your limited eyes. I ask you, is your heart galloping like 1,000 horses right now? Luo's lips were a little pale and trembling. I'm not. Tongue! 10 huge and dark warheads were released from the huge barrels behind the 10 Iron Sentinel 9 mechanical speakers, dragging out 10 thick black smoke, as if connecting the sky and the ground. The regional annihilation cannon codenamed Hellfall, the main shell was launched into the air, and quickly split into 7,800 small neutron warheads, which overlapped with each other within an 8-kilometer range, forming a chain explosion reaction. Luo's pupils trembled violently. His Gatling robots, quadruped war weapons, and other low-level robots could not withstand such bombardment at all. They were exploding and breaking apart on a large scale. Some fragile robots were even melted into molten iron. No. No. I have received the order from the Crystal Queen, and I must defeat him. Luo's eyes were red, and he slowly took out a crystal ball the size of an orange, with a blue glow inside. In his perspective, the ball introduction appeared. Champion reward package, after use, you can double the existing mechanical army, 3 to 100 times, I must win. Crack. Luo crushed the crystal ball, and the floating blue code in it evaporated and slowly diffused in the air. Luo's breathing was rapid, his eyes widened, and a randomly changing number appeared in front of him, ranging from 3 to 100. Champion reward package takes effect, Lord 00859 existing mechanical army X53, Luo took a deep breath. 53 times, this is so exciting, he then looked around. But he saw blue light flashing all over the mountains, like a wave sweeping the earth. When the extremely powerful wave faded, countless robots with cold gun muzzles appeared in groups, like divine soldiers from heaven. Everyone was shocked. How can there be such a cheating prop? Luo's face flushed, and his morale was greatly shaken. I deployed 4,800 robots before, and about 1,000 were destroyed by the guy named Chung Chi. How many soldiers do I have now? 3,800 by 53 times, about. Before he could figure out the answer. Boom, boom. The loud noises coming from Chung Chi interrupted Luo's mental calculations, and Luo subconsciously looked across. He saw that in the sky across the sky, a mysterious army with a volume of 30 meters was falling like rain, which Luo had never seen or heard of, and in the blink of an eye, 5 of them were accumulated. It was a black mecha with a sharp aura, and behind it was like the sun god, with a diameter of 40 meters, like a spider web, and a precise and complex black metal device. Luo's pupil shrank again, and his heart was full of doubts. What is that? That's right. You are fucking sick, you scared me to death. That's right. How amazing is Mr. Chung Chi? He has already created the legendary hidden troop, Iron Sentinel X Total Domination. Luo's heart couldn't bear it any longer. Hidden troop? Iron Sentinel X Total Domination. A giant war machine, equipped with a Judgment Day particle beam array, a shoulder-mounted fixed matrix generation system, which emits a mixed flow of ultra-high temperature plasma and antiprotons, and can dismantle all known solid armor within 20 kilometers. I ask you, are you galloping like 1,000 horses now? The opponent's 5 black mechas, the black spider webs behind them trembled together, and then released a black ripple that seemed to be real. The ripples gathered in front, and gradually formed 5 huge black tornadoes. The tornado moved at high speed, like a death sickle harvesting countless machines. Wherever it passed, Luo's robots failed one after another, and gradually fell apart in the proton mix flow like an airflow, like a sand sculpture blown away by the wind, turning into countless metal particles and disappearing in the air. Luo was already stunned. This, his army of mechanical machines, which was probably the largest in the history of the game, was mercilessly devoured. Attention, Lords, the 8th wave of attacks is about to arrive. Lords, please prepare for defense. Note, the 8th attack is a special event, due to the unscrupulous actions of some lords. The young gray moles that originally lived underground and lived in harmony with the world have mutated and become the 8th wave of attack monsters. Luo was stunned. What is that? The next second, the soil around the core of Luo's base turned violently, and the earth seemed to be boiling. Rats that were nearly 2 meters in size, eyeless, but had claws and sharp teeth, jumped out from the ground. They seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for Luo, completely ignoring other lords, roaring angrily, and pounced directly on Luo. In an instant, Luo was drowned by countless ferocious rats. The screams were endless. F***K. 10,000 horses galloping.